Okay. I think we are live. Let's see. Double check. Oh. Yep. We're live. Boom. Great. Let me share the link and put it on X or Twitter because no one likes calling it X. Let's see. And post it there. And boom. Done. Yes. We're back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back yet again to another spectacular, amazing, sensational, ultimate Marvel Spider-Man 2 live stream. I know we sadly didn't do one last week. That was because I was extremely busy that weekend, but also, if you've been checking on the channel, I finally have been back uploading videos. Last week, I uploaded videos daily, starting on, I think it was Sunday, actually, and then I was on Monday, then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Each day last week, I made sure to upload a video because I was gone for so long, and I had a lot of news that I had to catch up on relating to Marvel games, and of course, Marvel Spider-Man, Iron Man, Black Panther, Blade, PlayStation news in general, lots of cool stuff. And if you haven't seen those videos, definitely go check them out. But now we're back with playing Marvel Spider-Man 2 because, again, I want to fully play through the entire game on live stream for you guys. And we've been making some pretty good progress so far. I think we're nearly halfway done. Yeah, on the bottom left there, 48% complete. So we're pretty close to the halfway point, or pretty much are the halfway point. But it's interesting because if you play the game with all the side missions first, and then you do the story stuff, Act 1 is incredibly long. Act 2 doesn't start until you get the black suit. So Act 1 is all before this stuff happens, with the symbiote and Harry getting sick again. So there's a lot of in-between stuff that you do with Miles going to his school book fair and or the college fair, and Peter with the EMF job, like the side missions in the city, doing some other friendly neighborhood app requests, a lot of stuff. But of course, y'all know what you're here for. As you see in the title, we're not talking about just Marvel Spider-Man 2 today. We're also talking about a PlayStation Showcase, which, again, if you don't know what I'm talking about and saying, Evan, what PlayStation Showcase, then be sure to check out my previous Marvel Spider-Man 2 101 video and just previous Marvel Spider-Man 2 videos in general, because it's been heavily implied that we are going to get some type of PlayStation Showcase later this month in May, as it was teased by insider Jeff Grubb. But also, the heads of Sony Interactive Entertainment themselves made some pretty big news announcements. Hiroki Totoki, who is the main chairman now at Sony, has promoted two separate CEOs at PlayStation, Herman Hulst and Hideaki Nishino, who will be co-CEOs at PlayStation, running the lead within Sony's main divisions of the business group and also the Sony PlayStation Studios group. And what that means is they're going to have more focus on just delivering better experiences and having a more solid route for how they're going to operate management for the crew over at Sony, but also for us, the consumers, and what we can expect. And even though, yes, Sony haven't said verbatim the PlayStation Showcase will be happening on this day and date, it's been heavily teased by insiders, it's been teased directly by Sony themselves, and we also know that PlayStation will be attending the Summer Game Fest in June. And usually PlayStation like to have their own big event before that happens. So I'm thinking we'll get a PlayStation Showcase announcement next week, this month in May. Then the actual showcase will happen the last week, the very last week of May. Then we'll get the PlayStation reveals of some kind during the Summer Game Fest in June. So we got a lot to look forward to. And of course, what does that mean for Spider-Man 2? It could mean DLC. It could mean maybe Wolverine gameplay. It could mean potentially some other Marvel game that we don't officially know about yet. Anything could happen, and it's going to be a very cool thing to see play out, but we're just going to have to stay tuned. But with all that said, we're back playing Marvel Spider-Man 2. But first, welcome to everyone in the chat. I didn't see everybody. I just want to get that whole spiel out of the way first. First of all, thank you so much for joining. Hopefully you're having a great Sunday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, all that stuff. It's going to be some very interesting next couple days on the channel. And, of course, if you're hyped for more Marvel Spider-Man 2 gameplay from me, I can't wait to dive in. So we got Cookie Ocelot, or Oclate. What's up, everybody? Surya, Buzz, Unreal, Sahai. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing any of these names. Blasty Games, my boy. Tay Programmer 17, Flame 7585, Michael Davis 2, Corin V, Nana Bawa, Blazing Flame, Solomon McNeil. I saw Mikhail Khan Syndicate, my boy, Alex Phoenix, Matthew T. Fields, Alper Sinaire, Michael Davis, our boy, our main man, CBK, Comic Blast Keenan is in the chat. What is up, Keenan? How you doing, buddy? And yes, I saw that you also watched Madam Web yesterday, which was hilarious. We will suffer together, my friend. That was insane. And of course, everyone make sure to go and follow and subscribe to Keenan. He also, I think, did a video earlier this morning about this exact same topic with the PlayStation Showcase, heavily implied that it is going to be happening soon, what we could see there, potentially relating to Marvel Spider-Man 2. Keenan is the best, so definitely go make sure to follow, subscribe, support, and watch all of his content, because he deserves the world. So happy you're here, buddy. Let's see, everyone else. And also, Keenan, by the way, recently had his 32nd birthday, so we're going to make sure to wish Keenan a happy birthday, because he definitely deserves all the support and kindness in the world. Spidey Evolution, Peculiar, DC Gaming, Devin Campbell, Henry, my main man, Henry in the chat. What's up, dude? How you doing? I saw your post, yeah, for what you're dealing with your modder. I'm sorry about that, buddy, but hopefully you can get that resolved soon. As you know, I'm terrible with I don't even have like the big YouTuber gaming rig setup. I'm literally just streaming through my PlayStation 5, so I am terrible when it comes to knowing about the big gaming monitor rigs, but hopefully you're able to fix that as soon as possible, or get someone to help out with that on your end. But I think it's cool that you're looking to invest in that whole setup. I think it's going to be really awesome by the time you get all the kinks worked out. Blitzy and Blasty, both here. Aziz Camel, Arkham 927, and Lexi. What's up, everybody, and welcome to everyone else who will be joining and has joined. Again, more Marvel Spider-Man 2 greatness. Gonna be playing through the game. I'm sure my boy Ghosty will be joining us soon. We will have him in a party. And it'll be fun just to talk about Spider-Man and where we could see this showcase happen. But yes, as where we left off last time, I think we did a couple of side missions and Mysteriums. That's right, we did all the Mysteriums as Miles. And I saw now we have one of the saddest missions coming up with Howard. But I'm not going to do it as Miles.
I wonder where his birds flew off to this time.
I'm going to do it as Peter, because I feel like Peter has more of a deeper connection to Howard than Miles does. Because Peter met him first in his own game and has more of a direct link to him rather than Miles. But let's see, I was wearing the white black suit, or just the white suit. It looks really good, but I'm going to go back to the classic black. We've been doing the main playthrough this whole time with the classic blacks, or the Insomniac standard version of the black suit for this playthrough. We're going to keep that up. And boom, going straight to Howard. I've been getting it's hilarious, because recently I've just been so interested in playing this game for the live stream, but also just trying to get more invested into playing it again just for my own sake, because I'm still so interested in how this story is playing out with Harry and Peter, but also where it can go in the future with Norman and Cindy Moon being introduced as Silk and everything, and the gameplay mechanics, just the swinging feels so good. Like, literally every other night, I feel like, if I'm, like, stressed about doing my personal stuff outside of YouTube, trying to job hunt, or, you know, just having a rough day or whatever, I literally just turn on Marvel Spider-Man 2 and just go for a swing. It feels so fluid and fun. And I genuinely can't even imagine what they're going to do in the inevitable third game to top this when it comes to the swinging mechanics and possibly more air tricks and more maneuverability, as if it's not already amazing and in the first place. So it'll be crazy to see how they'll fix that, or not fix it, but, you know, add upon it in the future. Sorry, Peter. We're gonna ignore that a little bit. We're gonna move on to the Howard mission. Let's see. There he is. Boom. Hey, Howard.
Pidgey, how are you both doing?
Totally not going to be depressed after playing this mission.
Would you like to join us?
You sure, Howard? Why not?
What did you need?
Can't be like you're going to go off to a better place after this. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah. You and Pidgey getting
So we got a lot of stuff going on with the world of video games. Mainly in PlayStation. So again, watch my previous 101 video if you missed out on the news on what that means pertaining to what's it called? The showcase. But we have heard from several sources. Jeff Grubb, first of all, said, and he's been right almost every other time. Almost every other time he's been asked about any type of inside info for gaming news, he's been right every single time. So he, first off, said that we're going to see a PlayStation showcase or some type of PlayStation event, whether that be State of Play or whatever, more than likely a showcase, happening this month in May. That's the first thing. The second thing is Sony Interactive Entertainment themselves coming out to say, hey, listen, we got this brand new CEO shift with Herman Hulst and Hideaki Nishino coming in, running the show at PlayStation, you know, bringing new things to the forefront as to how they're going to handle their business portfolio when it comes to PlayStation, Sony, all this stuff, running the gambit. And in that announcement, it said later this month, in May, you're going to learn about some new things pertaining to Sony Interactive Entertainment's involvement in Sony Group's overall business practices. And actually, Sony on Twitter themselves announced when the date of that presentation is going to be. They actually confirmed it's going to take place on May 22nd and 23rd. Now, again, this is not a showcase, but this is for the Sony Group business presentation. But PlayStation will still be a part of that presentation. As for, of course, the big, classic, standard, actual PlayStation showcase, we haven't heard anything official yet, but I'm assuming that we're going to hear something next week in May pertaining to an announcement when it comes to, hey, we got PlayStation, we got, of course, hopefully Marvel Spider-Man 2 DLC, but a lot of people are wondering now is, how are we going to see, this mission feels so awkward, by the way, without the background music because I'm playing in streamer mode, but the music that plays in the background of this mission is super emotional and amazing. But yeah, I'm hoping for, I would, fingers crossed, dream announcement is that we get some type of inkling pertaining to anything obviously related to Marvel Spider-Man 2 or Wolverine. But other than that, I think that we could get some type of PlayStation news with, again, fingers crossed, dream announcement could be an Infamous trilogy, quote-unquote, remake. Infamous 1, Infamous 2 definitely need remasters badly. And also, if you want to include Festival of Blood, that could be a cool one. And if you want, Second Son would also be great to see. Even though I think it still, to this day, looks absolutely insane for the standards of the last gen with PlayStation 4. But if they want to do like a 60 FPS performance mode patch or some other type of detail with that, or how Sucker Punch is handling their properties, I still would also love Sly Cooper. But I think we saw that Sanzaru Games are the ones who are currently working on that property. At least they did the last one with Thieves in Time. But Sucker Punch is more than likely busy focusing on Ghost of Tsushima 2. Which I can't wait for, and I even got even more interested with the brand new announcement of Assassin's Creed Shadows, which I made a joke on Twitter like, oh look, Ghost of Tsushima 2 just got announced, because Ghost of Tsushima is literally what people wanted from Assassin's Creed for decades, was a feudal Japan Assassin's Creed. And I'm very interested to see. I know there's a lot of drama surrounding that game right now, but I think that it's going to be fine. Although, from what I'm aware of, it's being made by the same people who did Odyssey, and I did not play Odyssey or Valhalla, because I feel like that's just totally differentiated from what I like from Assassin's Creed games. But I'm hoping that they'll kind of tone that down for where this game is going with Shadows, with the assassin aspect, but also the samurai aspect with Yasuke, and how that's going to impact the narrative of the game and how the gameplay would operate with the two different characters. But I'm sorry, 2 separate donations. Thank you so much from Hal's. 2 separate £5 donations from Hal's182. Thank you so much, buddy. That means a lot to me. So first off, hey Evan, hope all is well. Showcase-wise, ask my boss. He's a Sony rep. Should be announced this week. Fingers crossed, should be a banger. That's awesome, Hal's. You must have an amazing boss for him to give you that inside scoop. So that's cool. So you heard it here first, everybody, from Hal's. He's got the inside scoop from a PlayStation boss in his own vicinity that we could be seeing some type of announcement this upcoming week, which I definitely think is long overdue. Again, I think it just makes logistic sense that we're going to get some type of PlayStation announcement before Summer Game Fest, and hopefully before obviously the end of this month. So I think there's a lot of things to look forward to, and I cannot wait to see what they have in store. So thank you, Hals, for that inside info. Secondly, there's a conference event to discuss stuff, so Showcase should be the 29th of May. I'm expecting Ghost 2, Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta, and maybe some of our favorite mutant. Yes, Wolverine gameplay. I think Wolverine gameplay is long overdue. Obviously, sadly, if you know anything about anything, which all of you guys do at this point, the gameplay for Marvel's Wolverine was obviously shown in all the awful leaks that happened with Insomniac Games. But because I actually am a gentleman and care about Insomniac, I'm not heartless enough to share any of those leaks on my channel. So I'm just going to wait until they officially reveal all that news in their own on their own fruition. So I'm hoping that, yeah, when we see gameplay of Wolverine, I think we need to see, first and foremost, how is the gameplay combat-wise and even personality-wise, how is Wolverine going to be different from... Holy smokes, Miles went high. How did he get so high? That was crazy. How is Wolverine going to be different from Peter and Miles in terms of gameplay? That's what I'm looking forward to the most. Especially where... in terms of setting, obviously Spider-Man works best in an open world setting with New York. So with Wolverine, I think that it would ideally be in the format of Guardians of the Galaxy, where it was a level-based, linear-based gameplay structure, where you're not going to be exploring an open world Madripoor. If anything, you're going to be exploring a part of Madripoor, but hopefully that might mean you could go to other areas within the Marvel world and where Logan's story could go. Maybe he could go to Japan as well. Speaking of Japan, maybe Wolverine could do the whole samurai story with the Silver Samurai and all this stuff. What's her name? Miriko, I think, who's like Logan's love interest in the comics, but also the Wolverine movie. I think it'd be awesome to see. And just, again, building that more broader and wider Marvel Games universe. So you got Peter's own game, Miles' own game, Peter and Miles together in Marvel Spider-Man 2. So adding all that together was fantastic with how these games have shaped up. So now, yeah, taking that next step with Wolverine. How are you going to make Wolverine feel completely new and innovative and different from what we've seen Insomniac handle with Spider-Man? And I think that it could be really well done, especially, hopefully, for a character like Wolverine. You know, the main thing that people want to see is that M rating, that solid M rating for his gameplay, gore, brutality, blood, decapitation, limb dismemberment, all that good gory stuff that we saw even from the movie tie-in Wolverine game, X-Men Origins Wolverine, was fantastic. So I'm hoping that they could do the same thing for Wolverine in Insomniac's game and see how they could handle his overall character development with, you know, incorporating that into the gameplay, but also, yeah, the narrative and who he's facing. And that's what I'm the most looking forward to, is who is the villain going to be. And I hope it's not Sabretooth. I think Sabretooth could be a villain in the game, because he's, like, obviously one of Wolverine's most iconic villains. If anything, he's, like, his main arch nemesis. And I think it could be a villain in the game, just like we saw so many Spider-Man villains in Spider-Man, you know, the Sinister Six, but the main villains were Doc Ock and Mr. Negative and Venom, and for Miles, it was the Tinkerer. So for Wolverine, I don't think it's going to be Magneto, because I don't think the X-Men are going to be in this game. I think it's mainly just going to focus on Logan and his story. And there were even rumors beforehand that this game is going to take place before Logan even meets the X-Men. So that could be an interesting narrative for how Logan's going to be involved in this world. But yeah, have it solely focus on Logan and his inner trauma and grief and pain that he experienced with the whole Weapon X thing, and his dark past and all that would be very cool to explore throughout the narrative, on top of dealing with other things throughout Logan's broader history, which I think could be great to see. So I'm thinking, and I did a video about this, I think, like, when Wolverine was first announced back in 2021, which is, by the way, insane that it's already been nearly 3 years since the announcement of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and Marvel's Wolverine. What is time? Like, that's insane. So I made a video talking about the top 5 villains I want to see be in Marvel's Wolverine for the main antagonist, or like just in general, and Sabretooth was one of them. Another one was Omega Red and Lady Deathstrike. But the top 2 were like neck and neck for me. And one of them that I wanted to be the main villain, because he's pretty much like Wolverine's Venom, and it's not Sabretooth, it's another character with Romulus, which is like the antithesis of everything that Wolverine is. And I think it could be really cool to see that type of character be showcased in a AAA format, with Wolverine getting a really personal story and grounded nature with him. So I think it could be really well done. But I don't think Magneto would work, because that's more of an X-Men threat rather than a Wolverine threat. You could also get like a cameo maybe from like Deadpool or Wade Wilson or something, which would be interesting. But I want a more, you know, darker, grounded, really gritty story featuring Wolverine. And I think Insomniac will really deliver with that. Let's see. Oh, another donation. Thank you so much from Josh90, $5. Thank you so much. What's up, Evan? How would you compare the symbiote invasion from Spider-Man 2 to Spider-Man Web of Shadows? Because that invasion was straight up scary. Yes, it was. Well, it's terrifying in Web of Shadows because there were all the insane symbiote pods going out, birthing symbiotes, and also the symbiotes going around kidnapping people and throwing them into the pods and making them turn into bigger symbiotes. Or even, crazy enough, it was awesome in Web of Shadows because there was even crimes where if you fought like symbiotes throughout the city, if you beat them up enough, if you beat up the symbiotes enough with your combos, you would actually be able to separate the person from the symbiote. Where in Spider-Man 2 you do that by doing the takedowns and everything, like you rip the person out of the symbiote. But yeah, in Web of Shadows, it's like if you just beat up the symbiote, then they just, you know, disappear automatically. But with Web of Shadows, if you beat up the symbiote enough, the person would actually be free from them, and then they would actually run away from the symbiote that would try to rebond with them. But if you didn't save them in time fast enough, then they would actually the symbiote would chase after them and catch up with them and bond with them again. So I love that element of Web of Shadows. I love how they incorporate that into like the open world crimes and stuff. With Spider-Man 2 though, I think it's pretty nuts to see Harry go, you know, buck wild with spreading the symbiote so quickly. because he, you know, he grabs the meteorite, and then he just births all these symbiote nests throughout Manhattan. And it looked pretty bad in Manhattan, like all the symbiote tentacles going all over the place, making things look insane. But in Web of Shadows, it actually felt like you were playing, like, Marvel Zombies the game, but it was just with symbiotes. Because there was, like, this whole symbiote apocalypse, pretty much, the zombie apocalypse going on in New York. And,
Don't worry, I'll keep looking.
I went the wrong way. You see, like, airstrikes being made by S.H.I.E.L.D. And also you see the craziest things, like the city is literally being torn apart by the symbiotes, with Venom, of course, kind of hiding in the background while he becomes, you know, the 50-foot tall, 5-headed kaiju Venom that you have to fight on the big S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier in the end, which is amazing. But also, there's, like, all the different symbiote varieties of the enemies, like the brutes, and of course, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Convoys that you do on the tops of buildings. Like, you have to save civilians from, like, they're getting bombarded by the symbiotes on top of buildings, and they're crawling up the walls while you're trying to save them. So you're like, everyone quickly! And then there's the convoys on the ground, there's convoys on buildings, there's, you know, the base, the big S.H.I.E.L.D. base you have to protect from the enemies with the electric fence. All of those missions were, again, it literally felt like you were playing Marvel Zombies the game. And there was like a huge symbiote apocalypse with, by the way, all these other Marvel characters joining the fray, with Moon Knight and Iron Man and Luke Cage. Black Cat was there too. Like, amazing. Again, Web of Shadows is in my top 5 Spider-Man games ever of all time. And I feel like I've mentioned this before. Like, Evan, what are your top 5? I feel like I've mentioned this list already. But for me, it probably is... Spider-Man PS4 is definitely number 1. I think Web of Shadows might be number 2. No, yeah, Web of Shadows is number 2. I was going to say, is it Marvel Spider-Man 2 or Web of Shadows? It's definitely Web of Shadows, especially considering how great the combat is, but also how I really love the story that's told in that game, which I even did a video about. Like, the real ending of Web of Shadows is a lot more layered than you think. And I really love how the narrative was executed in that game for the red suit choices, and even having choices like choosing to go down the red suit path or the black suit path, and all the skill trees and combo maneuvers that you get with that game. And the swinging as well was actually incredible back then. A lot of people just don't really seem to know how to web swing in that game, but there's so many, like, layers of detail when it comes to swinging around light posts and wall running and web zipping and web swinging and all this crazy stuff that you can mix and match with the mechanics of the traversal, and it felt really good when you actually got the hang of it. So there's all that. So that would definitely make it my number 2. So yeah, Spider-Man PS4 number 1, number 2 Web of Shadows, number 3. Might be Shattered Dimensions. I know Shattered Dimensions is in my top 5. I just forget the order of where I placed them. Man. Edge of Time is definitely most certainly not on there, trust me. But yeah, number 1, Spider-Man PS4. Number 2, Web of Shadows. Number 3, I would say for now, I think it's Shattered Dimensions. Number 4 is probably Marvel Spider-Man 2. And then number 5 is Spider-Man PS1. Oh, wait, duh, now I remember. It was Ultimate Spider-Man. That's right. So, man, I mean, I really love Marvel Spider-Man 2, but it takes a lot from all the other, like, portrayals that we've seen of Venom in other media, and just how you get to play as Venom in that game is Ultimate Spider-Man. Yes, Gabriel B., I love Spider-Man 2, the movie tie-in game in 2004. That's one of my favorites as well, but I think I just love the authentic nature of how Ultimate Spider-Man was handled just a bit more. And even though the swing is better in Spider-Man 2, I just love a lot of what you do in Ultimate Spider-Man a lot more. So yeah, man, I think, let's see, top 5, yeah, I think it's definitely, so Spider-Man PS4 is number 1 still. Number 2 is Web of Shadows. Number 3, I think, yeah, number 3 is probably Ultimate Spider-Man, actually, now I think about it. Number 4 is Shattered Dimensions, for sure. And then number 5, I think, is either... No, it is. I think number 5 is Spider-Man 2000. the PS1 game. And then number 6, right underneath it, is Marvel Spider-Man 2. Not to say that obviously I love Marvel Spider-Man 2, but I think that given what some of the other games did in the past, just had a lot more memorable moments, at least for me when I was younger playing those games for the first time. And they're just really well-made games in general, especially, you know, Spider-Man 2000. That's even Brian Intahar's personal favorite Spider-Man game is Spider-Man 2000. But yeah, there's so many good ones. But yeah, Josh 90, to go back to answer your question about Web of Shadows, I think Harry's was scary given how quickly he turned people into symbiotes, but Web of Shadows was a more slow burn to build up to the symbiote invasion. And of course, fighting Venom as the 5-headed demon monster on top of the helicarrier was one of the most iconic Spider-Man boss fights in any Spider-Man game. So I'll love it. Jalen Beard, do I think Peter was nerfed in Marvel Spider-Man 2? No, because he has the black suit, but also he is kind of also battling like his own inner turmoil throughout the game, dealing with Aunt May's loss and, you know, still being stressed. Like even like the very beginning, like balance is a process. So he's still trying to balance how he's acting as Spider-Man and Peter, and he's also kind of worn down throughout this whole consistent decade of being Spider-Man with no breaks in between, and now he's dealing with Miles and all these crazier fights with Sandman and Kraven and Venom, and so he's getting, you know, jumped by them appropriately when the time calls for it, but I don't think he was nerfed, because he beats all of them. He beats Sandman, he beats Kraven, he was almost about to kill him before Miles jumped in, so he won, you know, he won that fight. He beat Harry with the anti-Venom symbiote, or Venom.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think who else.
Find the rest of those items.
He beat all the Sinister Six individually in his first game. But no, I don't think Peter was nerfed. I think that there's just a lot of depth going on with the inner parts of his psyche with his background, but also fighting his villains one-on-one, but now facing bigger challenges with, of course, trying to stop the train with the Cleus Cassidy and the Flame, and fighting, you know, his best friend with Venom and everything, and all this stuff.
Hey, bro, you have a sec? Of course.
Of course, except, no, I don't, Miles.
Harry's calling. I have to take this. Catch up later?
Oh, sure, man. Later. Hey, Pete.
Sorry, Miles.
No sign of Doc Connors yet. I could use an extra set of eyes.
On my way. Have you heard anything from MJ? You said she's stopping by his house, right?
Nothing yet. She told me she'd call when she got there.
Let's hope he's just taking a sick day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna check her office. Just come by when you can.
Sure thing, Harry.
Looks like they're hunting for something.
Let's see, let me get these guys first. And now we get to the main mission, finally, where the game, in my opinion, where the game really kicks things off is where we get the black suit. So that's next. Let's see. Bink. Like, I don't think, how could you see everything that Peter's doing right now and say that he got nerfed? In my opinion, I just don't think that makes any sense. Oh, you scumbag. No, there's a lot more going on. Again, like my whole Venom video broke down. Like, Peter's dealing with so much inner conflict that obviously the game doesn't directly say right out, but it does say right out, but just some people like to forget it. But there's so much going on within this game's story that you sometimes lose track of everything that's happening. So even like when Peter's at the Emily May Foundation, he's like, Harry, I just got a lot going on right now, and he's thinking of Aunt May and how he could have protected her and everything, and that's why he's always distracted with the work going on with Harry, that he doesn't pay attention to Miles or all the other, certain things that are happening throughout the city. Like, I just think there's a lot going on that's interesting to pick apart for the grander scope of the game's core story. Let's see, did I miss any other questions? Blazing Flame, Evan, do you think we will get a new Avengers game that's not live service by the end of this current decade, 2020, or do you think the IP will remain dormant in gaming for a while? I don't know what chopped cheese is, Rio. That's a good question, Blazing Flame, because Avengers as a game was such a colossal flop for Square Enix and Marvel that I don't know if they would want to risk doing that again. But at the same time, it'd be interesting to see another Avengers game be made somewhere down the line that does the premise of the Avengers in a different way. Just more obviously detailed and not made for the sole purpose of being live service schlock and, you know, always online, grinding for gear, leveling up your care, all that nonsense. Just stay away from that as far as possible. If they were to do an Avengers game in the style of Guardians of the Galaxy, I think that would be very cool to see. I just don't know if they would want to do that, given how they have all these other games currently in the production pipeline with Iron Man, Black Panther getting their own solo games, Captain America and Black Panther getting their own solo game with Marvel 1943, Marvel's Blade. You know, we got other group character team games like Midnight Suns, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers. I'm still waiting, Marvel, for Fantastic Four. I need a Fantastic Four game eventually somewhere down the line, please. But yeah, I mean, if they want to do an Avengers game but better, I think that'd be cool. But I think now is the time to focus more on like what we just got with Spider-Man and what we're getting with Wolverine. Like all those core single-player experiences is what I think a lot of people are looking for within their superhero titles. And I think, given especially how all these live service games, like what we just saw with Suicide Squad, are failing, it doesn't have to be live service. Like, I don't want the next Avengers game to be another live service game, but I think, like, the lesson they learned is don't just make a live service game just for the sake of live service. If they were to do a single-player Avengers game, that could be cool, but they need to make sure they do it the right way. But we'll see. But I'd like to see them do another chance, and you know that's not to Crystal Dynamics' fault because they did the best with what they were given with the Avengers game that they made, and the story actually, funny enough, was not that bad. The main story with Kamala Khan and learning how she gets her own spot in the Avengers and bringing the team together again was pretty good. And especially Sandra Saad, who plays Kamala Khan in that game, she actually won, I think, a couple awards for her performance in that game. So there's potential for an Avengers game, but they need to, again, to do it in the right way. But we need to, I think, wait until that time comes. I think people are still, like, when people point out, like, oh, God, this was, like, the worst superhero game I've ever played, people still, to this day, mention Marvel's Avengers. And I think it gets deserved criticism for certain aspects, but there's other things that it did well that people don't look at. As I said, the story, the characters each feeling unique and different for their combat styles actually was pretty good compared to Suicide Squad, where everyone just uses a gun. So there's some good and some bad, but if they were to do another version of that, just differently, I think it could be cool. Okay, now we get to the mission, which so many people seem to despise for some unknown reason, which I don't. I love it. And actually, I haven't checked this yet, where we get to play as Haley, who is awesome, and I love doing this. But a couple things. So let me see. Does she have... I know Mary Jane does. Does she have poses? Yes, she does. Let's see. Is it the same poses as MJ? Let's see. Does she have expressions? Yeah, she's just kind of having a blank face. There you go. Let's see. There's that classic Haley smile. So what we got with poses? There you go. Probably hanging out with the cat. Nice, the Spider-Man whip hands. I think all these are different poses for Haley compared to MJ, because I know MJ has photo mode things too. Yeah, that's totally different. Now, okay, I both love and have some gripes with this mission. So, this mission is hurting nobody, and it's great. And I think that it's really awesome that Insomniac went the route of trying to, like, again, there's no audio in the background. It's all muffled in the background. You see the world from Haley's perspective, and again showing that deaf representation, I think is really, really cool and well executed. And again, it adds more depth to the relationship that Miles is having with Haley in his own story, because as I brought up in my Venom video, Miles' narrative is very disconnected from the symbiote stuff, so it almost feels like you're playing like Spider-Man PS4 the sequel and Miles Morales the sequel. It's not really a cohesive thing of both. It's Miles is getting his own time to shine and Peter's getting his own time to shine, when in reality, if they're going to do a character like Venom, I would have wanted them to have it where it's unique in the sense that Miles could have been more involved with the Venom side of things, which again could have led more credence to Harry and Miles bonding over the shared loss of their parents. So Harry losing his mom, Miles losing his dad. I would have liked to have seen a side mission with Harry interacting with Miles. I think that, or Miles interacting with Harry for something. That would have been really cool. And same thing, like I also would have liked to have seen a side missions even. Well, we get that with the Kraven Hunter bases, where if you take them down with Black Suit Spider-Man, you get different dialogue with Peter. And for those, I always do those Kraven bases as Black Suit Spider-Man, because it adds a lot more depth to why Peter is so mad at Kraven in the first place, and adds more length to you playing in the Black Suit, which I really love. But I would have liked to have seen, specifically Black Suit dedicated side missions, or again, have every side mission that you do in the Black Suit have different dialogue with Peter versus doing them in the Red Suit. Like if you did the mission where, even with Howard, like, which is so upsetting, it would have been really interesting to see how Black Suit Spider-Man would have talked to Howard during that mission compared to the Red Suit. So I go back to Haley. So again, I love this mission because you care more about her relationship with Miles. And that is just like what we get with Mary Jane and Peter together throughout the whole entirety of the first game, and a lot of parts in this game. You get now with Haley and Miles developing their own relationship with each other through this side mission, and you care about Haley and also Miles' relationship with Haley. So I love how they do that, and it adds more depth to her character and Miles' character with them liking each other, right? But again, I still would have liked to have seen a mission where you either talk to Miles as Harry, or, as I brought up in my previous live stream, I love the cat too. Yeah, DC Gaming, this cat is the best. I love how he gets the advanced suit plushie, which I'm sure like there's an Etsy store somewhere that sells these. I can't believe Marvel haven't officially made it like a full-on license of advanced suit Spider-Man PS4 plushies. Those would sell out in 2 seconds, and I want that right now. But again, my gripe with this is that if you can play as Peter outside of being Spider-Man, Miles outside of being Spider-Man, you also play as Mary Jane as, just Mary Jane with a taser, and now Haley, just not even with any powers, just walking around doing nothing, doing this. It's great because, again, you get to learn more about Haley. I wanted the Venom mission where you're playing as Venom. That's amazing. But I also wanted, what if you played as Harry Osborn, but if he was sick? And you're walking around your penthouse as Harry, sick. And you're feeling like in the DualSense controller a slow heartbeat, and it's slowly fading away. Like the pulse of the DualSense is getting weaker and slower, and you're feeling Harry's health slowly whittle away over time through playing as him outside of being Venom. Or even in that same mission, I would have liked to have seen Harry getting, the the symbiote back. Did I go the wrong way? What's happening? Oh, no, I go up here. Getting the symbiote back from Peter, where he locks it up in that tank, and you're walking around that room before you smash it out of Peter's hands as Harry, and you're sick and you're walking around, and there's no way to get cured. Like, the only thing in Harry's mind at that point in time would be the symbiote, and there would be no other exterior factor that could help him survive. So he's only dependent on the symbiote. And if you're walking around that room, you're searching around looking for any potential solution or whatever, as a sick Harry Osborn, and you find nothing, and then you see the symbiote, like, in the tank that Peter's trying to kill it in, like with Dr. Connors, if it's just there in the room, Harry would be like, what, so you left me for Peter? You don't think I'm a good enough host? Well, guess what? Peter didn't want you either. And what if he tries to break the symbiote out of the tank by smashing it with his cane or something crazy? I don't know. I think it'd be cool to play a mission with Harry outside of being Venom. I think it'd add more depth to, especially if we're going to play as Venom, I think it'd be cool if you get the other side of that. Like, you get to get the Peter Parker gameplay, the MJ gameplay, the Haley gameplay, and then you get the sick and dying Harry Osborn gameplay, and then that all culminates into the big payoff with you playing as Venom. I think that would have been cool. And there's no excuse for it since we get to play as Haley in this mission. So I think that's a little bit of a miss, from that side of the narrative and also the gameplay possibilities. But still, playing as Venom felt great. It was amazing, and I'd love to see them expand upon that further. And who knows, maybe we could play as the Venom host outside of being Venom in a future game. Somewhere down the line, we shall see. Let's see. People are saying, this is a Spider-Man game. Why are you playing as Haley when it's a Spider-Man game? Dude, if you want to play that, just play Web of Shadows. I get kind of annoyed with fans online, mainly Twitter, which is just a cesspool, but just people who are like, oh, I can't believe you're playing as MJ in a Spider-Man game. I can't believe you're playing as Haley in a Spider-Man game. Yes, playing as Spider-Man's awesome, and you get to do that in this game. But guess what? You've played as Spider-Man in almost every other Spider-Man game that's come out since then. What the great thing about Spider-Man is the duality of the characters both in and out of the suit. And that's why I love being able to go and immerse myself more in these characters and their personalities inside and outside of the costume. So when you get those personal moments with Haley, with Miles, with Peter walking around Coney Island, you're more emotionally invested in their personal livelihoods and where their stories are going. If you want to just play as Spider-Man, go play Web of Shadows. Go play Shattered Dimensions. Those games are fire. They're fantastic. This Spider-Man game does something that no other Spider-Man game has done. And it's getting more on the personal side of these characters and their stories. That's why it was even, I think it was reported like the budget for Marvel Spider-Man 2 was like over $300 million. Because of the high-quality cinematics and narratives and all these plot points that they got going on with these characters and their livelihoods. Not just the gameplay, but, again, the scope of the story on how cinematic it's feeling with these wider narratives taking the front and center of these games. And that's what I love seeing is the personal side of these stories. Which is why, even though I love Web of Shadows for the gameplay, the story, literally, Spider-Man never unmasks in that game. You get zero Peter Parker in that game. It's Spider-Man 24/7. And that is amazing and super fun, but it shows how the more personal moments you get with Spider-Man outside the suit are just as impactful as them in the suit. That's my 2 cents anyways. How's 1A2? I'm trying to play as J. Jonah, not gonna lie. Yeah, give me that J. Jonah Jameson. Where is Give me my picture of Spider-Man gameplay. Yes, that'll be a QTE for the final boss fight in Marvel Spider-Man 3. Just wait and see. That'll be amazing. Thank you, Haley. Alright, let's see. Now we got the side mission, Bebop. Cowboy Bebop. See. Yeah, I don't know. People just, they think that they can make a Spider-Man game better than Insomniac have, and it's like, I can't imagine what more do you want from these games? I do not understand. Obviously, I personally would have done, I would have done a couple things differently for the narrative, just because I love Venom so much as a character, and I would love to have seen a lot of things done slightly different, but also, a lot of people are downplaying all the incredible stuff that we've seen from these games since their very beginning, and I just cannot understand those criticisms. Like, if you have genuine criticisms, that's amazing. In fact, I welcome those criticisms because that means that we could get a better game from Insomniac down the line. But if people just say, "Oh, it flat out sucks," game bad, Insomniac bad, it's like I just ignore those people completely. They have zero value in my eyes when they just have zero anything of value to provide when those criticisms start hitting the table. Let me see. Let me wear what costume? You know, I haven't worn this suit a lot. I'll wear the 10th anniversary suit. But anyways, it just goes to show how, like, we've been spoiled so much recently from these games. And it's like, man, I'm going to be sad when, like, the finale of the Insomniac Spider-Man franchise hits. Because it's like, man, what now? What could possibly top these in the future? I don't even want to think about when that time comes. Who knows where I'll be in, like, 5 years down the line. That's a good question. Landon1195 asks, are you excited for James Gunn's Superman? So, I saw the suit reveal, and I know a lot of people are heated about it, because it has, like, that quote-unquote MCU vibe to it, where it has a lot of lines and layers in the costume. And maybe it's just because I'm not a stan of Zack Snyder, but I love Man of Steel so goddamn much. And the suit in Man of Steel is legitimate perfection. I love how that costume looks, because it's form-fitting for Henry Cavill, and the skin-tight, like, almost, it's not even like body armor, it's just like a skin suit that emphasizes Henry's musculature, and that makes him look even more Supermanish than how he already did in general. So the suit that David Cornsweet is his name, right? The new Superman, who is wearing in that picture, it's odd because he's sitting in a weird angle that makes it look like he doesn't fit the suit. So I need to see, like, an actual shot of it, like in a movie trailer, or like a screenshot where he's not sitting down, like where he's standing up. But I'm not going to judge the movie simply based on a suit. What I will judge it on, which not a lot of people seem to be focusing on for some reason, is that, so this movie was originally called Superman Legacy, right? And this is supposed to be the new reboot entry of the DCEU, because they're starting from scratch again, because the DCU flopped so badly with these other films. So they're like, you know what, we'll start from the beginning again with Superman, which is what they already tried to do with Man of Steel, but they're going to do it again with this new Superman movie. But from what I know, and it doesn't sound like it's going to change, is that this Superman movie isn't a Superman movie. It's a Superman movie with Hawkgirl, with, who else is in it? Like, I feel like every other DC hero under the sun is in this movie. Is a Green Lantern in this movie? Is Wonder Woman in this? I don't know. Like, who is in this film? Because it doesn't sound like it's a Superman film. You know what I mean? That's why I thought Superman Legacy wasn't an entirely bad title, because it's like, yeah, it's the legacy of Superman with, you know, the legacy of these DC characters and everything. But now it's like Superman with, you know, Green Lantern, with, who is it? You know, like all these other, I'm trying to look right now on Google really quickly. Yeah, Metamorpho, Supergirl, Mr. Terrific, that's who it was. Mr. Terrific, Maxwell Lord apparently is in this. Like, I don't know. What's his name? Kyle Rayner? Is he in the movie as a Green Lantern or something?
This looks like it could be something from a prehistoric heist truck.
So that is a bigger flaw for me than any type of dumb costume criticism, is the story. If the story's just being made for, you know, like, oh, you gotta shove in all these DC heroes for this one film, then it's not gonna have enough of Superman to focus on, because they're gonna be trying to build up the wider DC universe that James Gunn's trying to make. So if they shove in all these other DC heroes without any time to shine, for, you know, the Superman stuff, then it's like, why am I even bothering? Why do I care? Like, I don't know. I just find that incredibly odd and a weird choice from them to do. If that is the direction they're going with.
Hey Ma, you were right.
Hey, our boy, Stealth Gamer's in the chat. Everyone go follow Stealth Gamer. He's the best. What are your thoughts on Deadpool and Wolverine? I think we mentioned this in another stream, and even Franco, if you want to join in a party, if you want to form one and invite me, I can join in if you're available. So DC with Superman Legacy, they really have to convince me that this is going to be a good Superman movie first and foremost, rather than just, oh, here's all this other DC heroes being forced into this movie just to, build the wider universe of where we're taking the narrative or whatever. Whereas in Deadpool and Wolverine, it's doing all the stuff that they set up with. Oh, you're at work, Stealth Gamer. That's okay. They're doing all this stuff that they set up with Deadpool and his films, and also Loki with the TVA and all that. And that seemingly is going to have a big part in the narrative of the film. But as I mentioned in the last live stream, I think, is that this Wolverine, like Hugh Jackman returning as Wolverine, is great, but it's not the Wolverine from Logan. It's just a Wolverine. It's just a random variant of Wolverine. So I don't know if that's going to work for me or not, because we don't care about this Wolverine. We care about Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, but we don't know anything about this newer Wolverine that is going to be featured in this movie. So I don't know if, the reason why people are so excited about No Way Home is because they care about those Spider-Man. We care about Tobey's version of Spider-Man and Andrew's version of Spider-Man, because they already have established narratives and stories that they've been through. Which is why it was so cool seeing them team up with Tom Holland's Spider-Man in No Way Home, because they all had their own time to shine and their own stories being at the face of these the movies. For Deadpool and Wolverine, it's just, again, what I'm aware of, it's just a random Wolverine in the movie that now is teaming up with Deadpool in this the film. So it could be well done if they somehow tie it into the original Wolverine films or something. I don't know what they're going to do. But if they just, shove him in for, fan service, and then, oh, here's some other random, X-Men tease stuff or whatever for the Marvel MCU or the Fox universe or whatever they're going to do, trying to connect these films together, it's confusing. But we'll see what happens.
Charlie Parker saxophone.
Oh, Miles, head over to C.J. Walker Park.
Okay, why?
This mission is... This goes back to what we were talking about with the whole Harry mission stuff. This mission's interesting because you're learning about, Miles' personal stuff with how he's still kind of learning about what he's passionate about and, trying to finish his college essay and going into college with music technology and all that. So this has a heavy relevance to that. But, again, the main focus should be on Venom and Harry becoming Venom with the symbiote and his relationship with Peter and Miles and all this stuff. So I feel like instead of doing this as an extensive side mission, I feel like instead we could have gotten a mission with Miles interacting with Harry at the EMF or talking with Harry while Peter's doing stuff in the black suit, Or, ideally you could have all this if the game was longer. That'd be obviously the perfect thing, is if the game was 5 to 6 hours longer, then you could do more stuff. But that would mean the game would take longer for it to make and blah, blah, blah. But if we're doing the same length as the first game, and you got Miles and Peter at the forefront of both these games, then again, I think having Miles and Harry interact more with one another would have been benefited greatly for the end goal of, getting Harry to turn to Venom and him going against both the Spider-Men, and also having both the Spider-Men be an adversary for Venom to go against, rather than him just going up against Peter as his main threat, but now obviously, if both of the Spider-Men were involved in his background, and how he manifested as Venom would have been really cool to see. But I get what they were going for, and I respect it. I just would have done a couple things differently here and there for how they incorporated Miles with the Venom stuff.
Thanks, Steph. And say hi to Gloria for me.
Oh, you gotta go to work, Franco. No worries. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Means a lot. And everyone go follow and subscribe to Stealth Gamer, because he makes amazing videos, obviously.
How you been?
Good.
Let's see. Landon, another question from the MCU. Thoughts on, or just a question in general, because you asked about Superman last time, but thoughts on the MCU Fantastic Four cast?
Well, just keep twisting.
Okay.
They're looking good.
Thanks.
I am excited for 2 of the 4. The main one that everyone's excited for, which I myself am pumped for, is the guy from The Bear who's being the Thing. He played Micro in the Punisher Netflix show, which I don't care what anyone says, and this might be a hot take. I know this is a hot take, and I love all the Daredevil seasons. Trust me, I love season... Man, a lot of people don't seem to like season 2 as much, but there was that amazing scene between Daredevil and the Punisher in the graveyard, and the Elektra stuff I actually really liked, because it almost felt like I was watching Peter Parker and Black Cat, but it was Matt Murdock and Elektra. Like, their relationship was so good in that show. And the Punisher was amazing, but my point is, I think I like the Punisher Season 1 is my favorite Marvel Netflix show. And then it goes all the Daredevil season. I like Punisher Season 2. I don't think I like how they executed stuff with Jigsaw.
Thanks, everyone.
Because they'd set him up so well in the first season at the very end with Billy Russo doing, like, him being a friend of Frank's, and then they just totally do that insane ending on the carousel, which was amazing. But I don't think I like how they executed Jigsaw in Season 2. Season 1, though, of Punisher was phenomenal. That was insane of how they did that in that show. But again, I love the Punisher Season 1, then probably all the Daredevil seasons equally. I don't know if I have a favorite. Maybe Season 1, because that was the start of all the amazing Daredevil stuff. I really like Season 3 and Season 2 equally. And also, a lot of people sleep on it, is Jessica Jones Season 1 was amazing. I don't think I saw Season 2 or Season 3, but Jessica Jones Season 1 was astounding. So, all of this to say, the guy who played Micro is playing the Thing, Ben Grimm, in the Fantastic Four. That's the most perfect casting out of all of them. Joseph Quinn, who played Eddie in Stranger Things, is Human Torch. I can see that. I don't know how I feel about that so far. But I could definitely see him being a good Human Torch, and also seeing how he could possibly interact with, like, Tom Holland's Spider-Man later on down the line could be cool. I could see him being, like, some type of annoying big brother type of thing to Tom Holland's Peter. I think, what's her name? Vanessa Kirby as the Invisible Woman, as Sue Storm. I like her. I think she was in, like, the Mission Impossible movies, right? So I don't really know her as much from other stuff, but I think she's a good actress, so I think she could pull off Sue Storm pretty well. But the one I don't like at all, is Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic. I like Pedro Pascal. Trust me. I think he's great. I think he actually did a really good job as Joel in the Last of Us series, but I just don't see him as Reed Richards. I just don't think that I buy that casting. And if anything, you'll just feel like, I'm just seeing Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic. I don't think I'm seeing Reed Richards. If anything, I think it's Ian Grufford, who played, Reed Richards in the, original Fantastic Four movies. He is the perfect Reed Richards. Like, he is so good in that role, dude. Like, he is the definitive Reed Richards for me. I don't know if anyone can beat him, but I'm hoping that Pedro will do something interesting with the character. I just don't know if I'll be able to see anyone other than Pedro Pascal as, like, just Pedro Pascal. Yeah. Corey Bell also is great as the Mandalorian. Yes, he is really good as the Mandalorian. But I don't know. I need to see more of how he'll handle that role. But we'll see. I think it'll be good. But I just need to see more of the cast. But I'm looking the most forward to The Thing. The Thing, without a doubt, is going to be the best actor. I've seen, by the way, for those of you who have not seen The Bear, go watch it right now. It's like one of the best shows I've ever seen. And he's amazing at Richie. Like, I forget the act, something, Boss Croc or whatever? Boss Croc, something like that. Boss Croc, something like that. But he's playing, The Thing, and I think he's going to do an amazing job. Georgie Mamalashivi, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, buddy, but Georgie, thoughts on Galactus casting in the movie? Yes, which, by the way, for all you gamer heads out there like me, I've played Final Fantasy 16, and it's amazing, and Sid from Final Fantasy 16 is playing Galactus, the voice of him. Ralph Ineson is, like, he has a super deep and iconic voice, and he is a perfect choice for Galactus. So I think that's really going to be cool to see. But yeah, like, same thing, they're doing all these crazy castings for Fantastic Four. I think it could be good, but I just really need to see it play out properly. That's my main issue, is that, like, they're casting all these characters and these people, but I really just hope that it can stick the landing pretty much. I think it will, but what was the last MCU movie I saw? I saw The Marvels. I didn't like it too much. Like, I wasn't blown away by it. I thought it was fine. But again, it's like, I forget what the last MCU movie I saw that really made me feel like, wow, Marvel's killing it with these movies. All the recent ones have just been very lackluster and subpar. Like, I thought Wakanda Forever was fine. Thor Love and Thunder was terrible. And The Marvels was fine. Like, none of them have been like, man, which is why Marvel has been kind of going, you know, a bit less with the movies recently, because they want to get back to formula and do quality over quantity, which I appreciate. That's right, Lexi, Guardians 3, that's right, that's the other one. Guardians 3 was good. Again, I wasn't like, man, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was the best Marvel movie I've ever seen. No, like, I thought it was fine, but even then, like, as I've said numerous times, like, that Guardians of the Galaxy game is the best Guardians of the Galaxy I've ever seen in any form of media. Just like Spider-Man PS4. Like, that Guardians of the Galaxy game has the best story in, like, any Marvel game, in any Marvel media I've ever seen, really. It's that good. And I didn't think the movie was going to beat it, and it did not beat it, but, man, the movie was still pretty good. With Rocket on Half-World, was it? Like, with Lila the Otter and the animals. That was pretty messed up, like, with all what happened there. But that Bradley Cooper, by the way, did an amazing job. Like, and then yeah, how it ended with Rocket and the new Guardians, and then some of the Guardians going their separate ways. Like, pretty good. But I don't know. Like, that game just set too high a bar for me. Oh, Ghosty, my boy Ghosty's in the chat. Ghosty, if you want to join in a party, form party, and invite me, I can do that. That'd be great.
No one here yet. I'll just hang for a bit until the party starts.
You were supposed to pay us on our last delivery.
See, again, like,
When I get everything. Where is it?
Where is what?
these missions for Miles,
Lewis said.
I don't know how I feel about them, because it's like,
You don't got no saxophone.
You set this meeting up.
I get it that you're wanting to focus more on Miles' personal stuff, while
Saxophone.
Peter focuses on more on the, out there stuff with the symbiote, and like, he's taking on the bigger stuff while Miles is more short term, but or smaller scale. But I just wish they focused on a bigger essence on the Venom stuff with Miles, rather than focusing on all this. But I still like it. So that's actually a question. How's 182? That's what I forgot to mention earlier. Is obviously we're expecting a PlayStation Showcase. We don't know what's going to be at the PlayStation Showcase, though, just to remind all of you, is that it could be anything, and we don't even know if Spider-Man 2 is going to be there with DLC or not. Or even Wolverine. Like, we don't even have any official word from Insomniac that there will be DLC. We just know that they're more than likely working on Marvel's Spider-Man 3 and Marvel's Wolverine. But if there is DLC, like what Hal's mentioned, is that, yeah, like, how are they going to do DLC? What would you guys in the chat, what would you want DLC for Marvel's Spider-Man 2 to be? Like, ideally. For me, I think the thing that I like about Spider-Man 1 with its DLC is that it was pretty much one big epilogue to the story. So it had like it took place like a couple months after the whole Doc Ock incident and everything, and it added more depth to other characters within Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery, like Black Cat, Hammerhead. You got more of Silver Sable, and a lot of cool stuff, which I really, especially like for me, my favorite one of those was the heist, because the whole Spider-Man, like I could replay the heist. Never, like I will never stop replaying the heist because of the relationship and the dynamics that you get between Peter and Felicia, with the narrative between them both in that DLC, and how it goes with the chemistry between Eric Limbeck and Yuri Lowenthal as Felicia and Peter was fantastic. Sadly, of course, you got the screwball stuff, but at least it added new depth with some of the challenges that you got. Although I don't know why it was Screwball. It should have obviously been Taskmaster that came back instead of Screwball. But the core stories with, again, those characters with, Black Cat, Hammerhead, and Silver Sable was all really, really good. With this, I don't know if we will get a like, what's it called? Like the chapters, the DLC chapters for Spider-Man 2, because it's been a while. Because the reason why the chapters work so well for the first game is because it was right after the game came out. It was because Spider-Man 1 came out in September 2018, and then each month after that, October, November, and December, there was a brand new DLC chapter for Spider-Man PS4, which was really good. But for Spider-Man 2, it's already been over, yes, I know, the meme, here it comes, 6 months plus, I think, after Spider-Man 2 first release. So it came out in October. So October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Wait, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. It's been 7 months almost since Marvel Spider-Man 2 came out. That's crazy. So
Let's go, sir.
I don't think that they'll have the luxury of doing chapters of DLC because it's been too long. If anything, I know how many months, I know, but I think what I'm hoping for, and what we've kind of talked about in previous streams, is I think it'd be great if we saw an expansion, like Horizon Burning Shores, or even Ghost of Tsushima, the Iki Island expansion. So you got a whole, and for both those, you got a whole new area of the map to explore. You got new story missions, new side content, new collectibles, new costumes, new story, obviously. All that came into the expansion of those games with those DLC inclusions, right? So for Spider-Man 2, if we get a DLC of any kind, I would hope it's in the form of, one giant expansion to really give us something new and innovative for what we could see for Spider-Man content. And if anything, again, I hope it relates more to the Venom stuff. I don't want to just be some random character being introduced, like, oh, go and fight, Tombstone again, go and fight the Spot, go and fight Hypno Hustler or whatever. I want them to be like, have it be relevant to the wider story that Insomniac is telling. Because a cool thing about, the City That Never Sleeps DLC is that not only did it relate to the relationships that Peter has with some of his other villains like Black Cat and Hammerhead and Silver Sable, but it also added more depth with Miles, because he had all those phone calls with Miles, which led to him training him at the very end of the Silver Lining DLC, and it also added to Yuri's story becoming the Wraith. It added more to Peter kind of post the death of Aunt May and all that, so it did a lot of good stuff to set up this game, to set up Marvel Spider-Man 2. So if anything, if we got Marvel Spider-Man 2 DLC, I think it'd be cool if we got DLC that set up either Marvel Spider-Man 3 or other potential games that Insomniac could be making down the line, or, just have a lot more interesting stuff that they could do with the world of, even like here, like Carnage, Cletus Cassidy. Like, if we got a Cletus Cassidy Carnage DLC expansion, I think that'd be really cool because it would allow for a big unresolved plot point in the main game to be resolved fully in a full-on DLC. And of course, that also could in turn set up, hopefully, the return of Venom, where, you know, if the symbiote's still around because Carnage exists, what if Venom comes back and he has to fight Carnage or something? I think that'd be super cool. And I still, to this day, and as I've said several times, and I will not back down from this, I do not want Eddie Brock to be Venom if Venom returns. I still want it to be Harry, because Insomniac already spent this entire game building up Harry's character, and he also has a deeper connection with Norman, and how that's relating to the bigger story of you know, him possibly becoming Green Goblin, because he's still mad at Spider-Man for what he did to Harry, for putting him in a coma pretty much, even though he tried to save him, and all that wider stuff. So, by the way, fun fact here, you get an old school S.H.I.E.L.D. reference here with the logo and these outfits, but you see there in the description, Gabriel Jones was an accomplished jazz trumpeter in the 1930s Harlem who studied with Danny Drummer Bellman. So, fun fact, Gabriel Jones is the main soldier that we see in Marvel 1943, who is actually going to be a playable character in that game. So it's cool that we actually get a reference of him in this game. Little fun fact there. I'm looking forward to seeing what Skydance will do with that character, but hopefully it's good. Come on, bust a move, Miles. Oh, there you go. Nice. He's breaking it down. He's got the moves. He's got the moves.
I should finish looking around before I go talk to Ma and head out.
There you go.
Thank you all.
Oh, Ghosty, you sent me an invitation. Sorry about that. Thank you. I'll definitely join.
Angela told me the museum has a record number of new memberships.
Seriously?
They're gonna be okay.
How's 182? £5 donation. Thank you so much. All 3 DLCs should take place 6 months. Yes, 6 months in the Man-Spider arc with 6 arms, featuring Morbius and the Punisher, where end of Chapter 3, we get Morbius for Spider-Man 3. That'd be very cool. But if you know, which I'm sure you do, Howls, but even in the in this game, the universe, Morgan Michaels is a alias for Michael Morbius, and he is in the first game, and I'm assuming that is Morbius in this universe. So that could be cool if he's brought back somehow for Spider-Man 3, or yeah, like the living vampire could be roaming the streets of New York, or there's rumors of a vampire or people turning into vampires. That'd be cool to get some, yeah, like deeper references to what's going on there. So Ghosty, you invite me to a party. Thank you. I will join that right now. There he is. Yeah, I mean, that'd be interesting. I think a Morbius DLC could be really cool. I think they could add in some narrative depth for his character that maybe they slightly, you know, overlooked in, some of the aspects of the first game, but and resolve it further in the second game, or the third game. That could be cool. I think, again, my main thing, like my ideal vision is Carnage. I think Carnage as a DLC expansion would be the best thing to do, because that's the main thing people want to see is, well, where's that going next, you know, with the storyline with the symbiotes? Because, as we mentioned, the symbiote story isn't over in this game. Like, Peter still has...
No, it's not.
Peter still has the anti-Venom symbiote. That's one thing. The other thing is that there's still symbiotes roaming around the city. Even though Peter supposedly destroyed the meteorite and blew up that whole, you know, source of it, there's still enemies roaming around the city with symbiotes. And I don't know, again, if that's just like a gameplay thing. Like the same thing with the anti-Venom suit. Like, even though Peter is wearing the anti-Venom suit as a suit at the very end of that Venom fight, it's not implied whether or not that's like just like a cosmetic at that point, or if it's actually like that Peter still has the anti-Venom suit at the very end of the game. So I hope they clarify that if they do introduce it again in some DLC. And also, if they do DLC, then hopefully they include Peter, because Peter is supposedly on break right now. But maybe he's like, you know what? I took a break. I'm done. And then Carnage comes back. I can't imagine Miles fighting Carnage because they spent that entire mission with Wraith and Peter teaming up together to take on Cletus and hunt him down. And even Peter said, like, you know, hey, let me know when you find that Flame guy again. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to go through all our old records and files about what we know about this guy. And track him down, and then, yeah, let me know. I'll be ready. So since Peter will be ready, it doesn't make sense for, like, you know what, Miles? Take it from here. I'm going to just take a break and focus on the EMF that I have in my garage. Like, yeah, I don't think that would really be... It wouldn't pay off. It wouldn't be a good payoff to have, you know, Peter be the one to deal with the fallout of Carnage. Or Miles be the one to deal with the fallout of Carnage rather than Peter. I think Peter is more invested in the Carnage stuff than Miles is. But what you could do is, if you do get a DLC, then this is where you could introduce Silk. Because I don't think Silk is big enough of a character. In fact, it's actually proven because recently they just confirmed that they canceled the Silk show, I think, that they were working on over at Sony or something.
Yeah, they canceled it.
So I don't know if that's just because, you know, whatever, like corporate mandates or whatever, or Silk doesn't sell as a character because people don't know as much about Silk as they do about Peter, even though they did just greenlight a Spider-Man Noir series with Nick Cage, which is nuts. So that's one thing. But I think, like, if they do Silk, I can't imagine seeing Silk getting her own standalone spin-off game. I think, if anything, she could potentially appear in a DLC, which would be ideal to grow the universe and have her be introduced and maybe learn underneath Miles would be cool to see. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
Now hold on, we know what mission's coming up. I got to change my suits to be more. What do I? You know what? I'm already in the. You know what? I'll keep the black suit, but I'll do the red logo instead, just to keep it on the same level of what we. Because, you know, we're going to that mission now, boys and girls. We're going to the mission.
yeah, this mission. This mission. Oof, really good mission.
What's up, Harry? Yeah, the peak mission. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like, if they do a DLC expansion, then yeah, hopefully they include Carnage, Silk, maybe, like introducing, like, for the first ever time we see Cindy Moon as Silk, or just more of Cindy Moon in the DLC. Maybe you don't even have to be showing her as Silk, because maybe they want to expand upon that in Spider-Man 3. But I feel like if they want to do Spider-Man 3 with Peter, Miles, and Cindy, then you would want to establish her beforehand as her own Spider-Person, just like what they did with Miles in his own game. But I don't think, like, Miles is popular enough to get his own game. I don't think Silk is. So that's my whole kind of issue with that. So I'm wondering how they could handle stuff like that with the characters. Which is why I think it's way more important to, again, focus on Carnage being the forefront, and maybe some other villains could pop up. Like, Chameleon is the other one. Chameleon's still out there running around, so maybe introduce him at some point.
Maybe have someone returning, like Rhino or someone.
Right.
Because we never saw Rhino anywhere in Spider-Man 2, like outside of like a few mentions and references.
Yeah. Well, there was also that leak of or whatever, like, glitch I think someone found, that if you go into, like, the photo mode of this mission, I think it was, or something, you find, like, mounted heads of all of Spider-Man's villains that Kraven's killed so far with, okay, so there's Vulture confirmed dead, Scorpion confirmed dead, Electro confirmed dead, Shocker confirmed dead, so that's 4. Then the 5th one is supposedly Rhino.
Yeah,
but we don't see Rhino in this main game. We can only see him in, like, you know, hidden files and everything. So we don't know if that one's officially confirmed or not. But the main 4 that are confirmed is, again, Scorpion dead, Vulture dead, Shocker dead, and Electro dead. So 4 of certain Sinister Six members. Shocker wasn't part of the Sinister Six, but at least 3 of the Sinister Six are gone. Electro, Scorpion, and Vulture are gone.
Yeah, because the other two were Mr. Negative and Doc Ock in the first game.
Right.
Yeah. And well, obviously, like, Mr. Negative, we see him in this game as also a really great character in this game, and also he's the main reason why Anti-Venom even exists in the first place.
Right.
Yeah. And Doc Ock...
Are you serious?
Octavia,
This guy just killed me after I tried to hop over this railing.
oh my god.
This mission. I like this mission, but it's like this is the mission right before you get the black suit, so you would think that maybe you could do a couple of other things, but sometimes it's like I do just kind of want to rush through this just to get the black suit part, but yeah.
You know, yeah. And well, Otto Octavius, we don't see him until the very end, like in the post-credit scene with him and Norman Osborn, which are obviously like, yeah, like these two are gonna be the main villain in Spider-Man 3, like Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. And
right.
So, which, by the way, who do you think Miles Morales is gonna be like the main character in Spider-Man 3, or is it only gonna be for like the first half of the game or something?
Well, what's weird is that they said that in, like, an interview or something, where, like, yeah, Peter's still gonna be Spider-Man, but Miles is now at the front and center of it because Peter is on break. But it's just that Peter is on break for now, but this is the series started with Peter. So I don't understand how they would shift focus to doing all this great stuff with Peter just to have Miles be at the center, especially if, which I hope they don't, but they might, is if they kill Peter in the third game. That's going to be really divisive for people if they do that, but they have to do it in a way that is respectful to him and also impactful for the fans who grew with this Peter throughout all these games.
I need to find Connors.
No, yeah. And like, or like, I don't know, like, I either have him, like, actually retire from the role of Spider-Man or something.
If at the very least he retires and is alive, I'll take that over them killing him. But what I'm hoping is that Peter might go out in a blaze of glory if he has to fight Green Goblin and sacrifice himself in order to save MJ and Miles or whatever. That'd be insane. But I think they've done such a phenomenal job of building this version of Peter Parker to be one of the best versions of Peter in any form of media. Like, anytime people see the White Spider advanced suit, they immediately know that's Insomniac Spider-Man, that's the PlayStation Spider-Man, and they love him. So it's like, to do all this, to make all these great stories and games just to kill him, it'd be like, I don't know. I feel like it'd be a waste. Whereas at least in the Arkham game, like Arkham Knight, Batman didn't die, quote-unquote. He died in the public eye, but he's still alive as Bruce Wayne, fighting in the shadows as, the Nightmare Batman with the Scarecrow gas. But then we're not gonna bring up Suicide Squad. Yeah, we're not gonna bring up what they did with Suicide Squad. We're talking about the good ending where Bruce Wayne is still alive, being a Nightmare Batman in Arkham Knight. We're talking about that. But the same with Peter. If they just kill Peter and do that with him as Spider-Man to just give it to Miles and make him be at the forefront. I don't know. I like Miles a lot in this game, but I like Peter more, and I don't want them to get rid of him that quickly. And yeah, Shocker dead, confirmed. That broke my heart when I first saw that. Like, no, Shocker, why? No black suit Shocker dialogue.
Nah, bro. It's like, how would you have felt if they actually if Black Cat did appear in this game and they just say, oh, she's dead too? It's like, how would you feel about it?
That would be awful. Like, I wish, I get what, at least we saw Scorpion die on screen. I get why they didn't want to show the other villains because it'd be hard to show that for each thing. What would have been cool, maybe, is if Kraven was trying to go after all the other villains throughout the game. Like, first off, he killed Scorpion, and then, okay, next I'm going to go after Shocker. Now I'm going to go after Electro. Now I'm going to go after Black Cat. Just so, the Miles mission. The Miles mission where he goes and saves Black Cat from the Hunters, that was cool, because you actually save one of Spider-Man's quote-unquote adversaries or, rogues, even though they are on good terms, from Kraven. What if they did that for all the villains? So, even though, you tried to save Shocker, he still ended up dying. But you were at least there to see that happen. I think that'd be cool, because that way it shows, like, Peter's really trying, but they still haven't been able to do anything. So he needs something else to really step up his game, and that's where the black suit could come in. But I don't know. There's a lot going on, and I get what they went for to show, you know, the outside, like, the repercussions of that, because Kraven already got to these villains, so Peter wasn't strong enough or fast enough to save them. So they're dealing with that. The repercussions of all that. But yeah, so I don't mind not seeing Electro dying, Shocker dying, even though it sucks that they're gone. But you know, it now paves the way for other characters like Carnage and more Venom, hopefully, and Green Goblin, and you know, possibly other villains. Like Brian Antar said in an interview, like there is no shortage of Spider-Man villains that we can go through. Because they have so many, you know, avenues to go to and look at for Spider-Man's villains. And even though they killed some of them, and they even killed Kraven, that doesn't mean, like, oh, we have no one else. Like, are you kidding me? There's so many other characters.
Nah, yeah, like, we have, like, freaking, like, 5 billion Spider-Man villains to use.
And again, that's the whole thing. Another take. It's a fresh, new portrayal of these characters. And it's like, even though, like, we've seen Scorpion and Vulture and Electro and so many other Spider-Man games, this is the first one where they actually die. So that's a pretty big change for them to do, and that's pretty, you know, dark. And even Peter, you know, brings that up during the Kraven boss fight, where he's like, you took the lives of so many people, because, you know, he didn't want them to die like that by the hands of Kraven. Peter wanted to kill them deep down in his heart and soul, because that's what the symbiote shows, but he never really wanted to do that, because at the end of the day, he's still, you know, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
No, yeah, it's like...
Shoot. Oh. I thought I could just one-shot these guys, but I'll probably just avoid them.
No, yeah, and it's like, and even then it's like, what could Peter do to stop these villains from being killed by Kraven? Like, what he could have done?
I guess because we first saw, you know, with Sandman, and then he discovers their hideout with Scorpion, so we see Scorpion die. But apparently that's just one of many other people that Kraven has killed before up to that point. So
yeah,
it'd be cool if, like, that was the first one we saw Kraven kill, and then he goes after Black Cat, and then he goes after the other villains with Shocker and Electro and Vulture, and then we try and stop them, but it's too late. So that could have been cool, but again, I get why they did it, because they're trying to make Kraven look like this ultimate hunter threat, which he is. And then you get that with the Venom fight at the end of the Act 2.
Yeah, which that's why we're really hoping that they announce like a director's cut or something for Marvel's Spider-Man 2.
I would love to see a director's cut.
Well, like
well,
imagine
also,
like this.
We know, I think that. Are you kidding me? Don't you dare! That we could see a Game of the Year edition for the game come out later this year, because the games at that point would be out for a year. If they do any DLC, then it would hopefully release by the end of this year, and it would also include extra content like the costumes and all that stuff, you know, that comes usually packaged with Game of the Year editions. So if we get a Game of the Year edition, I hope, maybe they could do like extra DLC, like narrative stuff with like a director's cut, extra story missions, or a mission that maybe didn't make the cut but could have seen. Like, what I like, actually, I haven't played it because I think the game's story is so bad, but what I like about The Last of Us 2 Remastered is that they included this thing called Lost Levels, where it's not like extra levels that they incorporate in the game, but it's like developer commentary, behind the scenes looks of like, this is a mission we had in store but didn't make the final cut of the game. This is a plot point for Ellie and Joel that we thought of but didn't make the final cut. I think that'd be pretty cool to see them do something like that for Spider-Man.
Yeah, like, I actually would have loved to see, like, if they were to do something like that. Oh, like, this is like a mission that we originally intend to have, but didn't make it into the final cut or something.
Right.
Yeah. And so, but yeah, it's like, especially like, if anything involves Venom, I would have loved to see like what they originally intended for Venom in the game, if we were to see something like that. But but yeah.
I'm
like,
just a
I think
fan
that
of
there
like any type of behind-the-scenes stuff. Like that's why I'm interested. Like why we haven't seen a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff for Marvel Spider-Man 2. Like there were a lot of behind-the-scenes videos for Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales, but Spider-Man 2 we haven't gotten like a Tony Todd interview, which I'm still hoping I can do personally. We haven't gotten a you know. Like Yuri Lowenthal, Miles, exactly like Yuri Lowenthal talking about Black Suit Spider-Man in, like a pre-recorded behind-the-scenes Sony edited interview. Like we've gotten the Comic-Con interviews, and I interviewed Brian Intar and all that, and we've gotten some IGN stuff, I think, but not like like actual behind-the-scenes stuff for
like Game Informer.
Yeah, exactly, like a Game Informer-esque interview.
Yeah. I thought that was really weird that there was no like behind the scenes video from the game or something.
I hope we get more of that soon, and yeah, I would love to see stuff like that be at the forefront.
Yeah, which actually I wanted to ask you, Evan, like would you consider yourself like a trophy hunter, like someone that actually gets the platinum trophies for games?
I'm absolutely a trophy hunter. I love to go after trophies. I'm still... It hurts because I love Hi-Fi Rush so much, and it sucks what happened at that studio. But I'm screwed because I can't. One of the trophies you need to get the platinum is to 100% the like achievement board in the hideout in Hi-Fi Rush, and to do that, one of the things you need to get is defeat all bosses by not taking damage, and I can't do it. It's so hard. I don't know why, but that's the only thing left I need to do to get the platinum trophy, and I haven't gotten it yet. But yeah, I've got, I'm sure we all have gotten the platinum trophy for all the Insomniac Spider-Man games because they're so easy to get. But also, yeah, like if I love a game, I will platinum it, and I platinumed, I think, Ghost of Tsushima, Persona 5 Royal. I platinumed that game twice. I platinumed it on the PS4 and PS5 because save data doesn't transfer over from consoles for that game. So I've done that. It's amazing. A lot of the Assassin's Creeds I platinumed. Definitely platinumed the Batman Arkham games. I remember. I think my first ever platinum actually was Batman Arkham Asylum. I remember because I had to do a lot of the challenge. Yeah, I think I had to do a lot of the challenge map stuff, and that was kind of hard. But I remember I did it, and I was like, I had to like defeat like a challenge map with like 3 stars, and I remember it was really hard to do at the time for me. And I remember I did it after like so many trial and error stuff, but I did. I'm like, did I just win? And then I got the platinum trophy. I'm like, let's go! So that was a while ago. That was all the way back in 2009 when I had my PS3. I still do have my PS3, but back when I played it a lot more often than I do now.
No, yeah, like what would you consider to be like the hardest platinum the hardest platinum trophy you ever
gotten? Are these guys stuck? Okay, these hunters are stuck. Nice. Well, still got them. Well, okay. Yep, awesome. Those hunters are stuck, but it's okay. Sorry, Ghosty, what'd you say?
Out of all the platinum trophy that you got, which one would you consider to be like the hardest one that you ever got?
That's a good question. Man, it probably... it might be Hi-Fi Rush right now, because I can't defeat bosses without taking damage. It's really hard, but the one that I've already have gotten is what you mean, and doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man. It might be one of the Assassin's Creeds? I remember it took me a while to platinum Assassin's Creed 3 for some reason.
Ooh.
Or, no. Maybe Mass Effect 2, I think?
Oh, really? Mass Effect 2?
Yeah, because on the Legendary Edition, which is on the, the PS4, I think there's platinum trophies for each Mass Effect game. So each individual Mass Effect game has trophies that you can acquire.
No, yeah.
So it might be Mass Effect 2. Another one might be... The Arkham games are pretty easy for me to have platinumed, I think. Not easy, but like I remember I platinumed all those, I think. But Arkham Asylum was hard when I first played it, in 2009.
Nah, for me it was like Arkham City. That trophy took me a while to get. like it was Arkham City for me. I think another one that also took me a while to get was probably like God of War 2018, because I know that to get the bundle for that one you have to get all the Valkyries, which was pretty damn hard. And I think,
oh my god, yeah, that one was insane. Get all the Valkyries and defeat all those challenges. Yeah, like my god, that's too much.
And I think I remember you did actually like a stream where you're trying to get like the Valkyrie Queen in God of War 2018, but you ended up like dying over and over and over again to the point where you're like, yeah, I'm gonna have to do this off stream because it was just so damn hard.
Too much, yeah. Like, how do I even defeat any of this?
Yeah, no, but like, no, that one was hard. I don't know how hard the God of War Ragnarok trophy is, because I haven't played the game yet, but like, I'm assuming it's like pretty damn hard.
It's like the same difficulty level I think as the first game, so pretty much the same I feel like in terms of difficulty.
Oh no, yeah. And like, well, the Spider-Man games are usually like pretty easy to platinum, like the Insomniac Spider-Man games.
Yeah.
But I remember, I think like you actually even got the platinum trophies for like the older Spider-Man games, like
Shattered
Dimensions.
Yeah, Shattered Dimensions and Edge of Time had platinum trophies too. I think those were interesting to get. I can't remember if they were hard for me to do, but I remember I did platinum them. I sadly platinumed Edge of Time, but yeah, like Shattered Dimensions took a while. I feel like for me.
No, yeah, no. Well, actually, yeah, because I think I remember getting the game of 100%, but I don't remember if I ever. Actually, no, because I played Shattered Dimension on the Wii, and on the Wii there's obviously no trophy, so it's like, so yeah, but like, but do you also got the platinum trophy for the Amazing Spider-Man movie games?
I definitely got those.
Yeah,
those are fun to get, actually.
Yeah, even if the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is anything but a good game. But like, yeah, but out of all the platinum trophies, which one would you consider to be like your most proudest platinum trophy that you ever got?
Man, you know what? I remember The Last of Us being pretty hard to platinum. Because you had to find a lot, I think you had to find a lot of specific like collectibles and stuff, and kill enemies in certain ways. And same with Uncharted. I definitely platinumed all the Uncharted games, and Infamous 1 and 2 I also platinumed as well. Those are fun, but you had to do like different playthroughs each time with the good and bad paths. All right, here we go.
That's also.
Are we gonna say it together, Ghosty? It's time. And, donation, $5 donation from Comic Book Reporter. We'll get to that later, but thank you so much. Oh, Harry! Here he goes. He's about to bust!
No!
Alright, you ready? Not as venomous as they say. Here we go, baby! Oh, it's time. Leave a like and subscribe and share the stream, because we're getting to the point of no return, chat. It's time. Anyway, Comic Book Reporter, $5. Evan, which game has better combat and gliding, Spider-Man 2 or Arkham Knight? Man.
Ooh,
well, they're so
question.
different because they're tailored for such different characters. But what I find odd about Batman is that he's, at least, especially in Arkham Knight, is that he's so goddamn fast. He's like the Flash on how fast he is. He's he's faster than Spider-Man in these games. Like,
yeah, 100%.
He's really strong, and I like how they handle his combat. It's amazing. Rocksteady cooked with the free flow system.
Yeah.
But in terms of combat, in terms of like what's better, I really like how they improved the combat in Spider-Man 2. And they kind of, again, they follow that Arkham formula with, you know, they don't have heavy and light attacks, they just have attacks. So Batman, he doesn't have heavy attacks. Yeah, Spider-Man doesn't have, well, now he does. He has a parry, so he doesn't have, like, the Arkham counter, per se, but he does have a parry. And Batman does a lot of things with his cape. So he has the stun, He also has the quick fire gadgets, which Peter now has in this game. So he has the quick fire, the web shots, the ricochet web, the tripwire, the concussive blast, the upshot.
Hang on.
And also the abilities.
And his special moves. And now he has that. So the equivalent of the Batman cape stun, you know, the super fast, the fast punching, is the wall kick in this. So Peter has the wall kick, which is the equivalent of that cape stun. And I like it because it shows, you know, Peter's acrobatic nature with his, you know, flurriness of his abilities. Oh, that's so weird, taking off the black suit mask like it's an actual mask. Oh, this is so strange doing this scene in this suit.
Come on, this is nothing.
It's so great, though.
5th grade when you...
Yeah, man. I mean, I love the Arkham combat. Arkham Knight's the best version of the Arkham combat. It's just that it's almost like so unrealistically fast.
Stay awake, buddy.
But Spider-Man's still good, and I love it in Spider-Man 1 specifically because it's all about chaining your finishers, which I really like because it shows, you know, Spider-Man is so strong because he's actually super powered that he doesn't need to waste time beating up bad guys senselessly. He just does a finisher, gets in and out, and zips around quickly, and uses his gadgets to his advantage. But Peter in this, he's like, he has all the symbiote powers to amplify his rage and his pure strength.
Like,
so
bro,
they're both like when the first time we all activated symbiote surge, like holy smokes, like yeah, like, that's a top 5 gaming moment for me, baby.
When I got to this part, I was like, bro,
this part's gonna be weird because he already has a black suit mask on. What does this mean?
It's like, oh, I already got the black suit.
Yeah,
so
I already.
have another black
man,
suit.
I just got the suit on that I already had on before. Like, okay, great.
Oh my god, it doesn't even change. It's like,
yeah, like wait, what? Oh, now I look even cooler. But yeah, Comic Report, to answer your question, I think Batman's combat's really good, and Spider-Man's really good too. If I had to pick one, man, here we go.
it's really hard.
Oh! Tell him, Yuri! We out here! Guess your boss needs better aim! Yeah, come on, baby.
This feels good.
Woo! It feels good. Yeah, it does. On the DualSense 2, every punch is like Vibration City on the controller. It's crazy. Kraven has been searching for. Then I feel sorry for him. Yeah! Talk that talk, Yuri! Come on.
My god.
This is my first time, by the way, playing this mission with all the upgrades already unlocked. So this moment with all the powers available is nuts.
I feel so much of a beast than what I already was.
Yeah, Peter's him. Peter is him. Man, I don't know. Like, I love the Arkham combat. Spider-Man has, I think maybe, I guess Batman has a bit more depth to it. Because you can mix your stuns and the dodging and the countering and all that. And there's dual takedowns and triple counters and gadget finishers and all this crazy stuff. Spider-Man, he has like aerial combat, gadget combat, symbiote combat.
No, yeah.
They're both fun in their own respective ways. And I know that's a cop-out answer, but they each fit their character respectively so well.
No, yeah, like 100%. And also, it's like because both characters are very different from each other, so it's like.
Maybe some water.
So it's like, you know, one gameplay is going to be different from the other because it's like they're both different characters because of like, you know, Batman is more direct and Spider-Man is more like acrobatic.
Exactly. Which is why Wolverine's going to be so interesting because Wolverine doesn't even have stealth. At least I don't. Maybe he will have stealth, but I'm talking about more like heads-on.
We gotta figure out how to get this back on Harry.
Claws ablazing. Like, how are you going to make his claws as dynamic as Batman or Spider-Man's combat, where they have so much variety going on with their moveset?
Yeah, I'm actually very interested in what they're going to do with Wolverine, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like
what I actually really like, funny enough, is that even though it's like it's obviously a cut and paste of the Arkham combat, but the Amazing Spider-Man 1's combat, that game, it's actually pretty good. Like, it's a very obviously stripped down basic version of the Arkham combat, but I really like how a lot of his moves are based on Lucha Libre, like the fighting style Lucha Libre, which is it's all kicks, and I really like how acrobatic and fast-paced he gets the more that you fight. So the more combos that you get, the faster he'll go, which I really like how that evolution works in that game.
And actually, that was actually one of the things that I was hoping they would do in the first game in Marvel Spider-Man, where it's go for like more like an acrobatic, you know, like that type of combat. And
Yeah.
well, we did get something like that. But yeah. And also I'm just like, you know, if they already were to do like such a good job with the combat in this game, Marvel Spider-Man 2, I don't even want to know what are they going to do in Spider-Man 3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, Spider-Man 1 was just getting their footing, pretty much, like, you know, obviously learning from all the Arkham games, but also putting their own original twist on it, which is why, like, Arkham Asylum and Arkham City are so night and day from each other, because Arkham City just improved on all the formulas that Rocksteady already put out. And then Peter already had a great combat system in the first game, then Miles improved upon it in his own game with his own Venom powers and making the combat feel more, you know, acrobatic with Miles' moveset. Then Peter had the Symbiote in Marvel Spider-Man 2, so he had a lot more, you know, power and heads-on combat abilities with this. So I really like how they handled all that. But now it's like, with all that in mind, how are they going to amplify that even further with, Spider-Man 3?
I mean, obviously, I'm assuming they're gonna like expand upon the anti-Venom gameplay even more so.
Yeah.
And then maybe like do more stuff with Miles, even though it's like, what more can they do with Miles? Like, I can put like a freaking like electricity sword or something, because I think he can do that in the comics now, where he's like he can pull a sword apparently, with his electricity.
Right.
Yeah. So
Here we go.
Like...
So what I find interesting, I don't know if you noticed this, Ghosty, or everyone else in the chat. So if you just saw, I just restarted the checkpoint of this mission, because now we're going to go to the Kraven mission where we have to find his hideout and be the waiter, black suit Spider-Man thing. But now this is officially the beginning of Act 2, which is why the Act 2 background music is now playing. But for some reason, when you just do that, you know, when you get the black suit and then you do that cutscene with Harry and MJ, now you're doing this mission, it doesn't play the Act 2 music automatically. You have to restart the checkpoint, and then it loads officially into Act 2. But now it's like, this background music where you're swinging around with the black suit on in the city is the best music in the whole game. Like, besides that of the black suit main theme, this open world black suit free roam music is the best.
Wait, really? I actually did not even notice that.
Yeah, because now the black suit Act 2 music is now playing in the background. Yep, GOAT. Act 2 music is Chef's Kiss. Absolutely. Let's see. I've done these missions so many times in the Insomniac black suit. I'm going to do the... You know what? We're going classic. We're going to do the ultimate purple black suit, which is not one-to-one the ultimate purple black suit, but it's close enough, so I'm gonna wear that one.
Man, like, not but like, yeah, like the Act 2 open world music is actually like pretty damn good.
The best.
I love how different it is. Like how it sounds very different from the Act 1 open world music.
Yep. And if you guys watch any of my videos, I always love to put the Act 2 black suit music in the background as much as I can, because I love not only how good it sounds, but also thematically what it represents for Peter, what he's going through, and in the game as it stands right now. He's bonded with the symbiote. He doesn't know it's an alien, but he's starting to feel good and confident, and things are now starting to go wrong. Like, because when Peter gets the black suit, it's such an iconic moment. Like, now things are starting to go in a totally different direction. So it's like the music is implying that too. Like, it's darker, it's like ominous, it's building up to something mysterious happening, and it's like implying something like a foreboding sense. Like, man, what's gonna happen next?
Yeah, and there's actually a second version of the Act 2 open world music.
There's an Act 2 music where it's like now with the black suit as it stands right now, and then when he gets the main symbiote, eviler version of Peter.
Yeah, and I just love how, and also and also just to keep in mind is that the symbiote is not it's not the symbiote that's changing Peter. It's Peter the one changing the symbiote. That's the thing that we have to keep in mind.
Yep. There's so much evidence in the game that points to that being the outcome.
What happened?
Yeah. Because it's because a lot of people, for what I've seen on the internet, they actually believe that it's the symbiote that's doing all this stuff with Peter, when in actuality it's the opposite.
Even now, we're gonna get to it later, but even in this mission, the symbiote is doing things that it originally feels Peter would want to do in a good way, because he dresses in the waiter outfit. And that's like, oh, too bad I left my tux at the cleaners. So the symbiote likes Peter enough to give him what he wants with, camouflage with his waiter out tux. But also in the carpet, where he, drags the hunter underneath the rug to save the waiter, from getting shot with the sleep dart. But the symbiote, instead of oh, I gotta kill this guy right now, it's like, no, it's Peter, oh, the suit listened to me. Wow, I want to stop these guys. But it listened to me. It listened to what I wanted to do, which was to, stop the hunter from hurting that waiter in a non-lethal way. And it did. But we'll talk about it more when we get to that part. But, a lot of people are just, I don't know if their media literacy is non-existent or they just don't know anything about the black suit or what, but there's so much in this game to indicate that it's not that it's flat out evil. There's way more going on with the symbiote narrative that people give it credit for.
No, yeah, and also, by the way, just for anyone that wants to know more about how the symbiote works in this game, go watch Evans Falarka's amazing breaking down Insomniac's version of Venom video.
Thank you, Ghosty.
Please go watch.
Go do it. You will not be disappointed. Especially if we end up seeing more of Venom down the line, then I hope that Insomniac either A, is already planning to do what I implied in that video, or B, kind of changes trajectories and sees the possibility of where they can go next with Venom.
No, yeah, and because it would be really stupid for them to just be like, oh yeah, remember all that stuff with the symbiote and Venom? Nah, we're not doing that in Spider-Man 3. We're moving on away from that.
One thing I'd like to see, and this is something I thought about for a while now, is it'd be cool if we saw a mission or a side mission in Spider-Man 3 where we're playing as Peter, where it'd be cool, all the side missions have names. So it's oh, Howard, and then you got the one with, what's it called? The, Haley and EMF stuff, they all have different names, right? So I think it'd be cool if a side mission in Spider-Man 3 was called Back in Black, ? And it'd be where Peter is kind of reflecting on the time when he had the black suit in this game and kind of come to terms with how he acted when wearing the costume and what happened with Harry and reflect on it after, what happened in the events of this game and how he grew from it. I think it'd be really cool to see be played out.
No, yeah, and I actually want to, I would actually really like to see, the consequences and, what happened with Peter and MJ after the events of Spider-Man 2. How will they feel about with each other, especially with everything that happened in the second game. Something like that.
Right. And that's why I even mentioned this with, my boy Iron Gen, when we do, a video together, is I thought, when Bill Roseman said, all the way back in 2021, that Marvel Spider-Man 2 is going to be their Empire Strikes Back. So it's going to be darker, more serious, but also in Empire Strikes Back is that it ends on a cliffhanger. So I thought, Venom is such a big, important part of Spider-Man's life and, one of his greatest failures, that I would have thought that, Peter's actions in Spider-Man 2 would be so detrimental and intense to his relationship with MJ that it would, hurt the impact of Peter and MJ's, love life. But I guess because they already were broken up in the first game, that they wouldn't want to have them break up again in this game because of the symbiote, which is why they gave her the symbiote to understand what the symbiote was doing to Peter when he had on him, and vice versa. It's this alien that he can't control, but he also is responsible for the symbiote's actions in the first place. So all this stuff going on. So that's why I guess they just kind of, made it so that they both go through the same experience and they grow closer because of it, which I like. but I also thought like maybe she would have seen like some stuff happen with Peter treating her like garbage, and then that would have pushed her away a bit from Peter.
Here, I can take your ship with you.
Nah, yeah. And like, and also just like what we thought originally was that Peter was gonna go like so like overboard with the black suit that we legitimately thought that someone was gonna die or end up pretty injured or something. That's what we thought originally.
All the characters that I thought were gonna die did not die. Like in this game, like I didn't think Kraven was gonna die at all. I thought Harry was gonna die because of the whole Green Goblin thing, but they kept him alive, so that was a twist because Miles revived Harry, which is great because it shows how important Miles is. But I thought I thought Harry was gonna die, and that creates Green Goblin. But instead, Green Goblin is still gonna come around because of Harry. But Harry's alive even after all the Venom stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And all of Spider-Man's villains died too, like Electro, Vulture, Rhino, Scorpion, Shocker. They all died. But I was not expecting them to be the ones to die. I thought Rio was going to die. I thought MJ might get hurt. I was not expecting Scream at all. But yeah, like...
No, yeah, and it's like it's actually hilarious how like of all the ones that we thought that were gonna die, we thought that Kraven was actually gonna like make it at the end of the game or something, but no,
yeah.
He's the one that ended up dying.
You just get locked up, but yeah, he actually got killed the worst.
Yeah, and yeah, as we thought that Rio was gonna die because you know if you read the comics, you know what happens to Rio specifically. And so,
which is why again, like that would have been interesting to see that dynamic with Miles and Harry getting involved with one another. Because then, if Harry learned more about Miles, then he would have learned about Rio, and then in turn that would have allowed Miles to get more involved with the Venom stuff, and yeah, maybe have Venom go after Rio as a way to get back at Miles, which would have been cool. But you know, they didn't want to do the classic Venom wants revenge against Spider-Man story because that's been done a lot. So they did their own version because Venom isn't Eddie in this, it's Harry. So even though the Venom that went after Miles and Rio in the comics wasn't Eddie either, it was Conrad Marcus, still, it's like, it still is a guy who just wants to get back at Spider-Man. But Harry isn't, because Harry's such a close friend to Peter's, and in this game, especially, he likes being friends and teammates with Spider-Man. So, instead of wanting revenge against Peter directly, he's forcing Peter to join him on his mission. Otherwise, he will get rid of him, but he doesn't want to. He's giving him a chance.
No,
so,
yeah.
So right here, so sorry to cut you off, Ghosty, but right here, you know, too bad my tux is at the cleaners. So the symbiote, right now, does the symbiote look like it's acting evil right now? No, it's literally acting upon the inner desires of what Peter wants. So, yeah, I want to sneak into this club and get inside info about Kraven and the Hunters and all this. So he's being incognito. He's dressed as a waiter. And now what we got with this, right now, like this scene is super important. So Peter sees this happen. These Hunters are talking. They're about to bully this waiter. Peter sees this. Slaps the tray out of his hand, and the symbiote comes in to do what Peter wants. It pulls the rug, saves the waiter, and knocks out the guard non-lethally. The symbiote just acted heroically for Peter, because Peter is still a good person at heart right now, and all he wants to do is save the people around him. Listen. The suit listened to Peter because that's what he wanted to do. It acted upon what Peter innerly wanted to do at that point in time. The symbiote didn't force it, you know, the symbiote didn't control Peter, the symbiote didn't force itself, but no, it's all a byproduct. The symbiote is a byproduct, and its actions are a byproduct of what Peter is doing in that point in time in the game. And it's only Peter acting overconfident and arrogant throughout the game that starts to impact the symbiote over time.
everyone was like, "Nah, symbiote's evil. The symbiote's the one doing all of this." It's like, bro, come on.
I just don't get it. And yeah, like, and you get even more like stuff later on with teases to wider symbiote lore with Null and the meteorite and the Clintar and the symbiote dragons and all this crazy stuff. It's like, ideally, that's not a symbiote story that I'm personally fond of. I always like it when the symbiote story is much more grounded and centered around, yeah, the dynamic bond between Peter and the host of Venom, which is why the Eddie Brock becoming the symbiote god after defeating Null in the comic or whatever is a bit too out there for me. So that's how, when I would come in and do, like, I would just not include that stuff. But the fact that they did include that stuff means that they have more plans in store for Venom's future.
Will they go as far as to actually have Null as a character in this universe?
That's the thing. It's like they reference the symbiote spiral on the symbiotes and also on the meteorite. So does that mean that Null actually exists somewhere in the depths of the cosmos in this game's world? Or is it just an Easter egg and nothing more? So that's what we don't know. So I'm hoping that Insomniac does include it to imply like there's some bigger force out there in the universe that's controlling the symbiotes. And now that the meteorite is destroyed, that was apparently like the source of all the symbiotes. Now it's gone, so the symbiote that still could be alive in Harry could regain consciousness and independence from the hive mind, because they even bring up several times the hive mind, the symbiote hive mind is what's controlling, you know, later on the people, the symbiote people in the city, because it's tied to this bigger, wider symbiote world that we don't see outside of that vision that Miles has.
No, yeah, it's like that's why I'm really hoping that, like, if they're going to, like, you know, explore more of the symbiotes and the lore and all that, I'm just hoping they don't go anything beyond what we already know, like actually stay grounded while still expanding upon the lore of the symbiotes.
Yes, because there's nothing wrong with going into the wider depth of what the symbiote offers in the comics and everything, but I would have still liked to have seen, like, you know, the more personal side of what the symbiote does, and which we do, but again, like, focus on that entirely versus just, here's the symbiote lore and the guy, you know, here's Null and the meteorite and the Clintar and all this stuff. Just keep it focused to the core story of what's happening with, you know, Peter and everything in charge. I also love how you can do poses. I didn't do it with MJ, sadly, but you can do poses with Peter in the tuxedo.
Will Pearson in the chat says, isn't the person that influences how the symbiote, or is the symbiote naturally evil in the Insomniac verse?
No. I say no to that because there's all this evidence pointing to Peter is the one who corrupted the symbiote the longer that he wore it. And double down on that is that the main senior community manager over at Insomniac Games himself, Aaron Jason Espinoza, when I posted my Venom video, he quote tweeted my video and said, "Masterful analysis from Falarka on this one. Go check it out." So if one of the people over at Insomniac is claiming that I did a great job breaking it down, you know that I'm right. So that's all the validation I need to prove my point. But that's to answer your question, is that who asked that question? That was Will Pearson. Yeah, Will.
Yeah.
It was only in the 90s cartoon where that narrative beat was popularized, in where the symbiote was evil, because that was just a way to simplify the story. But it was in the original Spider-Man comics where the symbiote wasn't actually an evil entity, and it wasn't until Peter got rid of it until he figured out later on that what the symbiote was and understood it for what it was in the first place. Which is why he still feels a sense of responsibility for Venom's actions and Venom being created in the first place. In fact, as I brought up in my Venom video, I used an audio log or audio line from Marvel's Midnight Suns, where Peter literally says in that game, which is a fantastic game, which you should all play, is he's talking to the Hunter, who's the main character you play as in that game, about his relationship with the symbiote, and he's like, why would you defend Venom. Like, the Hunter's asking Spider-Man this. Like, why would you defend Venom, who's a guy who clearly wants to kill you, and the symbiote wants to eat your brain? He's like, you want to know the first thing I felt from that thing? Fear. As soon as I pull it off of me, it was terrified of being alone. That doesn't sound like a monster to me. That's what Peter's saying in that game, and that's pretty much like one-to-one comic accurate Spider-Man that you're playing in Midnight Suns. And I feel like they took that narrative inspiration and inputted it into Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Which is what makes this version of the symbiote different from basically every other adaptation of the Black Suit storyline.
Which is why in the 90s cartoon, the symbiote's evil. Spider-Man Unlimited, the symbiote's evil. Especially with the whole, especially in Spider-Man Unlimited, we're like, the Synoptic, the evil alien symbiote hive, we gotta make more symbiotes and all this crazy stuff that they want to do in that show, which is insane. Ultimate Spider-Man, the game, or comics, is not a symbiote. It's like a man-made substance, but that immediately just, hunger, feed, which I love that version of Venom. Like, don't get me wrong, I still love, and that's to all these versions. Like, I love the 90s Black Suit storyline. I love even how Venom is portrayed in Spider-Man Limited. I love Web of Shadows. So not everything has to be one-to-one accurate to the comics. And there are stories where the symbiote's purely evil, and Venom and the character of Venom is still good. But it's more like all the adaptations of Venom post the release of the 90s show followed that blueprint of the symbiote's just evil. Spider-Man 3 obviously being a big factor of that.
Spectacular Spider-Man.
Spectacular Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, the show, even though that's also a man-made substance, it's not an alien, that also kind of did a similar structure where the symbiote just kind of all of a sudden grows sentience and takes over its host. And then the Disney XD cartoon, which no one likes, the Marvel Spider-Man on Disney XD, the V252, they did that as well with the Max Modell Venom and Eddie Brock Venom later on, and Flash Thompson Venom and all this stuff. Like, yeah.
And also in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, they also do Harry Osborn as with the black suit.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to think about, really.
Yeah. That was the first time where we saw Harry Osborn in the mainstream as Venom.
Yeah, and that was back then the only thing that we had related to Spider-Man that had Harry Osborn don the black suit, because he never had the black suit in any other adaptation of Spider-Man.
Can I tell you, I despise that in the Ultimate Spider-Man show that they never gave Peter the black suit. It was just Harry. Peter he just got the symbiote and then he just turned into Venom. And it's like, I like the idea of Peter becoming Venom, but not like that. Like, he has to have the black suit first and then become Venom over time. But yeah, like, not just, oh, you're immediately Venom. Like, no, I don't like that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that makes it like, the fact that that's the only Spider-Man show where Peter Parker doesn't get the black suit and it's Harry the one that gets it, it's like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah. Like, it's so strange how they decided to do that with that series.
Yeah, and like, in the 2017 Disney XD show, it's also like an alien, but like it gets attached to Peter first, but then it goes to other people before it eventually goes to Eddie, I believe.
Right, but then he gets the black suit in that show, but then later on, like, it literally is just trying to control Peter, because it's like, oh, this thing's taking me over, like, oh, nice, my good old red and blues, then all of a sudden the symbiote immediately jumps back onto him, and he's fighting control for it, so it's like, yeah. So again, there are examples. All those instances are where symbiote evil, symbiote evil, symbiote evil, right? Those are all, that's the main, what people view the symbiote as in the mainstream since the 90s cartoon. And I like some of those adaptations, because they're really good. Like, Spectacular is a great version of the Black Suit storyline. The 90s show is obviously fantastic and iconic. Shocker! Obviously the best.
Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3 was pretty good. Bully Maguire was pretty good. But like Venom specifically was not good in Spider-Man 3 because they just kind of missed a lot of beats with that. But yeah, the Black Suit arc with Peter, more like, even like the big thing of that is forgiveness. Like, the big aspect of that is the forgiveness of Peter owning up to his actions when he was under the influence of the symbiote. While the symbiote did kind of like impact him in a negative way, Peter still, you know, owns up to like, I did this. Like, you know, hit MJ, acted mean to everybody, hurt Harry, obviously, threw a bomb in his face. So, yeah. Like, there's good stuff.
And also the Web of Shadows,
yeah,
obviously.
Web of Shadows is amazing.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll take care of everything. Promise.
But yeah, like, there's, again, lots of creative liberty to be taken with the symbiote storyline, and I love how they handled it in this game a lot, especially after, you know, I made my Venom video, I described thoroughly how Insomniac decided to implement the symbiote storyline in this game, and the fact that, again, Aaron Espinoza commented on it and said, yeah, masterful analysis. Pretty much says all I need to know.
no, yeah, it's like, and like when I saw that, like I was like, did Aaron Spinoza himself just actually like commented on Evans Falarca's video? Like, I was like, am I going crazy or something? But no, it actually legitimately happened.
Yep.
Which is insane to think about. Let's see, I actually saw. Jill Sohn in the chat says, my favorite symbiote adaptations are the ones where the symbiote is not inherently evil, it just amplifies the feelings that the host feels.
Yep, me too. I love those stories as well. The main one of which I feel like is this game, but also like the classic Spider-Man storyline with it. Even though it's not the symbiote, because it's just a cloth costume at that point, but I really love the Back in Black comic with Spider-Man. If you guys read that, that's an amazing storyline. I mean, again, that's not even the symbiote at all being involved, but that's like everything that the symbiote represents, Peter embraces because he's going after the person that shot at Aunt May. And which is insane that story is so good, but it comes right before One More Day, which is like iconically the worst Spider-Man story like of all time. Or at least what it did to Peter's relationship with MJ for like the future elements of like the past decades of Spider-Man comics following that narrative. Is just Peter and MJ aren't together until only recently in the Ultimate Spider-Man comic, which is great, but yeah. Like they handled that in One More Day was insane. But the fact that Back in Black comes right before that comic is nuts.
It's like we have one really good Spider-Man story with Peter like basically like beating the hell out of Kingpin in Back in Black.
Yeah.
And then the story right after that is the story where Peter basically decides to sacrifice his marriage with MJ just so he can revive Aunt May, which is like, why?
Right.
Yeah, it's like I'm so glad that we're actually getting like the new Ultimate Spider-Man comic series that actually gets like what they should have done in the first place, which is like have Peter be a happy man with a family to begin with.
Right.
It's like, yeah, like the fact that it took them this long to do it, it's like, bro, what the hell? But yeah, and also I wanted to ask you, Evan, would you like to see Insomniac's version of Peter become a father, or have plans to become a father at some point?
I would love to see him become a dad, and it's even implied at the very end of the Heist DLC, which I brought up earlier. Is like I love the Heist DLC so much because of how it expands upon Black Cat's love life with Peter and their history with one another, but also how that in turn impacts MJ's relationship with Peter and how that's going forward. So with this, I was honestly thinking that at the end of this game, Peter was going to propose to MJ, but he didn't.
So, yeah, so do I. I was like, I'm thinking at some point he's either going to propose to MJ or at least talk about the idea of getting married with her. But no, it never came.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, like imagine like the beginning of Spider-Man 3 starts with Peter like actually proposing to MJ or something like that. Like how insane would that be?
Maybe. Well, what I hope does not happen, and it could be sad, is that Peter could propose to MJ during the middle of Spider-Man 3, and then Peter dies at the end of Spider-Man 3.
Bro, can you imagine how how devastating would that be?
I would be depressed for eternity, seeing how that would be like. That's what Peter wanted the whole time, and his happy ending was right there, and then Green Goblin could take it away from him or something.
Or like,
see right here. Wait, hold on. Sorry, right here. I see a man, but I sense a beast, and he's not. He's talking about the symbiote, but he's also talking about Peter and his inner desires of wanting to kill Kraven and the villains around him.
Yeah, like this scene right here. It's like, bro, Jim Perry. My God.
Yuri too, dude. Like, my God.
I'm
this
like,
okay.
I'm like,
Listen, this scene right here. Hold on. Who is stabbing Yuri in the booth? Someone has to be stabbing Yuri with a knife to his ribs, because how is he screaming like this just by himself? It's amazing.
Like, are we sure that?
How did he not win? How did he not win Best Actor at any of these award shows, dude? I'm genuinely concerned. Like, how?
Like,
who did he piss off? Like, who got triggered this much to not give Yuri his flowers, dude? I don't understand.
Like, he was so good in that role that they were like, nah, he's too good.
Too good.
It's like, bro, like, how can you not give the award of Best Actor to Yuri after this game? Like, how? It's like, how can you not?
Harry, MJ,
He's right there, bro. Like, give him his award already, please.
really well.
Like, bro is waiting his five awards, but instead they give it to other actors, which there's nothing wrong, but like, bro, what the fuck?
Right.
You did great, buddy. I'll start prepping the gear.
I don't know. Like, if he did this well in Spider-Man 2, I don't even want to think about how Yuri's gonna act in Spider-Man 3.
Kraven knows now that the suit malfunctions when it's within range of certain frequencies.
How bad is the malfunction?
Not pleasant, but I can handle it.
Amari Currington, good question. How would I feel if Superior Spider-Man was in Spider-Man 3? I hope not. I could see why they would do that, but also, we kind of talked about this in other live streams, is that the Superior suit is already an alternate suit in this game. So I feel like because they decided to include it in this game as an alternate suit, that, I don't think that they would want to include it as a full-on actual narrative plot point in Spider-Man 3. Because if that was the case, then they would simply save that suit for the, like a main story, just like they did for the black suit here in Spider-Man 2, but for Spider-Man 3.
Oh yeah, like that's what we thought.
I'm
too.
also now finally going to wear the Advanced Suit 1.0, but with the black suit color palette, which I love that they include this so much in this game.
Yeah, like, because that's what we all thought originally that was gonna be. Like,
that's
oh,
what we all
it's just gonna
thought.
be...
Yep, the black Advanced Suit, but nope, they made it even cooler looking. But now, yeah, like, give the fans what they want.
Yeah, which is also like another thing I wanted to say. It's like kind of weird that like at the beginning of Spider-Man 2, like in your
you know what?
normal
I'll do these Kraven bases. Sorry, I was just saying I was gonna go do the Harry mission, but I'm gonna do the Kraven bases.
Oh no, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. No, I was just gonna say like, it's a little. I thought it was really weird that like the beginning of Spider-Man 2, Peter and Miles already have their new updated suits and not their original like suits that they had in the first two games. Like we thought that it was gonna be like them starting off with their original suits,
right?
And then they get their new updated suits like after the first mission.
I guess the reason why they did that is because they wanted to start the player off with the brand new suits. With the new powers, so like Peter has the Iron Spider tentacles, and the web wings. So in order to them to have that, they have to give them new suits that justifies their existence.
No, yeah, that because it would look really weird if Peter still had the original advanced suit and then suddenly has the spider arms.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like I would have liked to have seen like a scene of like him making the Iron Spider arms, but I guess like. You don't have to show that because it's just implied that he just did it, off screen. He can still be Spider-Man and be doing stuff off screen, without us needing to see it in the game. So it's like, yeah, after, Peter beat Doc Ock and took down Otto, then he would take the technology that he learned from working with him and apply it to his Spider-Man stuff. And then same with Peter with the web wings, like, you know, add that to his suit to add more maneuverability throughout the city.
No, yeah, like I get it. I just thought because I thought they were gonna like continue the tradition, just like how in the beginning of the first game, Peter had the classic suit, and then he gets the event suit, and then in the Miles game, he has the sportswear suit, and then he gets. Yeah, so I thought they were gonna.
No, that's a great point, and I think I would love to see that too. But I guess that's why they saved that big suit change for the black suit, and then you know, I guess also the evolved suit for Miles, but. We just don't talk about that one. But yeah, like, the only reason I feel like that suit exists is because they had to give Miles some type of suit change to go up against with Peter. Because Peter has all this drip with the black suit and the anti-Venom suit, and Miles just has... I still love his standard, you know, upgraded black Miles suit, but he's like, well, I gotta do something cool to go up against, you know, Venom or something, but he doesn't have anything other than, here's my new suit.
My new suit, sponsored by Adidas.
Sponsored by Adidas. Even though, to clarify, that suit was made before that sponsorship even happened. It's just that they, like, the only thing that's Adidas on that suit is the shoes, but without that, it would just be Insomniac's own original design.
Yeah, like, which I decided I'm not too fond of neither, but it's a, you know, something original at least, so I'll give them credit for that at least.
Right.
Yeah. But no, yeah, like I thought they were gonna continue with the tradition, but it seems like they wanted to like do something different for once in this game.
Right.
Yeah, and so, but still, like getting that black suit for the first time, it's like, oh my god, that's so good. And also the anti-Venom suit, which I was legitimately surprised. It took me by a storm.
Yeah.
Because it's like, wow, Peter with the anti-Venom suit? Like, what am I doing right now? Like...
Incorporating that, like what we thought, you know, since day one when Mr. Negative got introduced in Spider-Man PS4. It's like, are we going to get anti-Venom at some point? Because he got Mr. Negative. He's the entire reason why anti-Venom exists in the comics. So is Eddie going to come in, or you know, all these theories that we had, but it's like, no, they did a cool workaround. Like, nope, well, Peter has the part of the symbiote still left in his bloodstream, so let's have Mr. Negative activate that remaining particles left and make him become anti-Venom. Which is why, even though the symbiote, like the main symbiote, disintegrated at the end of you know, Spider-Man 2, that didn't mean anything to me when I first saw it. It's like there's a million ways on how the symbiote could come back. Even though the main symbiote is quote-unquote gone, there could either A, still have symbiotes in the city that, you know, bond back to Harry at some point, C, or A, you know, that, B, Carnage is still around, so Carnage has a symbiote, Cletus has that, and that could, you know, somehow get back onto Harry or whatever, or C, Mr. Negative, revive the symbiote in Peter's body. Even though Peter got rid of the symbiote, there were still bits of the symbiote left in his bloodstream. So the same thing could apply for Harry.
No, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's like, and also it's just like, doing like, you know, doing something unique and different with like giving Peter the anti-Venom suit instead of just like, you know, instead of being, you know, faithful to the comics where it's like, oh, it's Eddie the one who gets the anti-Venom, because obviously it's like, since Eddie doesn't exist in this universe, it's like, oh, we can just work around it and have Peter be the one to get the anti-Venom suit instead.
Right. Which is cool. Again, their own unique twist of them doing something new and fresh from what we know from the comics, but doing their own unique spin on it. But people are still like, oh, bad, wasted potential, blah. It's like, God, I don't know what else you guys want from this game.
Yeah, it's like, were you there with the writers' room when they were making this game? I don't think so.
No, and it's like even then, even if you didn't get the exact one-to-one experience that you were hoping for, you still got something new and from the Insomniac perspective.
Yeah, it's like if any other developer were to do this instead, like what people would have complained about, or were just like, oh, cool, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, it's like I honestly don't understand like what people wanted for this game. It's like people just wanted like their own unique experience with this game. It's like, oh no, the stuff with Venom is not very good. They're like, oh, I should have given the anti-Venom to someone else. It's like, bro, what do you want?
People just hate change, and I would obviously, I have my criticisms with this game. I'm sure we all do. I'm sure everyone would want this game to be some other thing to be done differently, and that's how you get better products in the future. But objectively calling it like this game is straight up garbage, trash, character assassination for Peter, it's like I do not see that at all. I don't get how people can think that after what we've already talked about with the Venom video, but also what the journeys that Peter and Miles both go through in this game. It's still a good narrative arc that they each go through. Peter learns about going to balance his life as Spider-Man and as Peter. Whereas Miles is now, like, he's finally figured out what he's passionate about with his school life, and also now willing to take up more responsibility as Spider-Man.
No, yeah.
And Peter, and now it's a flip, because Miles was like, oh, I don't want to put Spider-Man on the back burner because I don't want to focus on my college stuff, because he was procrastinating a lot during the main game. Like, I just want to do Spider-Man stuff. That's why he was super eager to jump in and help out Peter with the raft and, you know, doing stuff around the city as Spider-Man and helping out his community as Spider-Man and all this stuff. And he just so happened to be learning about, you know, the college stuff throughout that process, which is why he's like, now he's willing to take on the responsibility that Peter was this entire time in his 10-year career. Like, he's balancing Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Well, now Miles is doing that. But now for Peter, since he's been doing that for so long, and he just had to fight his best friend turning into Venom, he now wants to kind of take things easier and slower. You're like, you know what? I just want to go on break a bit. I want to just, you know, be able to balance my life as Peter, but put myself in a way that I feel comfortable with, and also do justice to my friend, who I almost lost and almost had to kill, but Miles was able to save him, and now I want to do justice by him in any way I can by rebuilding the Emily May Foundation, which I think is a great, you know, arc and journey to have and dream to strive towards for Peter.
And another thing too that I noticed is, like, I like how, like, at the beginning of the game, Miles actually have to come to Peter and be like, hey Peter, I need your help to, you know, to stop Salmon and all that. But then by the end of the game, he's like, oh, you got this?
I got this.
Yeah, I got this. Like,
that, and also he's like I can still ask for you for help, right? He's like, yeah, but you never needed it, because he trusts Miles so much to be at the forefront of being Spider-Man. Now again, this doesn't mean that Peter's gone being Spider-Man forever, like what some people are saying. Woke, it's all woke, it's so woke, it's bad, it's woke. It's like, God, no, it's just, you guys don't like change. You guys, just say that you hate change and move on, please.
It's like, bro, if you don't like Miles, just say it. Just say you
don't like Miles. Exactly. Don't drag it out and make all these excuses.
It's like I love how people say, like, oh, they're doing this because you know, an agenda and all that. And
yeah, pushing an agenda, woke, whitewashing, or race swapping, whatever. Like all this dumb takes. Like, no, you're an idiot. It's just about progression and change and evolving with the brand and the IP and the history of Spider-Man, but also giving new things a chance, time to shine. Like, again, we've seen so many stories with Spider-Man. Have you ever seen a Miles Morales Spider-Man video game on this level of quality before? No. So allow him to give a chance to shine for once. And even if you don't like Miles in this game, guess what? There's an entire first game that Insomniac made that's all about Peter. So what are you talking about? Like, god damn. Like, they get on my nerves, I swear, dude. Like, sometimes they're just like, I have to break it down for people to think, like, I don't know. It's too much.
No, and it's like, and it's like the people are saying that, like, oh, the reason why they're doing Miles Morales is because they give up with Peter. Like, they don't know what to do with Peter anymore. When it's like, bro, that's not even
literally
like
the opposite. True. Yeah, not even close to true.
It's like, bro, they have plans for Peter. It's just that they want to, you know, give him a little bit.
Give Miles a time to shine and give him a break after everything he went. Wouldn't you want to friggin' go on break after fighting an alien invasion in New York after almost killing your best friend?
Yeah, and it's like, And also, it's because it's like we never really saw a story where Peter actually, gave them, or like he actually was like, you know what, Miles? I think it's now time for you to be the Spider-Man of this city for a moment. Like, have you ever seen that in a Spider-Man story ever? In an adaptation? No. Because it's something different. It's something new. It's something that we haven't seen before.
And it shows that Peter trusts Miles that much, and shows how far Miles has come in his own journey, and even Peter's. Like, Peter has, again, been Spider-Man for the better part of a decade. He's balancing his entire livelihood. He had to balance his job with Doc Ock, and because of that, he ended up losing Aunt May in the process. And even in the very beginning of the game, he's like, man, maybe Aunt May's right. Something's got to give. I got to balance my life, but I also got to give, more time to one of the sides of my life to just make sure that I don't totally stress myself out of existence.
Yeah, because it's like, as we have seen in this game, Peter basically just like he was like, he had too much stuff going on in his mind. Like, he had Kraven, he had the black suit, he had Harry, he had like he went through a lot, is what we were saying.
He went through a lot, and people are expecting him to like bounce back immediately. Like, what? No.
No. Are you telling me that Peter is he's gonna take a break? It's like these people.
You're telling me that Peter's never going to be Spider-Man again? Have you never picked up Have you never seen Spider-Man 2? Have you never picked up a Spider-Man comic before? Have you never seen anything about any form of Spider-Man media ever? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean, bro? I don't understand.
Have you never seen the ending of Tenaz, the new animated series?
Yes. Oh, that hurts though, because he would have come back. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, he throws in the suit in the water. Oh, he's just a quitter? No!
No!
Not forever, at least. He's a human. He has problems.
Give
him some time to recuperate from all this. Like, people are just so, like, they have what I call, they have the Fortnite brain. They want things to happen right now at the very next day. Like, what? Well, if this doesn't happen the next day, then this means that this is what it is, right? Like, no. The story's not done yet. They're still in the middle. They're at the big midpoint of where their narrative is for Peter's journey. And it's going to culminate and continue even further with, Spider-Man 3, but also hopefully, some other game down the line that Insomniac might make.
It's like, it's almost as if that is the whole point of a second part in a trilogy.
Right.
It's
like, and again,
it's like, this is
I guess to a point that is with, Bill Roseman with The Empire Strikes Back. Like, that is almost a cliffhanger. Like, wait, Miles is going to be Spider-Man now while Peter's on break? Well, what does that mean for Peter? Tune in next time to find out. Like, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, like stay tuned and wait for
Spider-Man 3 in 5 years. Yeah, like, obviously I don't want to wait for that long, but that's how long games take to make these days.
Yeah, it's like, which is actually like a crazy thing to think about. It's like, nowadays, if you want to have like an entire trilogy of games, now it's gonna span 3 generations before we even get like, a new console or something, which is crazy to think about, really.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder though, does that mean if Spider-Man 3? So 2023 is when Spider-Man 2 released. If Spider-Man 3 releases in 2028, by that time, will we already have the PlayStation 6? God, that's crazy just to even have me say that sentence.
Yeah, it's like, because remember back in the day when, like, during the PS3 era, where it's like, oh, we have like a whole series of games on one console, on one platform in particular.
Yeah.
Now it's like, if you want to have an entire trilogy of games, that's gonna spend at least 2 console generations, which is crazy to think about.
You gotta wait 5 to 7 years for the next installment if they come out at that point. Like, oh no, I'm gonna be 30 plus years old when Spider-Man 3 comes out, dude. Oh
no.
Too much.
I'm gonna be 28 or 29 when that game comes out. Like, bro, I'm gonna be so old. Bro. No, but like, and it's also, but not just for Spider-Man 3, but like. Not just Spider-Man 3, but other games in general. Like, we're still waiting for the sequel of Ghost of Tsushima, and we haven't heard anything from that.
Even I guess we got the sequel to this, but Horizon 3, like Horizon Burning Shores came out 2022. Yeah, so
at the beginning of
right, yeah, February 2022. So now we're waiting for Horizon 3, and what that could mean for the future of that series.
Or Last of Us Part 3, if that ever gets even made to begin with.
Exactly.
Because it's like, because I've heard like they want to do it, but they don't want to do it. It's like, okay, you make The Last of Us 3 or not? Because it's like, because now it's like conflicting with each other. Because now it's like they want to do a third game, but also they want to do a new IP. It's like, okay, which one is it going to be?
And
then?
they canceled the multiplayer project too. So
Yeah,
now we're wondering, like, if they canceled that, and which I appreciate from Naughty Dog, they're focusing more on what their bread and butter is, which is the single-player, narrative-driven action-adventure AAA game format. If they're doing that with a new IP, and Last of Us 2 came out 2020, how long is it going to take until the next one releases? So, and again, is that a PS6 exclusive at that point? Like, how long are we going to have to wait for that one?
Like, because if the first game came out in 2013 and Part 2 came out in 2020, that would have been like 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 7 years we had to wait for the second game. So it's like, if we have to wait 7 years again for the third game, like, bro, what the hell?
Too much.
Bro, like, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna have like a wife and a son and a daughter before the thing even comes out.
I'll be able to pay off my student debt. Yeah, great. Wow, awesome.
No, bro. Let's see. Any questions from the chat? Jill Zone in the chat says, my main gripes with the game are with the combat. Thought there would be more evolution with it. Seemed lacking in terms of the improvements made to the web swinging.
That's a fair comparison. So so the combat does feel relatively the same based off what we got in the first game. It's just more, touched up a bit with the web powers, the more streamlined gadgets, the symbiote moves, obviously. And Miles is, Venom, like bioelectric blue powers kind of taking the charge now. So just a couple new move sets, but yeah, not anything like, you got layered combo moves, you got heavy attacks, light attacks. That's something I would like to see in the combat. But yeah, the swinging is obviously where you can tell they spent the most time refining the traversal mechanics. The combat is just more of the same, just a bit more polished. But yeah, I'm hoping in Spider-Man 3 we get maybe some like Shattered Dimension style combos, like triangle, square, X, circle, circle, something like that. Like a Marvel vs. Capcom style combo would be pretty nuts.
What I would love to see the most is that if they implement something that I was really hoping they would do in this game, but it seems like they didn't, is a feature that we haven't seen since Global Shadows, and I think you know which one I'm talking about.
The seamless changing?
I was gonna say wall combat.
Yeah, wall combat too. And again, I think we mentioned this in other live streams. Like, well, I said you can't do wall combat in Spider-Man 2 because you need enemies that can crawl on walls to do that in the first place. And then they had the symbiote invade the city, so it's like, well, wait a minute. Hold on, maybe
wait a minute.
I go back now. Actually, hold on, wait. Now there is no excuse, but I don't think Insomniac will do anything ever like what Shaba Games did, because their core combat focuses on chaining enemies together from the ground and using his gadgets on the ground with, acrobatic combat with his webs and all this stuff. So Shaba Games was just built different in 2008, but they're going obviously for the more Arkham-style combat, but with the Insomniac twist. So that's why I feel like the only thing that we could do now to improve on the combat is to add depth to combos, like a heavy attack, light attack. Like, again, play Hi-Fi Rush. I can't express this enough. Play Hi-Fi Rush. If you want a game with good combat, play Hi-Fi Rush, because that game, it introduces combos like heavy attack, light attack, but it also adds like charged attacks and delayed attacks. So it's not like square, 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 square. It's not like mashing the same button over and over again. You got delayed attacks, which is like square, triangle, pause, square, triangle, square. Like all these in-depth button prompts that add more depth to the maneuverability and combo moves that Chai can pull off in that game. And it feels so much fun to pull off.
No, yeah, and also
So I think stuff like that would be great to see for Spider-Man's moveset. Like you do a couple like square, delay, triangle, square, triangle. You know, like some input mixing of combos and you know, chain abilities and team up moves or special attacks. Or what I would like to see is what Batman Arkham Knight did really well is you can do finishers with gadgets. So there's like a takedown move with a triangle circle takedown, but then there's also, if you get enough of the combo meter build up, you can do a back claw takedown, which I think is like he just grabs an enemy with the back claw and slams them into the ground, which looks and feels amazing. So I would love to see Spider-Man do something like that. Like here's a trip mine takedown, here's a symbiote takedown, which you do, but they got rid of them in this latest patch. But they're gonna include that in the next patch because they just had a glitch doing that. But you know, like gadget takedowns with Spider-Man's, you know, tech that he has would be really cool. And we get that actually because we get the Iron Spider leg takedown and the symbiote takedown and Miles takedown and Peter and Miles takedown. So just adding more onto that would be great.
And also, like, another feature I would like to see, not necessarily to the combat, but something that I actually would like to see in a Spider-Man game is like a seamless day and night cycle in a Spider-Man game. That would be really cool to see.
Seamless day-nighttime cycle is a must for me. Like, I thought we were going to get that in this game. I get why, though, because, again, there's so much going on with Venom being playable, Haley mission, bigger city, faster traversal, new traversal mechanics, that it might have been hard to add a seamless day-nighttime cycle on top of that. But, yeah, I really hope that if Marvel Spider-Man 3 comes out and it's a PS6 exclusive or whatever, you know, anything crazy like that, I am hoping that we could get seamless day-and-night cycle.
Yeah. Oh, Jason Sanchez in the chat says, "Hey Evan, do you think we will ever get the suits from Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales back in this game or in Spider-Man 3?
That's a good question. I would like to see them because all those suits in the previous games are great. I don't know if there's enough storage space that Insomniac has in this game to do that. Maybe if we're lucky, you know, if we get a DLC reveal, it's like, okay, Marvel Spider-Man 2 DLC confirmed, featuring Carnage expansion pack, Cindy Moon Silk playable, Peter returns, you know, get some Peter story in there, and every suit from the previous game is now back. Like, that would be a cool little addition, I think, that they could include for DLC, and, you know, on top of adding maybe new suits as well. It'd be cool if, like, they double down on, here's the old suits that all the people really liked from the previous game, even though I feel like if you want to wear those suits, really, you could just play the old games. But, adding them in this game would be cool, and also some new suits on top of the already confirmed YouTube collab suits that they're confirmed to be making, too.
Which, we still haven't heard anything from those suits, actually.
We have not heard from them, and it was also confirmed by Insomniac themselves. Like, we're still waiting to expect those to be added into the game. So that is confirmation of already, that is technically DLC to be added into the game. It's not story DLC, but is technically downloadable content that Marvel Spider-Man 2 will include in the future, is those free, by the way, confirmed to be free, YouTube collab suits.
And not paid costumes like what we had in the Fly and Fresh suit pack.
Correct. Which, by the way, was for charity. But, for these, I'm thinking that we'll see more of them in, like, a future DLC, hopefully trailer announcement for Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, because if you notice, like, because we did get some of the suits from the first game in Miles Morales back in this game, but it's very clear that they have to make some sacrifices in order to leave some space for the new costumes.
Right. One thing that I find odd is you would think that in a game featuring the black suit, you would have more black suits in the costume section. Like, from the comics, or, we got one, you know, Bully Maguire, obviously, but I mean, like, Ultimate Spider-Man black suit, Superior Venom would have been cool, because, you know, it'd be cool even, like, Spider Carnage would be an interesting one. We got the classic black suit, and I mean classic, like, as in, classic comic, but also the red logo classic black suit.
Yeah, or like Ultimate Black Suit.
Ultimate black suit. The new comic black suit, the one with the expressive eyes. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Or maybe some of the What If costumes, like the What If black suit from the comics, if that even exists, I believe. Like, I don't know. Like you would think that for a game that has the symbiote as the main thing, you would think that we're gonna add a lot of black costumes, but we don't get too many of them. Oddly enough.
And that's fine by me because I love their black suit so much already. But for all other people who love, and you know, me in general, I just don't really wear alternate suits. I mainly wear the default suits. I'm mainly wearing these suits right now for you guys to enjoy in the stream. But me, I'm always like, I'm literally wearing the advanced suit all the time, and Miles' upgraded suit all the time. Even the evolved suit, I wear it just for the story purpose, not just because I like it, but because of like that's canon to where the story is going for this game.
Yeah, and it's also like even if you don't like the main default suits of this game, you still wear them in some way because it's like because they're technically canon in the story. So
right.
Yeah. And so, but yeah, it's like, but obviously, like for the people that love wearing alternate costumes, it's like it's a bit odd that they didn't commit to having multiple different black suits from like across different, or like how the Spectacular Spider-Man black suit would have been awesome to see in this game. Like imagine how cool that would have been with like the art style, because they already did something like that with like the. What was it? The Spider Clan, or like the
well, even like because the Miles game also had the animated Miles skin and the Spider-Verse skins, and then in the first game too, they had the Into the Spider-Verse Peter suit and the Mangaverse Spider-Man suit and the vintage comic suit. In this game, they have Spider-Man Noir and Across the Spider-Verse Miles and Into the Spider-Verse Miles, which is great. But if you're gonna do cell shaded, animatedly different costumes, Ultimate Spider-Man is right there. And I was saying before the game came out, like if you're going to include Ultimate Spider-Man, Black Suit Spider-Man, you got to make him cel shaded and give him that the Into the Spider-Verse style art look.
Oh, or bro, the Unlimited suit. Like that's what we've been asking to have in this game.
And they included capes in this game with the Arachnite and Shadow Spider suits. So add Spider-Man Limited in there too. Like I would have loved to have seen that.
I mean, they still have a chance, but it's like, bro, I'm really hoping they add it at some point. That would be such a missed opportunity not to have the Unlimited suit.
I would love to see it. I mean, I love that suit so much, and it just looks so good in like the show in general. But adding that in the city, swinging around at nighttime would be euphoric.
No, and it's like, and also like because they have a variant of the black suit that has like the red and blue shade from like the 90s cartoon. So I was thinking like maybe we can see like the 90s like black suit or like the 90s Spider-Man suit from that show or something.
Right.
Like just add like a little bit of variety, because most of the suits in this game are just basically like alternate variations of like the classic suit. Like we have like obviously we have the suit variants. We also had like
a lot of classic suit variants in this, which is insane. Like all the MCU suits, all the movie suits really, but a lot of those are just classic suit variants pretty much. Main classic suit. Just a lot of like classic suit differentiations of it, which is interesting, but
Yeah, and also because in Miles Morales, Miles' suits, most of them are from his own game. Like most of the suits from the Miles game came back in this one.
Right, but then they gave him all these other awesome suits, like the Wolverine suit, and all the digital deluxe edition suits are interesting too for Peter and Miles. But Miles has a lot of cool suits in this game. But Peter's more like. You would think, they would focus more on black suit alternate suits, but instead they just let's get all the movie suits in there. Let's get a couple new comic suits in there, like the new Scarlet Spider suit and all that. But all right, Yuri and Cletus, how's it going?
Oh, I actually did this boss fight with the black suit, actually.
Yep. Me too. Well, again, that leads to the story of the game. Like, the black suit's too rushed. It's like, not if you do the side missions. when I first played this game, I did this side mission in the black suit because it's like, first off, this is the first time that Peter really lets loose on Wraith, and I feel like that's really fitting for Peter to do in the black suit rather than just his normal suit. But also, Cletus sees the power of Peter wearing the symbiote, and that's why he kind of wants more power when he gets the symbiote from Oscorp. So it only validates his decision more to derail the train and try and get the symbiote from where they get it. Because during this fight, he would see Peter wearing the symbiote and using the symbiote powers against Wraith.
Yeah, and it's like, and also just to keep in mind, this is Peter actually changing the behavior of the symbiote, not the other way around. With the symbiote is the one doing. No, this is Peter we're talking about. This is actually him.
Yes.
And so, and actually, I think it's really cool that a lot, because I'm assuming a lot of people did this mission in the normal red and blue suit, but like I think canonically it makes more sense for Peter to still wear the black suit at this point.
That and also, so Peter only really starts to kind of shift his personality after this Harry mission at the EMF that we're gonna play through, and then also the Lizard mission with Miles. That's where he starts to get like the whole shift. So before, it's still like, because Peter doesn't have any like full reason yet to get, you know, fully dark and, you know, moody Bully Lowenthal attitude yet. So it's like here he's still like, yeah, acting normally with the black suit on, going off against Wraith and trying to take down the Flame, but he's slowly like, you know, I could have gone that far if I took out the Flame. Maybe Yuri was right, which is what he learns later on in the story, after he gets rid of the black suit.
Yeah, and like also this
because he also has that inner conflict when he's talking to Yuri over the phone, where like, I couldn't stop the Flame at all. Maybe Yuri was right, and then he kind of, you know, like is frustrated with himself.
Yeah, and like and also I actually, and also like it's just really cool like how different it is like when you play this mission as like normal red and blue Spider-Man versus actually playing this mission with black suit Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like it really shows a difference.
Like again, every time a mission pops up in the game, like a side mission, I don't see it as a side mission. I see it as a main mission in the context of this story. Like the Howard mission pops up when Peter has the black, like, you can do all of the side missions when Act 3 starts, but it's insane to do, like, the Miles Morales College Fair mission while there's a symbiote invasion going on in the city. You know what I mean? So it's like, you're not supposed to do that mission during the end of the game. You're supposed to do it when it's first provided to you.
Yeah, for me, it's like, whenever a side mission appears, I'm like, okay, this is a side mission, I'm gonna do that right away, instead of just like, oh, I'm just gonna do this.
Like all the EMF stuff I do at the beginning, all the Miles stuff I do it, like the music mission we just played through, I do that right when it was given to Miles.
Yeah, because it just doesn't make a lot of sense when you're like, oh, Miles is doing the side mission.
The Haley mission, obviously, like, you're not supposed to do that when Venom is literally throwing symbiotes all over the city.
Yeah. No, yeah, and it's like,
which is why it adds more depth to the story of what Peter is going through and what Miles is going through.
How many times have you let go?
No, yeah, exactly.
I've never said I was perfect.
Stop acting like it and let's kill him.
By the way, Yuri, talking to Yuri in this scene, you know, like Kara Platt and Yuri Lowenthal together is fantastic.
No, that's actually hilarious. It's like, you mean Yuri the actor? Or you mean Yuri the character? Like,
exactly.
I would love, yeah.
And their dynamic in this game is really, really good.
No, yeah, like I actually really like their dynamic in these side missions specifically.
But again, like, listen, figure out your priorities.
No, yeah.
Wait, you see that line that Yuri just said right there? I'd rather lose sleep over the one person I killed than all the ones I didn't save. Guess what Peter tries to do later with Kraven? He tries to kill him. So it makes so much thematic sense for Peter to do this mission with the black suit, which only amplifies his inner desires later to kill Kraven and make him pay for all that he's done with destroying the EMF, for killing his other villains, but also, yeah, like causing harm and distress and chaos throughout the city. So there's so much depth, and people are just, I don't know if they were asleep while playing this game or what, but like, there's so much layers going on with Peter wearing the black suit during these parts of the game.
Or were these people like just like rushing through the game? Like,
yeah,
I was playing like, wow.
I want to get Venom. I want to get to Venom. I want to get to Venom. It's like, yeah, God, chill out. Like, you got to pay attention.
Like, bro, just pay attention to what's actually going on in the story.
And you know me, like, you and Franco know me, Ghosty. Like, I could talk about Venom for literally days on end. So there's so much layers going on with Venom and the black suit and the storyline with Peter and all that for this game. But people are just like, Venom's so one-dimensional. Peter's so woke and nerf in this game, and like, it's just like, can you shut up, please? Like, there's so much more that people just either aren't paying attention to or just purposefully ignoring, and it makes me upset because it's like, you can have criticisms. 100% you can have criticisms. I encourage you to have criticisms, but not when you're just blatantly either saying nonsense or just ignoring what the story is already telling you at face value. Anyways, we're going to do this last mission with Harry at the EMF, and then I think we're going to stop the stream. Because it's already past 3:30. The only reason why I'm streaming for longer this time is because we missed last week. Because last week I was preparing for all the other videos I was doing on the channel.
And also because it was Mother's Day.
And it was Mother's Day, correct. So double reason to not stream. So now I'm making up for lost time.
No, yeah, it's like and by the way, guys, don't worry, we're not gonna miss out for the next weekend. That is, if you're not super busy.
I hope not. Yeah, I'm hoping I won't, but you never know. But you know, if they have a PlayStation showcase or something, we'll definitely be busy later on this week. So
yeah, definitely expect a bunch of videos coming if the showcase happens.
Yes, for sure. By the way, what'd you think of my videos this week? You Ghosty, and you guys in chat. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying it, because there was a lot of news that I wanted to talk about and catch up on with EA, with their terrible business decisions, but also the PlayStation tease with the upper management, the Blade game controversy, the upcoming Marvel games, Venom's name, which we talked about in the stream, but I made in a full video, so that was fun.
Oh, so to start off with your basically third part of this game has a better web swinging than Marvel's Avengers or Spider-Man.
Yeah, yep. the holy trinity.
which I even commented like, even with the game delisted and all that, the game is still being put on the wall of shame.
It's still like an embarrassment.
Yeah, and like and also the whole like, EA is putting their like a way to put ads in their games, which obviously that potentially might include Iron Man and Black Panther, which I was just like, I am hoping to God that they don't commit to that idea, because imagine like playing Iron Man and then suddenly an ad for another EA game pops up. It's like what would you feel like how would you feel about if they were to ever do something like that?
Wait! I think we just got a special guest in the stream, everybody. We got the Agent of Doom. Yep, that's our boy, Aaron Espinoza from Insomniac Games himself, is in the chat. What is up, Aaron? Thank you so much for joining.
Wait, what? You mean
Insomniac Games celebrity all-star himself? Yes, the community manager of Insomniac Games, the GOAT, the legend, Aaron. Science, yes. Science bros, Aaron. We got Peter and Harry doing science. It's the best. But what is up, Aaron? Thank you so much for joining. Now, it's hilarious. I don't know if you just joined. I just said earlier I was about to stop streaming after this mission. But now that Aaron's here, we might as well keep going. But I was saying earlier that there is so much I love about the symbiote's involvement, the layers of what's going on with Peter's mentality right now, and also Harry, because Peter is still encompassed in the symbiote, and now he's like right there. I love that scene, the stay positive. He's now starting to get more cocky and arrogant with the symbiote, which we're about to hear later on, you know, with the "I'm fresh out of honey" line, which is amazing. But that's also about, like, you know, Peter slowly falling into the power and the strength that the symbiote provides him. Oh, Aaron's been watching for the last hour or so. Thank you so much, Aaron. Well, hopefully you've been enjoying. We've just been talking about all facets of Spider-Man stuff with PlayStation, the game, and all this stuff.
No, yeah, like shout out to Aaron Espinosa.
Shout out Aaron for being a legend, and for recently having fellow Spidey Squad member and amazing all-around person, Vigilante Spider, our boy Jordan, in Insomniac Studios, was playing Marvel Spider-Man 2 with Aaron. That was amazing. That was so awesome to see.
I was so blown away when you tweeted for the first time. I was like, I'm sorry, what? I was like, you mean to tell me that Vigilante Spider himself was at the Insomniac Studio? Get the hell out of here with that, bro.
It's hilarious. Yeah, that's right. Jordan played through this section and the upcoming The Lizard mission.
Yeah, and like, also shout out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go see.
No, yeah, I was gonna say, like, shout out to Jordan,
yes.
aka Vigilante Spider, for also being at the Insomniac Studio.
Absolutely huge shout out to Jordan. He's our boy.
He is the greatest.
I love how the tentacles react to the sound. So, okay. So this is where we start to get towards the downfall of the symbiote. We already kind of got a little bit with the church scene with Kraven, but also where the symbiote is still, in my eyes, acting as a neutral alien life form. Like, it's only amplifying and enhancing what Peter is already feeling. So right there, when the suit just kind of freaked out with the noise, that was just like the suit's obviously like not liking sound. But later, what we're going to see with Peter getting ambushed by the hunters, then the symbiote is starting to feel like more aggressive, and so is Peter, like angry towards the hunters for going after Harry and him and tearing down the EMF and everything, which I love seeing how this dynamic plays out between how Harry had the suit earlier when he was Agent Venom and kind of being under control and still taking things on a more level-headed way and being a hero alongside of Peter. And now we see Peter take it to the extra aggressive bully Lowenthal level and kind of let his arrogance and inner rage take center stage.
But I will say this, like, the only thing I would have done differently in this section is, like, when Peter gets picked up by the hunters, and because he's all like, oh, the sounds are like, they're distracting me, I can't really do anything with the symbiote. Like, what if, like, the hunters were, like, about to, like Harry pressed the button so that the noise stops, but then one of the hunters actually shoots one of arrows to Harry or something.
Well, that's why it's like they come in because they have the tracker on the lizard formula that Peter took from Kraven to find Spider-Man and take him down. But now, even with that, like, their main goal is to hunt Spider-Man, but they almost shot at Harry to get at Spider-Man. So with that, Peter almost lost Harry because now Harry doesn't have the symbiote to protect him, which makes him more, you know, in the possibility of getting injured. So because of that, Harry is at risk because of Peter. So Peter is not only mad at Kraven's hunters, but he's also mad at himself. And that leads, you know, the symbiote, because it's feeding off all the things that Peter is feeling interiorly, inside, emotionally, to then let loose and finally let go all those inner emotions that Peter's been feeling this whole time.
No, yeah, obviously, but that was more like just a what-if scenario, like what I would have done personally. But like, I still think that the moment itself is like still really great, and also just like another example of like Peter absolutely just like starting to lose himself with the suit. Right.
No, I love how it shows that throughout this scene, but also later on throughout the game.
Yeah, it's like I can only imagine like what would have I can only imagine like what would have happened if Peter actually kept the suit for longer than what already happened in this game.
Well, I find that so interesting because he almost was going to keep it for longer until Craven and Miles fought him, because even though Harry was dying, he's like, I don't care. I'm going to keep it for myself. And it shows like how far gone Peter was at that time. Not just for, again, the symbiote controlling him, because that's the ideal host that it wanted, but also Peter thinking, if I keep it myself, then I can be a better hero than Harry or MJ ever could be, you know? Like, stuff like that is just so compelling to see play out. Oh my god, not the wall combat on the stairs. Ow.
I'm gonna do it with shadows and do wall combat.
Do the web strike, exactly. Here we go.
Bro, like,
so see, right there, the arrow almost hit Harry, and Peter tried to yank it away from him. So that distracts Peter. They both get slightly incapacitated for a short amount of time, and then boom. The particle accelerator freaks out, and Peter's freaking out. And the symbiote. So the symbiote, I love how you hear the symbiote screaming too, because it's in so much pain. And it's angry, and Peter's feeling angry too, because the hunter's, you know, toying with him and all that.
yeah,
And
it's like
Harry stops it, and then what happens? Boom. Just destruction. And the symbiote amplifies that anger and overconfidence that Peter's feeling right now.
I think it would have been like a little bit cooler if like he actually like the symbiote surge, like he activates it right there, like just,
right,
like, brutally murders.
Do
everyone.
both symbiote surge and a symbiote blast.
Yeah. No, but like, bro, this moment was like insane.
Yeah, this moment is madness. Oh, I don't
And
know why
it's
the
also
phone
just
call
like,
isn't happening in this scene right now. Harry should be calling Peter saying, "What was that?" And he's like, "I don't know. I was just so in the suit." And you okay? And like, yeah, I feel amazing. Like, I love that line delivery from Yuri, but they're not playing it for some reason. Maybe because New Game Plus.
Like yeah,
you already have that ability.
So.
Right.
Yeah. And I love how like while you're like fighting all these guys, like, there's like destruction going on at the foundation.
Yeah, and it's so sad because going to this part of the game earlier is so beautiful, like going into this wonderful foundation, and you see it as Peter and walking around with Harry, and you're learning about all the different sections of the building and what they're meant to do and what the research is for, and how it's all meant to heal the world and help people, and then they just come in and destroy it all. But then Peter goes, "I'm fresh out of honey." It's so good.
Yeah, I was gonna say like this
Love
moment,
it.
peak comedy.
Oh, Aaron, I remember playing this section so many times to record B-roll for the preview event. Wow. Yeah, I remember you going through the B-roll footage when I was editing and making the preview video that I did for the event. And yeah, this scene where you see the combat in the black suit for the first time in the EMF was amazing to see actually be shown in that footage after experiencing it for the first time too. Like, incredible.
No, and like another cool thing about is that we actually saw like a glimpse of this. So like, I thought there were bears in these woods. Like that, we saw them in the trailer, but that was him in the red and blue suit, not him in the black suit.
Yes. So the misdirect was fantastic. Seeing that at Comic-Con, then in the game, the final product was great.
Yeah,
and again, so that also allows that you get like the best of both worlds. Like you get the overconfident black suit Spider-Man with the symbiote first, and then later on he develops that further aggressive trait over time, the downfall of how Peter's struggles with Kraven, the symbiote, and all this stuff starts to negatively affect his livelihood, and how in turn the symbiote is feeding off of all those emotions that Peter's feeling.
No, yeah, and it's like, and also like this moment where like the entire foundation is just like basically like all being destroyed.
Gone.
It's like, bro,
yep.
it's all gone.
And it's interesting because that's all from also the perspective of Harry seeing this too. Like he's weak and he can't defend this like what Peter's doing right now. So he's just seeing all this happen without being able to do anything to stop it.
Yeah, and it's like, and I can only imagine like how, like even if this even if Harry still had the symbiote and Peter was still in his red and blue suit in this section, like there was a good chance this would have happened anyway. Like the Foundation would have still been destroyed.
Right.
Yeah, it's like so. Like even if Harry still had the symbiote, there was a really good chance this would have happened regardless of what happened.
There's so much depth going on, and like that's why it feels so sad to come back here and see all this happen to the Foundation after being here initially as Peter, and seeing like this is his new job, you know, like this is his new career forward that he gets to work with his best friend, but now their whole livelihood is now totally being destroyed because of Spider-Man and his relationship with Kraven and the Hunters, and how they're going after him because of Peter.
It's like the old saying of like when Spider-Man wins, Peter Parker
loses,
loses, and when Peter Parker
wins, Spider-Man loses. That's right, baby. 110%, absolutely.
Yeah, and we've seen that very much in this game. Like we're seeing right now with Peter, Spider-Man fighting all these Kraven goons, while the Foundation is being destroyed. Like it's being like destroyed.
Oh my God!
Pretty much.
I don't think I've been hit once, but also look in the top left corner, 258 hit combo. So I've been going. A dog exploded on me.
My God.
That was what was that? 260 hit combo or something? That was nuts. Yeah, not hit once. I'm just built different.
I think there's actually a possibility to hit 999 combos in these games. I'm pretty sure.
If you go that hardcore, then yeah, there's room for it to kind of be expanded upon with like the symbiote power, chaining that with the what's it called? The symbiote power with the gadgets and the symbiote surge as well, and mixing all that together is the best.
Also, and I actually really like I like this moment actually with
this moment's
Harry
great
and Norman.
It's so sad too, and I love again just simply seeing Peter in a black suit outfit, like a black shirt, is great.
I like to think that in this moment, that Norman realizes that
but the Foundation, Dad, my main thing, I don't care. Even though he gets, like, obviously he's prioritizing his son's safety, it still means so much to Harry that he just kind of throws it to the side.
Yeah.
Even though, like, get in there, see what you can save, but still. That's kind of wild for Peter to say. Like, it doesn't matter, Harry.
And then Harry's like, what?
Yeah, like, excuse me? This is the entire reason why I got you into, like, why I connected with you is to work on this, but he's like, well, you're sick, I gotta save you. Because you see it on Harry's face right there, is like, he's like, yeah, okay, Pete, you gotta go save, the city, and you gotta find Dr. Connors, save Dr. Connors to save me. And he doesn't want that, because he just wants to focus on healing the world and saving people and working with his best friend. But instead he has to worry about dying again and feeling sick and weak and helpless. So it's all adding into the inner frustration that Harry is feeling throughout this entire time.
Yeah, and like, and also it's like that Foundation is pretty much like the main reason why Harry and Peter are even together to begin with.
Right.
Yeah, and so it's like, and so to see it all destroy like that, it's just like
that's his. Not only is that his life's work, but that's his mom's life's work too. And that's like his whole point of trying to keep being a better person because of what his mom taught him. And how he's inspired by his mom. And at the same time, inspired by Spider-Man. Because he likes, at the very beginning of the game, like, Genki connected with Harry. And like, ooh, sounds super nice. He's really excited to be helping out Spider-Man. And knowing that he looks up to Peter so much as a friend and as a hero. And hearing Peter kind of like toss that work of his to the side is like a bit of a backhand to it. Like, I didn't think you would act this way, Peter. I thought you would be more emotionally invested in it like I am. And those guys just disappear, but we'll ignore that.
And also, that's another example of, like, Harry starting to, like, actually feel betrayed by Peter. Not just the black suit, but by Peter, too, in some ways, in that moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and my God, like I can't say this enough. Graham Phillips as Harry Osborn, it's like
Give Graham Phillips and Yuri Lowenthal their flowers. I don't understand how they lost. Well, Graham was never nominated for anything, but he should be. But I still don't get how Yuri was not ever considered to be a winner for any of these awards. How? Naji's amazing. Give Naji his flowers too, yes. But Yuri, come on, please. I need Yuri to win one thing. I beg.
No, yeah, and it's like, no, and also, I will say this, it's a little odd that, like, after that mission within the Foundation, we then switched to Miles, who was just chilling in his own mind, like he wasn't even there, like,
what did he do last time? He did the mission with, his mom with the music museum stuff, and then we did the side mission with Haley, and a lot of Miles' stuff is related to side mission stuff, which is interesting because that shows how big and important the black suit stuff is now. But yeah, it's like at this point now, I would have liked a mission where Miles ends up getting to interact with Harry in person, because now it's like, oh, Harry ends up calling Miles, later on with his asking about can I help out at all?
If he needs help.
Yeah, but it's like instead it's a phone call, where in reality I wish it was like a cutscene where they're talking together in person.
Yeah, I would actually maybe after Peter leaves Harry outside of the Foundation, maybe if Miles can swoop in and see the destruction that happened, and then he sees Harry, and it's
whoa, what happened here?
And
then, hey, remember me? We met at the Coney Island. Oh yeah, you're the new Spider-Man, right? Oh yeah, Peter must have told you. And then have a nice conversation. Have that phone call be a conversation in person. I think that would have been a lot more impactful. It still is impactful, but it would have been more impactful if it was in person, and you got more of a connection with Harry acting with Miles together, physically. Because that way you get more of Harry getting involved with the Miles storyline, just as Miles is getting involved in the Harry storyline.
And maybe Harry would have been like, "Hey, so how's Peter doing?" It's oh well, he's doing all right, but I feel he's been acting rather strange with the ever since he
hit the Among Us meme. He's acting sus. He's acting sus.
he's acting sus. No, but he's still pretty good, but he's acting rather odd ever since he had the black suit.
Comment from Aaron. I think Yuri deserves recognition. He got nominated for plenty, however, and in a year as stacked with many fantastic performances in games, being considered among the best ain't no small thing, too. Absolutely. And I love how humble Yuri has been with all the award shows he's attended. He's attended the Game Awards. He's also attended DICE. I think GDC had some nominations for stuff, too. And at the DICE Awards, Naji won the BAFTAs, yeah. So he's won, or he's been there to see all these amazing people win. And even, I think his name is Neil Newbaum, who played Astorian in Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't seen his performance, but he won, and he's great, and I'm glad that he got recognition. But yeah, even him being nominated is amazing in and of itself. But I'm hoping whenever Marvel Spider-Man 3 releases, Aaron, I'm just saying right now, we gotta get Yuri his flowers for something. At least he'll get flowers in our eyes. That's all that matters. Aaron also said again, I think people forget how loaded 2023 was. Heavy hitters all around, so being nominated top 3 to 5 is big. Absolutely. Yeah, being nominated among those back-to-back Game of the Year incredible bangers was amazing. In fact, even to add on to that, Aaron, is that I was actually thinking that I thought the two big dogs that for sure were going to win was Yuri and Ben Starr, who plays Clive in Final Fantasy 16. Because I played Final Fantasy 16, and holy smokes, Ben Starr, nailed it so good in those scenes with Clive, and especially even Jill, but mainly the scenes with Joshua. I'm who, if you guys don't know, is his brother in Final Fantasy 16. I was broken. I was holy smokes, this is nuts. But yeah, so seeing even a talent like Ben not winning just shows how incredibly layered and packed 2023 was as a whole, especially not just for performances but all around game talent, game recognition, representation in games. All these great achievements was astounding. And I was even telling my roommate at the time when I was at San Francisco State University, like, so we're gonna root for our boy Yuri, right? Because my roommate is a big fan of Naruto, so he's a big Sasuke fan. So he's like, Yuri's gonna win no matter what. And I also got him the digital deluxe edition as a present when it came out, and he played it. And then he played the Venom section where Yuri's like, why don't you pop some more pills and say what you're really feeling? And he was like, dang, like I heard him vocally express, because I was in my room working on like an assignment at the time, and he was in the living room playing the game, and I heard him vocally say, damn! Like he said that like when Yuri was talking to MJ and Harry. I'm like, wait, what happened? And he's like, oh, like Peter just freaking popped off. I'm like, oh snap! Like, so he saw that. And I was laughing my ass off because it was like so funny.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, he's like, he got really into it. He was like really invested in the story and seeing where it was going.
I mean, honestly, I don't blame him for it.
No, he was totally getting into it, and it was the best.
Not but like 2023 was like really stacked up with like a lot of big hitters that year.
Huge.
It's like we got Resident Evil 4 remake, Dead Space remake, Hi-Fi Rush, another game to name there.
Rip Hi-Fi Rush, which by the way, even Hi-Fi Rush won awards for like best audio design, I think, and even like animation in like a BAFTA or something, and they still got shut down, which is incredibly upsetting and stupid and awful, and I hate so much for what happened. That amazing studio, but like even a game like that stacked up against so many other incredible games still won stuff, and it's like, that's awesome. So it's awesome to see that get recognition for who deserves to get praise. Well, they all deserve praise, but like the most praise with winning the award.
No, yeah, like 100%, and like and so actually, yeah, like I forgot to to mention like the other videos that you did. So the so yeah, like the whole situation with like Microsoft shutting down the studios, which we obviously already discussed it, like it was pretty stupid, moronic, and just dumb all around from Microsoft's part.
I was going the wrong way this entire time, by the way, for this mission. Yeah, awful news.
Yeah, the PlayStation Showcase stuff, which hopefully it happens later this month if we get lucky.
Fingers crossed. Aaron, if you're still there, fingers crossed. I don't want to have you lose your job or anything, but we're excited no matter what happens. Even if your guys aren't there, we're still supporting you guys no matter what.
Yeah, 100%, guys. Don't worry, we're gonna support you in every way, even if you're not there. Trust us. First off, in Insomniac we trust, but also in spirit of games. Just like, yeah, we know Insomniac's cooking. We know your guys are cooking, no matter what. And then I thought your top 5 of most anticipated Marvel games was really interesting too, actually.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
And I do agree with Evan. Like, my number 1 most anticipated Marvel game of all time for now is Iron Man.
It's interesting because I think you left your list in the comments, and it was exactly the same as mine. So we share a brain cell.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah.
By the way, I love the slow-mo you can do in the sunset with my... Look at this. Oh, yeah. Our boy's cooking. I cannot agree more. Like, there is so much potential with that Motive Iron Man game that not a lot of people seem to be really focusing on. Like, yes, Wolverine's going to be amazing. I think Marvel 1943 also looks amazing. But you got to think, an open-world Iron Man game running in Unreal Engine 5, open, like, all that... And it's next gen, and combat, and traversal, and a cool story, like, and it's being made by Motive. Like, whew, I know that game is going to be special when it comes out, and I can't wait.
And knowing that it's from the same people who made the Dead Space remake, which was an amazing, fantastic game.
Yes.
It's like, oh my god.
And even if you want more to their credit, they made Star Wars Squadrons, which I haven't played, but everyone says that the flying mechanics in that game are phenomenal. So it shows how much they can incorporate stuff like that into a character like Iron Man.
Yeah, and even from like the teaser image that they show when they reveal the game for the first time, like their Iron Man design is already like probably one of my favorite looks for Iron Man ever.
Yes, even if it's just a silhouette, like it still looks really, really well designed.
And like it already looks a million times better than Iron Man in Marvel's Avengers. I'm sorry, I hate that look for Iron Man. I'm sorry, I just do not like it.
I'm trying to think. I think well, it's interesting. I actually have a Funko Pop of it because they made Funko Pops for the Avengers game. But the default Iron Man design in Avengers, I'm not a fan of. I hate how the helmet looks mainly, but the base torso look is kind of too bare bones for me. But the suit that I have a Funko Pop of, which I do like, is actually a recolor of that Star Boost armor that they have in the game. Which is that white and steel looking suit, but it's red and gray, and it's called the Interstellar suit. And it looks really, really good with and it's also a suit in the game that you can wear just when playing around and stuff. But it has like black and a little bit of red and gold inlaid in it too, and I think it looks really well when put together. But the suit, I also love the diamond arc reactor. I get the basic, like, circle shape, and in Avengers, I think it was like a hexagon or something. Maybe a pentagon. But, that diamond shape in the EA Motive Iron Man suit looks really, really clean. And the mask, too, like, it looks sleek and stylized. And I love how streamlined that suit's pattern looks.
Yeah, even if it's just a silhouette, we can still kind of make out like the overall aspect and shape of the suit, and it looks very different from what we usually see with Iron Man and across different mediums, not just in the movies, but like even in the comics as well.
Right.
To a certain degree.
Aaron says Squadrons is awesome. Yes, Star Wars Squadrons. So again, it shows how, and that's a great point too, Aaron, because a lot of people in that video I made the other day about like top 5 Marvel games I'm looking forward to the most, it's hilarious because they're like, for you, Aaron, this will be hilarious because they're like, if it's not made by Insomniac, I don't want it. Boo anyone else other than Insomniac. It's like, guys, you know there's more game developers out there than Insomniac, right? And they're already busy enough as it is. They're already cooking with Marvel's Wolverine, and we've already waited since 2021 when that was revealed since now, and it's still not out. So give them room, please. They got enough on their plate. You please.
It's like the equivalent of like I would love to see this comic book movie be directed by this director, and it's the same one from like
I want Sam Raimi to make everything, and it's like, what? No. Like, do I like Spider-Man Far From Home? No, but at least I'm not gonna critique John Watts by saying you suck because you're not Sam Raimi. It's like, no, it's like I just don't like the direction that you went with the movie. Like, you got to critique it based on the things that are set out before you, not just because if it's not made by this developer, if it's not made by this director, then it's automatically woke garbage trash. It's like, oh my god, get out of here, please. But like, that's why I'm saying this. Like, Guardians of the Galaxy, besides I think Spider-Man PS4, has the best Marvel story in any piece of media I've ever played. Like, that game, and that wasn't made by Insomniac, that was made by Eidos Montreal and Square Enix. That was like one of the best Marvel stories I've ever seen. And same with Marvel's Midnight Suns, which was an amazing game. And it has so much depth with those characters that you wouldn't get for, you wouldn't usually normally see in a game like what Spider-Man 2 does. So each developer provides something new and brings something different to the table. But people just seem to want to either ignore it completely or just not be open to change. Which is why I'm like, even though, yes, Motive is developing Iron Man, EA is publishing Iron Man, that doesn't mean it's automatically bad just because EA is publishing it. Motive are the ones developing it, which is a totally different thing. So that's why it's like, you got to be inlaid in the culture of gaming to be aware of what the developer can do to provide a unique experience. Which is why I'm like, I'm looking at the Dead Space remake, I'm looking at Star Wars Squadrons, and I'm looking at what Marvel has done and seeing like, man, they can really do a lot of cool things with Iron Man at the forefront of his own dedicated AAA game. Aaron, Agent of
No,
Doom, our main man says, lots of fantastic other devs to take on some projects. I think Motive is one to trust with Iron Man. They're a proven studio so far back as Battlefront 2, which I love. Yes. See? Even our main man, Aaron himself, agrees. Each dev
Yes.
provides something new to the table. That's why I'm looking forward to Blade by Arcane Leon, because they have a lot of cool things in store with what they did with Deathloop, but at the same time, this is what their like first big third-person game is going to be, because before they've only done first-person stuff, and now they're incorporating a brand new type of style and genre with a Marvel IP with that of Blade. So yeah, it's like, do you want... Again, people are afraid of change. It's simple as that. So do you want the same thing over and over again? Maybe, and you could be satisfied with that. But me as a gamer, I'm looking for those new engaging experiences that they could play through and add upon their own style and their own twist. It's like, yeah, what is Insomniac going to do with Wolverine? What is Skydance New Media going to do with Marvel 1943? What is Arcane Leon going to do with Blade? What is NetEase going to do with Marvel Rivals? You know, like all these possibilities and genres that are different from one another to give you new and fresh experiences. And I love that as a gamer, first and foremost, to see, like, what's the gaming industry doing? What are they cooking with? Where are they going to operate on? And provide something new and fresh to the table.
Yuck. Time for some analysis at the molecular level.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to what they're going to do with these future games. And I'm stoked to see, like, the future of Insomniac, the future of Marvel, the future of these Marvel characters, and how that can be added into down the line, other Marvel characters to begin other Marvel games, and what other devs can do with those characters, and how they could be added into the future of Marvel. Like, all these possibilities is awesome to see, and I love seeing stuff like that. Science, baby. It's interesting because I like doing these missions, some of these side missions with Miles while Peter has the black suit. Because Peter, I don't see Peter wasting his time, quote unquote, doing these missions because he's so focused on trying to give the black suit back to Harry. So Miles can deal with more of the smaller scale, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man stuff, while Peter's focusing on the big picture Symbiote storyline Venom stuff. But before Peter gets the black suit, I do some main missions with Peter. Like, I always do the Howard mission with Peter, but at the same time, I always do the Grandpa mission with Miles, because I feel like it fits, because that Grandpa mission takes place in Brooklyn, so that's Miles' hometown, so it makes sense for him to be kind of in that area. And then the Howard mission is in Manhattan, so I feel like Peter would be around in Manhattan while Howard's there, and then Miles would be hanging around Brooklyn while the Grandpa's there. So I love being able to, like, mix and match the equal kind of, what's it called? The balancing of Miles and Peter's narratives into each of these side missions to give them each their own time to shine. Even though this is in Queens. So when I first saw this mission, I did do it as Peter because it's in Queens. I'm like, well, Peter's obviously from Queens, so I'm going to do it as Peter. But after seeing what this mission is, I feel like it makes a little bit more sense to do it with Miles rather than Peter.
Whoa. Maybe Genki knows what to do with this thing.
Let's see, we got the dog here.
Hello?
Genki. That monster in Queens, it's one of those hunter beasts.
Triangle circle at Miles. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. It's Fido. It's a good boy.
A hunter beast? Maybe we can hack it. It could give us some intel.
Is that an arrow sticking out of it?
Let's see, we'll fix that.
See, this won't hurt. Probably.
We're totally fine. Nothing to panic about. Oh my god! Ah! No. Ah!
Help! Okay. Okay. Quickly would be great. Got it.
I love that that's the shot from the gameplay demo from the PlayStation Showcase, but now with Miles.
I dumped 10 million random dog videos to its pattern recognition database.
No way, that's brilliant.
Oh, who's a good boy? Nice.
Doing it. Is it dangerous?
Try fetch?
So this is going to be the third playable character in Spider-Man 3, right? I'm assuming we got Miles, we got Peter, and now we got Fido. Absolutely.
Yeah, get him. That's a good boy.
Hashtag make Fido playable.
Distracted.
We all know it needs to happen.
A lot of corruption in these logs.
That arrow had to come from hunters. Why would they shoot their own robot?
Target practice?
I like how, again, you get more aspects of the Kraven Hunter stuff with Miles while Peter's doing all the stuff with the symbiote and the black suit. So you get the best of both.
You have a name?
Designation F1D0. Fido.
Okay. I was expecting killer or angst.
Angst.
Fido was
Nice.
better.
This log is cached to a server. Dare I?
How deeply do you trust your antivirus software?
You dare,
Lucky enough
Genki,
to
yes.
download this audio playback.
Oh, let's see really quick. Ghosty sent a new party invite. I will join that. Sorry, Ghosty, I saw that you got logged out there for a bit. Oh, Aaron, you never did this mission with Miles before. Interesting. I did this mission with Peter first, and then after seeing how Miles treats Fido, like Peter and Miles treat Fido the same way, like they treat him like a nice, good boy that he is. But I think it makes a bit more sense narratively, considering when this mission pops up. This mission pops up, Peter already has the black suit. So I first did this mission because it takes place in Queens, and that's obviously Peter's hometown. So I saw that, when I first saw this mission, I'm like, I'm going to do this Peter, of course. But then after seeing what happens here, and it's more like grounded and down to earth, I feel like it adds more weight to what Miles is doing after visiting his dad's grave. Like, people need help out there. Who am I going to help? So I feel like Miles would choose to help, you know, people in the city with Queens and also the hunter drones in the city, more so than Peter going out of his way to do that while he's dealing with all the black suit things. Oh, Bink. Already webbed up the guy. Gone.
I saw that you were doing the side mission where we find this robot dog called Fido.
Yeah, Fido's the best. Fido, I was saying earlier when you were in the party, Ghosty, is that we got Peter in the game, Miles in the game, Venom playable in the game, MJ playable, Haley playable. When is Fido going to be playable? That's obviously the next character that's going to be playable, right? Look at him right there! Where he's already taken out the hunters. Where's the triangle circle team up Fido takedown move with Miles? We need the tag team with Fido.
I'm surprised they don't have like a special animation for that with Fido or something. That would have been funny.
That's hilarious. And we can only in the DLC, when the Game of the Year edition drops, when the director's cut drops, that's the main. Not more Harry, not more Symbiote, more Fido. This is what the people want. And anyone who says otherwise is obviously wrong. So it's clear as day.
Nah, forget
Marvel's Fido win. Fido PS5 win.
Yeah, forget about that Cindy Moon Silk character. Like, nah, Fido
No, we don't need
is
Silk.
where it's at.
Yeah, Fido or die. Fido is a ride or die. I also love how Miles decorates Fido after this, or Peter, depending on who you're playing as. But I like how Miles is, again, a bit more grounded, where, again, this mission pops up after the whole Emily May Foundation fiasco. So because of that, I feel like Peter would be too occupied to deal with something like this. So because of that, Miles is like, yeah, I'll go to Queens in Peter's stead and help out this grandma with Fido and take out the hunters and also deal with the hunter drones in the city. Which is interesting because at the same time, I did all the hunter drone missions as Miles, because that's like, you do the main mission as Miles for that to introduce that event, or the side missions for the drones. So I did all those missions in turn of that with Miles. But then knowing where it leads up to, and it turns out it's a Chameleon tease, and Chameleon's so tied to Kraven and Peter, especially since Peter has already fought Chameleon in this universe, I do all those missions as Peter now. Like, I originally did it as Miles, and it was cool but now seeing how there's more Black Suit narrative depth with what he's going through personally and experiencing the symbiote with dealing with Kraven causing so much trouble for Peter and all that, like, Peter would want to go out of his way to take out the drones rather than having Miles do it for him. Let's see, let's swap to Peter.
Yeah.
Now, he should be getting a call from MJ, unless it already happened, because MJ called Miles and said, hey, I just talked to Peter about the EMF and going to Dr. Connor's house and all that, but what? You can land on the the phone wire, on the line wire there? That's hilarious. But I hope we get the phone call again from Peter with MJ. I hope we hear that. How do I... Can I fast travel to the grave? I can swing over there, but if I can fast travel, yeah. Let's see.
No, because it's like because I think I did all those drawn missions as Miles, but I had no idea that I was actually going to lead to a chameleon teeth. So
yes,
I was like, oh,
me neither. I was shocked.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like I think it makes more sense if it was Peter. Like, oh, like there's these drones going on at the city. I better follow them. And then, oops, it turns out it actually leads to chameleon.
Like, whoa! And shout out to all people who caught it. Is the amazing Web of Shadows Easter egg with the Moonlight Sonata playing in the background with the piano. I love that.
That was hilarious.
Yep. I tried to restart the checkpoint because I thought maybe we could hear MJ call Peter, but I guess I missed that. Oh well. Let's see. We've already. Let's see. Is it? Oh my God! It's already 4:20. And that was not a joke. Let me do. Let me do. I guess a couple of the drone missions, and then I think we'll call it quits. Because we've been doing a lot.
Yeah, because
or, you know what? Wait. What's next? The lizard mission? No, you know what? We'll do that because in honor of Aaron being here, because Aaron's a legend. Because I know you and Jordan played. I saw you guys were doing amazing playing through that mission in the live stream at Insomniac. So now I'll do it justice for you guys with this mission with the lizard chase with Peter and Miles. So we got Peter in the black advanced suit, which we'll keep. Miles. What am I going to put him in? Let's see. Dealer's choice. Should I put him in the evolved suit? just to do it? I don't know. What do we got? Got Spider Cat.
Actually, why not put him in the in one of the Spider-Verse suits?
That's a good choice. Okay, we'll do the Across the Spider-Verse suit. I've never really used... It's interesting, because I'm just so used to playing the game normally, you know, with the basic... What's it called? The visual, like, you know, standard visual that I never really play through the Spider-Verse. Yeah, the Spider-Verse filter. Oh, Aaron saying Brooklyn 2099 blue variant. All right, that was the one that I think you guys were wearing in your stream, right? So yeah, we'll follow the tradition here, but I'll keep the advanced suit, the black advanced suit on. Which, by the way, I love how clean this looks. The white black suit, the white advanced, the white suit, white black suit, whatever you call it, the white black suit. It looks really, really clean. That variant.
I call it just the black suit advanced suit variant. That's what I always called it.
The black white suit, white black suit.
No, the black advanced suit variant. That's what I like to call it.
That's right. Oh, Aaron says Spider-Verse works too. Don't let me override your decision. It's okay, Aaron. You're the guest of honor in this stream, which I'm honored that you joined. Thank you, by the way. So we'll go with we can only. It's such a rare occasion to have such an amazing person like yourself from Insomniac be joined here. So we got to honor you to do justice by you and the suits in this game. The other suits that I always wear, because I'm so basic as well, like I just always wear the the default canon suits. Like even though there's like the anti-Venom suit, the black suit, the Raimi black suit, all these other costumes, I always just wear the standard Insomniac black suit. Like it looks so clean. And today, I think, or yesterday, I forget when, I ordered the black suit Funko Pop. So that should be coming in the mail soon. And the other Funko Pops as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, so you got like all of them, or you only got like...
No, I got all of them. Even the Black Sheep himself, the Evolved suit. So I got the Advanced Suit 2.0, the upgraded Miles suit, Venom, Kraven, Black Suit Spider-Man, and Evolved Suit Miles. So I'm all set. Now all I need is either a Jumbo Funko Pop of Venom or Harry as Agent Venom is what I would like to see. Which I think they even kind of like teased that they might be doing that, like Harry as Agent Venom as a Funko Pop, as well as Scream, MJ Scream.
And I think they also, I think even they said that they're going to do one for Anti-Venom Spider-Man.
I would love to see that.
Yeah. And also,
oh my god.
This next...
I just did one symbiote move and they're all gone. It's instant death.
Bruh. Well, then again, that's actually what would happen if you ever encounter Black Suit Spider-Man. He would just
that is true.
But yeah, and also this next mission is pretty much the first thing we ever saw of this game. If you think about it, this was the first thing we saw.
But now seeing it in context was incredible. And this is all the stuff that I also got to play through during the PlayStation preview event, which Aaron kind-heartedly, amazingly, wonderfully, can't thank you enough, invited me to. And it was an honor not only playing it with you for the first time and seeing the entire thing be played out in general after seeing that entire gameplay for so long, but also right next to our boy Comic Blast Keenan. Because how they set it up is that they had TVs kind of like back-to-back to each other, and each player had like a booth, like a TV booth to play in, and it was also like a back-to-back thing. So Keenan and I were literally like facing each other pretty much while playing the game. So we were playing it together at the same time simultaneously. And it was insane. Yeah, seeing this mission, playing it for the first time in the black suit, like the first time seeing the black suit in this game, like during well, we first saw it during the Harry EMF mission, but seeing, you know, the gameplay that we saw in the demo, but playing through that was surreal.
Wow.
I also, by the way, like, just, I don't know, something mood-wise about this scene, I'll quickly switch out of it, but seeing the black suit, like symbiote Spider-Man, evil, totally creepy-looking symbiote black suit Spider-Man walking around in a kid's bedroom with this evil, dark mood lighting and the lighting reflecting on the symbiote, and also seeing close up, like, this was the first time seeing, like, the black suit close up in this context. So seeing, like, when you go closer, you see, again, the textures of the tendrils moving around on the neck and the body and everything. I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And yeah, seeing, like, the reflection of Black Suit Spider-Man, there's been some cool photo mode things that people have done where they've taken, like, the picture of Black Suit Spider-Man looking in the mirror and then Red Suit Spider-Man looking back, and they kind of edited it in a cool way. So I love seeing stuff like that, and it's amazing.
Like, like, not gonna lie, this section actually, like, I was terrified when I got to this section. Like, it gave me the creeps somehow.
Connors was here, all right.
Like this section almost felt like I was playing a horror movie. I was like, I'm sure if this is a Spider-Man game or a horror movie that I'm playing.
Seeing the, yeah, like, after, well, now that we know the context of it is that, you know, the lizard was normally, like, standard human size, and it was only that serum that Kraven gave him that he got even worse and evolved even further. But seeing, like, yeah, like, again, his whole livelihood of his entire household being destroyed, because of Kraven and him turning into the lizard was, like, seeing all this, you know, Dr. Connors' house, his life being destroyed by Kraven and the symbiote, or not the symbiote, but, like, you know, Kraven on his own with Peter, on having the symbiote on him, is, like, all adding into one massive event that's building up with Kraven, the lizard, symbiote Spider-Man, Miles, you know, all this stuff. Like, it adds up, and it's amazing to see play out like this.
Like, there was something, like, legitimately, like creepy of this section. And, like, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what was more creepy, like having Black Suit Spider-Man, like just searching on this place, or like the overall, like, just seeing how much history there was with Kurt Connors and how, like he has such a normal life before the lizard stuff and basically just took it all apart from him.
Right.
Yeah, and like and yeah, like there's also like just another reason as to why Dr. Connors is such an interesting character for me personally. I always found the Lizard a really interesting character.
Shout out
in the
to Mark Whitten, who plays Kurt Connors in this game, who, if you guys don't know, plays my favorite boy in Genshin Impact, Kazuha. He's one of my mains in that game, and he voices, he plays Dr. Connors in this game, and he's amazing.
And I love this Lizard design. Like, I love how he goes from like classic
in the
Lizard
lab coat, yeah, it's so good.
The lab coat. And
then we get, total Spider-Man 3 game, PTSD flashbacks where you fight Mega Lizard in the sewer with, Bully Maguire and all that. But here we go. Oh no, not yet, not yet. We're about to bust through. We'll say it together, Ghosty, when he busts through.
Are you gonna say what I think you're gonna say?
Yeah. We're almost there. Yo, Yuri going the dark path now, baby.
This is
point of no return.
This is the point of no return.
Here we go. The beast could be anywhere. Yeah, where is he? Oh, there he is. Ready, Ghosty? You have no idea. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, it's time. Woo! It's hilarious. When I first played this, I tried to play it exactly how it was played in the demo. So I tried to do the symbiote punch. I tried to do the symbiote strike. I tried to have the dog pounce on me. Like, all that stuff, like, 1-to-1. Try to get it, like, exactly how it was played in that first showcase.
No, yeah, like I tried to, but I was just like, no, I don't think I'm gonna do it justice.
Exactly. It's like, we can't be him. We could try to be him, but we're not him. Now wait, hold on. I gotta get this guy on a wall. Let me wall kick him, quick. No. I want to wall. No. I want to wall kick this. Oh no, he's too far. I want to wall kick the guy on the house. Come on. No. Oh, they're dying too quickly. Oh no. Oh,
come on. No.
Jay Shockblast, our boy Jay Shockblast in the chat. This is my favorite level in Marvel's Avengers. Somebody kick Jay. No, I'm kidding. No. Oh, Jay, the copium is real, buddy. I know. I understand. I feel you.
Like, bro, like, it is such a difference between, like, watching this in the showcase versus actually playing it, like.
Right. It's hilarious, because I think I played through this section too fast, that I don't get to the part where Yuri says, he's gonna wish he never came to New York. Like, I never get to that part, because I beat it so quickly. Which is hilarious.
Oh shit! Aaron says, Sean played this so many times to perfect the demo recording. I think if you came close enough, it would have been impressive enough.
That's amazing. I mean, I can't even imagine how long it took to try and get the perfect gameplay footage for those sequences, where you're showing off, because not only is it the first time people are seeing. Because you got to keep in mind, just for, like, not Aaron, but, like, for you, like, chat, general viewers, like, there's so much that goes into a general initial reveal for a game, because you have to show off, okay, this is a sequel, so how is it new and how is it different from the original game? So you immediately start off with Black Suit Spider-Man. Then it's like, okay, Black Suit, now what? Symbiote powers, right? So what does that look like? Boom. You show the symbiote punch. Boom. You see the symbiote tendrils. Boom. You just see all that play out. The new web moves, the swinging, all that, the acting of Yuri's voice. There's so much that goes into a first impression. And you guys, for me, Aaron, honestly, and I'm sure Ghosty too can agree, you killed it. Like, it was, I'll never forget that. And my roommate was there in the other room. He was like, you must have liked that, huh? Like, after seeing a gameplay for the first time, he was like, because he knew how excited I was to see it. And he was like, yeah, yeah, dude, they cooked. They cooked so hard with this.
Nah, bro. Like I saw this gameplay demo so many times to the point where I basically like memorized all the lines. I'm like, it's like, you have no idea. Like I memorized those lines like so many times, and I even tried to replicate it.
So do I. Like, oh baby, like yeah, that would like Bully Lowenthal was trending. I honestly saw like several times Bully Lowenthal was trending on Twitter the moment that they revealed the gameplay demo. And that's all we got, just like, you know, those couple lines of Yuri in the black suit, like, poison clouds, is that all you got? These gunships just won't quit! You know, like...
And
I
it's
got you. Like, oh, man.
Time to go boom.
Yeah.
Oh my
The
god.
one,
it was...
the one that got me, even though it's so, you know, well, there were two that got me. It was the, you know, he's gonna wish he never came to New York, because that just was peak Bully Lowenthal energy, and it's like, wow, like, we're gonna get a Game of the Year performance from Yuri Lowenthal with this game, and we did, in my opinion. He still deserves his flowers, but Naji's amazing too. But that, and then also the slight, when he's talking to Miles, no, he's mine. Like, whoa. Like, you know, like, that was like a huge tonal shift. Like, you never would hear Peter say that to Miles, especially in the context of the first game and then and Miles' own game. Like, he's such a supportive mentor and heroic figure to Miles that he looks up to and is inspired by. But the second that he's going after something as personal as trying to save Harry and Craven, he's like, no, it's mine. Like, he's mine. Like, it's my turn, Miles. Like, leave it to me. But he's also like, you know, like, sure you want help? Like, not like, hey, I can help you. Like, no. Like, just like,
the fact
wow.
That was like, and the fact that was like, before we even knew about if they're gonna do like, oh, they're gonna do the symbiote evil thing, or if it was like actually Peter himself making the symbiote like that. Like, bruh.
There's so much.
Yeah, and like, and also, like, besides the black suit stuff, also when they show like, oh, Miles switching to Miles, and like, oh, him using the web wings, because that was the first time that we saw the web wings too.
Yes. Which was hilarious because that was teased before in like a poster for Across the Spider-Verse, and it was showing the advanced suit, you know, Insomniac Spider-Man with web wings in a poster. It's like, is that going to be in the game? And people are like, nah, that they just messed up. They just messed up the marketing. They don't know what they're talking about. And then they did. And it's like, oh my god! Like, everyone freaked out. Like, no way.
No, yeah, that was hilarious. No. And also, like, when they show like the stealth section, like, oh, you can do like double takedowns now, and like, when one of the Craven Goons says, "Watch out for his new power," then Miles freaking uses like a Hadouken
like,
to one
what?
of the.
Hadouken? Whoa! Yeah, like, I was gonna go stealth, but I can just do this instead. If they get all close to me, I can just let loose. Let's see.
My God. And like, no, even in the gameplay demo,
There we
like,
go.
he basically like, like. He used the blue electricity power and then knocked out everyone, and it was like, wow, that was quick.
It's like, is there a fight anymore? Like, what's happening? Like, yeah.
No, yeah. And also like, but even like when Miles sees the black suit for the first time, and then when Peter freaking lands into the building with all these tentacles out,
with the tendrils popping out, I'm like, this is it, dude. Like, and we're not even at this point yet, but I'll tell you a story. So, Jay, my boy, just got the Miles Morales upgraded suit hot toy Friday. Awesome. I think I saw you post pictures on Twitter too. It looked amazing. I think I had to let go of my pre-order for the hot toy for the black suit Spider-Man from this game, but I want it badly. But I do not yet own a single hot toy, but the first one I do own will be from these games. It has to be. It's probably either going to be the Advanced Suit 1.0, which is still my personal favorite, you know, suit, not only of all time, but also within these games, is the first ever Advanced Suit. And also, yeah, I love Miles' upgraded suit in this game. It looks really, really good. But I'll tell you a story. So we're not even at that point yet, but in the Venom sequence where Harry becomes Venom, because we all theorized, obviously, that we were going to be playing as Venom in this game, and we did, and it was amazing, and I'll never forget it. But I was, like, in my room. I remember it was late at night, and I was playing the game all day, because I just wanted to immerse myself in the game, and it was during, like, big assignments I was doing in the middle of, like, midterms and stuff for my school courses, and I remember it was on October 20th when the game came out. Thankfully, huge thanks and shout out to Insomniac and PlayStation for gifting me an early review copy for Spider-Man 2, so I played it a day early, but on the 20th, I wasn't able to play the game until later in the evening because I had a field trip I had to go on for one of my classes, otherwise, which was worth 40% of my grade. So if I missed the field trip, I'd essentially fail the class. So I was pissed. I was like, I just want to play this game I've waited 5 years for. So it's like, so after seeing that, I love this part with the fish, by the way. So after, going through all the stuff with the class and all that, I came back home. I was already super tired, but I stayed up all night to play the game, literally until like 8 at night until like 5 in the morning or something, because I was just like on it. I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever experienced in my life. And I played the game, and I played through the game again the next day, and then it got later in the day where I just, defeated Kraven as Spider-Man, and defeated Spider-Man as Spider-Man, defeated, Peter as Miles with the black suit. And then it got to the scene with Harry, and then I'm like, are we doing this right now? And then it showed, yeah, he got the symbiote, and he turned to Venom. Like, I already crapped my pants, first off. But then, when he turned to Venom, and then it showed the POV shot of, or like the, kind of like up-close shot of Venom, behind it, like where the guards, the security guards are there. And it goes to kind of behind the shoulder of Venom's perspective. It's like, are we going to do what I think we're going to do right now? And then it showed, Venom roaring to the guards, and then, press square to attack. I'm like, I think I bust a lung, because I was screaming so loud. And then, like, luckily no one in my room knocked on my door, like, are you okay? Like, they knew it was all because of the game. Because I let them know in advance, like, listen, if I start freaking out, it's because this game I've waited 5 years for has finally come out. So just remember that if anything crazy happens. And then, yeah, like, I literally bust my lungs screaming, pretty much. And
so you were...
I was freaking out, dude. And, yeah, like, beating everyone up and then doing all the special moves as Venom was the craziest thing ever. And then, yeah, like, all that culminated into, like, also, again, hearing Tony Todd's Venom voice for the first time. Like, we're not there yet in the stream, but just, we're getting ahead of myself. But, yeah, that was... I'll never forget that.
Like this moment right here, like when he
and my roommate was out doing something else, like with his girlfriend or something. So I just had the whole place to myself, and I was just like, "Yeah, this is amazing." And this scene with the black suit, with the advanced black suit, by the way, like, amazing.
Oh my god! So you were basically like, "Hey guys," in the case that I started screaming as if I was losing my health or something, it's not because I'm dying or anything. It's because I was waiting for this game for 5 years.
Because I played for Marvel Spider-Man 2 for 5 years, ever since the first game came out. Like, you guys don't know.
Yeah, so
like, yeah.
Like, you guys understand, but so if I start to scream and something like I'm losing like my friend or something,
which was cool,
don't worry.
Actually, is that we held like almost a mini Halloween party event in my building where I was staying in San Francisco State University, playing this game, and people came down. We had like a whole like bowl of Halloween candy that we got from some of our classes, and we just hung out and played the game during Halloween, and like people came down to hang out and see it, and it was really cool. Jay Shotglass, my boy. Am I going to Summer Game Fest? No. I wish. But too busy, sadly. Same with Comic-Con. Obviously, we don't know if, Insomniac is going to Comic-Con or any Marvel game stuff is happening during Comic-Con. But I've just been so busy outside of YouTube lately trying to do job searching and everything that I don't think I'd be able to go to Summer Game Fest even if I'd like to, which I would love to. But and it would be my first Summer Game Fest. But no, I've sadly just been so busy outside of YouTube, so I don't know if I would have time. But I would love to see if they have any cool PlayStation reveals there, because we obviously know PlayStation's going to be there. And obviously last year, when Summer Game Fest happened, that's when we got the release date for Marvel Spider-Man 2. So, who knows what could happen again this year.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about that PlayStation is already going to be there at the Summer Game Fest before we even know if a PlayStation Showcase even happens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's still up in the air, so it's going to be very cool to see what happens with PlayStation, not only if they have a showcase this month, but also another event, at the Summer Game... Because what happened last year with Summer Game Fest with PlayStation? I know Spider-Man 2 came out, or they showed the release date for it. Did they show any other big thing, like Death Stranding or something? Like Death Stranding 2, or... No. I don't think so.
Actually, I don't think they show... Well, I mean, they showed Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That was also the first time that we got something from that game, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That counts. See, going to
Yeah,
water.
but besides those two, not really much because it was mostly just third-party stuff, really. So, not really. So anything besides Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Spider-Man 2, that was all we got from PlayStation, really, because obviously everything else was on the showcase. So
Right.
Yeah. So but yeah. And another thing that I always like when I saw back to the moment where Peter like falls to the rooftop, lands on the ground, and then Miles sees the new black suit that Peter's having. If you hear the music, piano, when it says like the doo doo,
Yeah, those
like
little
that,
notes,
like,
those somber notes.
Yeah.
It's like you know what's coming. You know, like hardcore Black Suit Spider-Man fans know what's coming. So it's like seeing that, and then yeah, the musical motif from John Paisano, absolutely cooking as always, is phenomenal.
Yeah, like I thought I even said myself, if this is gonna be like the leitmotif of the black suit, because
Yeah,
that really
and it
sounded
was because you hear like that's incorporated into the full theme of the black suit. But yeah, a taste of what's to come or what did come.
Yeah, like because I'm like a sucker for music in video games and movies, so it's like I always like to pick up like the little music cues that happens in the like in those moments, and so when I heard the notes, like the little black suit leitmotif there, I was like, yep, I can already see greatness coming from this.
The peak is in our sights, and it paid off.
Yeah, I don't know if I think this is one of the best black suit themes, or is it up there with the others? Because the Spider-Man 3 one is obviously like iconic as hell.
Iconic, yep.
Yeah, but this one is still really good. Not gonna lie.
I don't know, like I swear to God, it's not biased or anything talking, just because I love Insomniac's Spider-Man games so much, but I have hummed the black suit theme more times than I can count. Like for this game, for like, there's obviously the da 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 da, which is Spider-Man 3 Bully Maguire, but then Spider-Man 2 is more deeper because of the greater impact I feel the symbiote has on Peter's life, and how that all culminates into Venom. So it's like da na 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 na, and it's the same theme from the first game but darker.
Yeah, like I love how Jump
and then
sounded
what
like
we were talking about earlier. Sorry to cut you off, Ghosty, but what we were talking about earlier with like the open world black suit music, the Act 2 theme, where it's like that's such a big prevalent like shift of the music that's in the game, where it's like like there's so like those layers to it. Like, ooh, by the way, there it is. So do I. That line with Peter. Yeah, like it's a shift of like somber things to come. Like it's foreboding a greater threat and a deeper impact that the symbiote is doing on Peter, and vice versa what Peter's doing to the symbiote. And here we go with Bully Lowenthal finally at the front center stage, baby.
This is it, boys. This is the point of no return.
So here we go. There's the music again. It's so good, dude. And then even more with the black suit theme is where like what we call the symbiote surge theme, where it goes buck wild, where he goes in the crazy combat and the music that happens when you're fighting enemies.
Yeah, and all these things in the music, you wouldn't notice it if you pay actually attention to it, if you listen carefully to the music.
Right.
Yeah, like
that might
like
just because I'm such a big musical guy, but even if you're just like a general fan, know nothing about music theory, just like you hear now, this is like some big shift going on with Peter. Even now, we'll do this random crime, and we're gonna do a bit of overtime. We're gonna do the Craven bases that I did earlier. I did the little individual hunter blinds, but now we're doing the main bases. And this is what I'm talking about with the big shift that you hear from Peter's dialogue when he's wearing the black suit. Notice how I haven't touched any of these bases as Peter yet, or as Miles yet, because I want to have you guys hear the dialogue that Peter says when he's wearing the black suit, taking out these bases. And I only do these bases with Peter, because it adds so much more weight to later on when he goes and fights Kraven in the black suit. But this scene where he fights enemies, listen to Peter's dialogue. Woo, here we go. I love how they're talking to Peter normally, like, Spidey, please help us. And he's like, get out of my way. You know, like, he's going full-on bully mode. Like, it's amazing.
Nah, yeah, he's like Spider-Man, please help us. And it's like, get the hell out of my way.
What is, like, one of the lines he says? Let's see if he'll say it. He's like, be thankful any of you can still walk. It's like, oh my god. Let's see, what does he say?
Be thankful any of you can still walk.
What'd I just say? He literally said it like... Yeah, dude. Yeah, that is madness. Hearing Yuri, of all people, say that too, like, how kind and you know, wonderful he is as Peter, and then hearing him say that instead, like, man, like, what a shift.
Yeah, and I can only imagine like how how much this would have hurt for you, like, speak in this voice.
I think
like,
he
how
said
much
that.
it would have
Like,
hurt
I think he said it vocally hurt him to do some of those scenes as Black Suit Spider-Man. I can imagine the scene where he's, you know, fighting Kraven, like the whole breaking out of the glass thing.
Yeah, or like when he's fighting against Miles, like, you're in the way, Miles. Like,
yeah,
like,
even again, we mentioned this earlier, Aaron, if you're still here, and everyone else watching, like when he's in the church with Kraven, you know, when he rings the bell and he's screaming, like, we're like, who stabbed Yuri in the booth? I just want to ask who is torturing Yuri during his his recordings? Because oh my god. He went off, and he, again, deserves all the praise in the world.
Yeah. A question from Riley McCord. He says, Evan, do you wish that you can switch suits like what you did in Web of Shadows?
I would love to do that, but I think it's fitting here for this game because it's first Peter in the beginning of the game doesn't have the symbiote. Then the entire time in this game is that Peter's supposed to be wearing the symbiote 24/7, and then in the third act, when he doesn't have the symbiote anymore, he rebonds with it again with the anti-Venom symbiote. So maybe they could have added that mechanic at the very end of the game, which I would have loved to have seen. But at the very least, you can use different abilities. So if you're in the red suit, you can still use symbiote abilities if you choose to do that in the the upgrade menu. But yeah, I know what you mean. Seamlessly swapping out between the red suit and the black suit would have been great, and I would have loved to have seen that.
Oh no, yeah, look.
One down.
Let's see, where are these other switches?
And so, but like, yeah, like, I think like, because I love Yuri Lowenthal as an actor. Like, I think he's like, I think my top 3 favorite Spider-Man actors would be Christopher Daniel Barnes from the '90s show, obviously.
Great choice.
And also him as Noir, and also him as Spider-Man Noir, who was amazing in that game. And then he was also 2099 in Edge of Time, which I like, but I think he was overall. I think I like him as Miguel, but he was great as Noir in Shattered Dimensions.
He cooked so hard with Noir, like he was amazing, and yeah, like his performance as Miguel is also incredible. But man, I think what he does as Noir is really, really special.
Yeah. Then my second favorite is the amazing Josh Keaton himself, obviously.
Nice.
Who is, obviously, we all know him as the Spectacular Spider-Man, who is great in that, but like he's also fantastic as Ultimate Spider-Man in Shattered Dimensions.
Yep.
He was great in that. And then he was also Amazing Spider-Man in Edge of Time, which is always a win. There is nothing wrong with that.
Absolute win. It kind of weird. It's fumbling in the canonical nature of Shattered Dimensions because he's playing a different version. Apparently, that's the same Spider-Man from Shattered Dimensions, but it's not Neil Patrick Harris. So it's like that kind of defeats the purpose of Shattered Dimensions, but whatever. But yeah, Josh Keaton was fantastic in Edge of Time as well.
And then and number one is obviously Yuri Lowenthal, but like he is my absolute favorite, and I think my favorite performance from his is either between this game or the first game, because I still think about the ending of the first game with him like
with Doc Ock. You were everything I wanted to be. Yeah, that will stick with me till the day I die. Honestly, like that's again, as I've said, that's the best Spider-Man story I've ever seen in any form of Spidey media outside of the comics. Like that story is a masterpiece.
Yeah, and it's like, and like to this day, like that ending, like besides the whole like, I helped you out, like you were my inspiration, and now like, for him to end up like that, like, man, like, but like, and also the moment where Aunt May, where it's like, take off your mask, I want to see me. I'm like,
Nancy Lenari, the ghost. Yes. That scene will always make me every time. It always makes me cry every time.
It's like I don't think I've ever like felt so like emotionally like destroyed by a video game until that game came out. I mean, there were other moments that made me feel like that, but nothing ever came close to Aunt May dying. Like,
no,
man, like even like when No Way Home, when Aunt May died in No Way Home,
no,
it's like even that was like, nah, not even close. No. Not but yeah, like for me, I think Yuri Lowenthal, he has become probably my favorite for Spider-Man, not just in these games, in the Insomnia games, but like just in any Marvel game in general.
That's why Yuri getting that Spider paycheck in every single game now with Ultimate Alliance 3, Midnight Suns, Marvel Rivals. I'm probably missing some other thing, but he's now become the definitive voice of Spider-Man. I feel like at least in more modern, portrayals. Like everyone has their favorite, but Yuri's been getting so much deserved praise and recognition for his role as Peter, and it's only been elevated so much further with all these other games that have come out recently. Wait, listen. From Peter.
I'll deal with him if he doesn't. Let's keep shutting these bases down.
Hardcore. See? Peter's like, before he'd be like concerned and questioning, like, oh, let's find more bases. Like I'll deal with it. Let's find more bases. Stop him. Like that's all he cares about, because he's going down this dark path, which is why when people say the black suit story was rushed, it should have been longer. Like you got to play it longer. You can choose how long you wear the black suit, which is the great part about a video game, is that you get to choose when and where you get to experience these moments. So that's why I take the liberty of going around the city fighting crimes as Spider-Man, angry bully Lowenthal style, but also now with the bases.
No, yeah, and it's like, and I love how that is different depending on what point in the game you are.
Yeah.
When you do the bases.
Exactly. Miles will have different dialogue when you play them, and Peter has different dialogue when you play them, both in the red suit and the black suit. So.
Yeah. And like and also just like, but no, like I think like the moment that solidify like Yuri Lowenthal to just not be an amazing actor, but just be like probably the best Spider-Man voice actor, is rightfully at the moment between when Miles is fighting against Symbiote Spider-Man. Like that moment will probably be stuck in my head for like probably until the day that I die, probably, because it's like there was something about seeing Miles in Black Suit Spider-Man and how like just the dialogue between the two of them, like, you're in the way, Miles, it's like always in the way, like, oh my god.
And it only amplifying, the symbiote's amplifying what Peter's feeling at that point. And same thing that, now the symbiote's also kind of growing a bit of, not sentience because it's already sentient, but more being, outly vocal about what it's feeling. It's like, I'm the solution. And that's both Peter and the symbiote speaking together. And it feels, it hits insane when you play that moment.
it's because we knew that like obviously there was gonna be like a fight between Miles and Peter when he was in the black suit, but man, I had no idea that it was gonna go this hard with like. My God.
It's crazy that they have so many awesome back-to-back moments, again, like right next to each other. Spider-Man fighting Kraven in the black suit. Miles fighting Peter in the black suit. Then you play as frickin' Venom, and then you play as Venom fighting Kraven. Like, what? Dude, like, all that in the span of, like, an hour is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It's like now it's like I don't think any other Spider-Man adaptation will ever come close to this. Not even not even in a million years they will ever come to hit as close as this.
In my opinion, yeah, no way.
Because it's like I think this game. I mean, yeah, the game. I mean, as much as awesome as the game is, obviously it's not perfect.
All games have flaws.
Yeah, it's like even if the game is like a 9 out of 10, like even if the game is like absolute masterpiece, there are going to be some flaws, obviously.
And in a way, that's good because that means that they can improve upon the next game in the future if people point out what they liked and didn't like. Critical, constructive criticism is what I'm saying is always beneficial for any game developer to hear. Oh my God! Look at all the arrows in Peter's back. Jesus.
Yeah, but like, yeah, as long as it is like actual like constructive criticism and not just be like, oh, the game is bad just because it's bad. Like, bro,
game bad because like, game bad. It's like, yeah, you can just leave now, then.
Yeah, you can just leave now. Like, as long as you're being like, rebel and actually provide like, valid and solid, criticism, then it's like, okay, we hear you.
Helpful feedback.
You did,
yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh, you did
all
this feature
devs,
you?
or at least they should at least, all devs do respect critical and constructive feedback, because that way it allows them to make a better game and also give something that maybe they overlooked. Like, you know what, I never thought about it like that, or like, you know what, I never considered doing this or that. So hearing what fans have to say to provide a better product down the line is how all great games are made.
Yeah, because if they don't do that, then it's like, how can we make a better game if you don't provide valid criticism?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, DC Gaming.
Like
DC Gaming. Great point, and he's saying it sarcastically, sarcasm. Game bad because Eddie Brock isn't Venom. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, that's a legitimate criticism I've seen certain people say. Like, that's not even a joke. Like, that's literally some stone-faced argument that people think they're making a great point with. Like, yeah, the game bad because no Eddie Brock. It's like, okay. Like, and again, if your criticism that Venom was bad because he didn't act like Venom, no. You're upset that Venom was bad, or quote-unquote, you think Venom was bad because Venom didn't act like Eddie Brock's Venom. Harry is not Eddie. And I hate that I have to, I feel like I have to grab people by the shoulders and scream in their face because they're not getting it. Harry is not Eddie.
It's like...
If Harry was Eddie, then they would just do Eddie Brock as Venom. The entire point of doing Harry as Venom is to get a totally different Venom that is nothing like Eddie. So if you're mad that Venom didn't act like Venom because he's not Eddie, you're simply mad that they didn't do Eddie. So it's like, I don't know what else you want.
It's like at this point it's like, Evan, if you see someone complaining about the game, it's like, oh, Eddie Brock is not in Spider-Man 2, it's like you just post a link of your video of breaking down Venom.
Yeah. That's honestly one of the reasons why I made that video in the first place. It's like, if anyone ever has any other criticisms about Venom just because he's not Eddie or just because he did this or that or whatever, I'm just like, just watch my video. I don't care if it's an hour and a half long, watch my video.
It's like, bro, if you can spend if you can spend like an hour or two freaking complaining about having Venom, I'm sure you can watch. If you create rant threads on Twitter because you're so mad about whatever, then the least you can do is watch a hour and a half video going in depth about a character that you love so much. It's like, bro, it's like they're willing to do something, but they're not willing to do this other thing. It's like, what are you on about? It's like.
Do you want change or not? God. What do you... Yeah, I don't understand that. Another Bully Lowenthal line here, though. Let's see.
Ripe for a therapy session. This family isn't worth your sympathy. Let's find the next base.
Woo! This family isn't worth your sympathy. Living legend.
Damn.
So again, this. So you would think this all feeds into when Peter ends up fighting Kraven during the that boss fight where he's obviously venting all of his frustrations to him. This all is adding up. It's only building and building and building and building his inner rage towards Kraven and the Hunters for doing what they did with the EMF and Harry and everything.
Nah, yeah, and it's like
I didn't even stealth this one. I just swung right in. Did you see that? I just web winged right into this building and just started blasting.
Oh yeah, I just saw that. Like, oh my god.
We're not even gonna go stealth on this one, boys.
He was like right into the action.
Like, we're here. Like, oh, we gotta stealth this one? Nope, sorry. We're going web blasting this one.
Nah, bro, like, we're
on demon time.
Like, we have the symbiote, we're gonna just freaking go into the action. We're gonna blast this one.
We're going all Bully Lowenthal on this one, baby.
Nah, yeah, but like, no, but like, I love how like even in the side missions, like the hunter bases and the hunter drones, even those actually add to the black suit story in this game.
Exactly.
And how like even if it's like a side mission, it still feels like it's adding to the story and not just be like, oh, it's like an extra complement or something. Like, no, it adds to it.
You almost get that with like a little bit of Web of Shadows in there too, because in Web of Shadows, if you were in the black suit for like just wore the black suit with civilians around, they would react negatively to you because they don't like black suit Spider-Man. So in this, it's like you could either do that or do like the black suit choices in the story parts with black suit or red suit Spider-Man. It's almost the same thing here. Like like wait until later on in the game when you get the black suit to hear Yuri's dialogue. Add more depth to his black suit storyline.
No, yeah, like and like although I was kind of hoping that like so like when you have the black suit and then you're interacting with the civilians, like I thought it was like, oh, Spider-Man, how you're doing? And then when you actually trying to like salutate with them, like Peter would just be like, oh, Spider-Man, I want a hug. It's like, you want a hug? You want a hug? I don't know, mind. Right. I don't want a hug, Spider-Man. Or something like that, like just like how in Web of Shadows, like if you have a black suit, people would just like react negatively to you. I was thinking maybe we could do something like that in this game where it's like, oh, Peter has the black suit, so people are gonna start to react like rather negatively, like, Spider-Man, what is that costume you're wearing? It's like, oh, this costume?
That's one thing I wish we did see a bit more of, is like the first time where he's talking to that guy in the the pawn shop, and he's like, what happened here? And he's just wearing this totally weird, black looking costume from that civilian's perspective. He doesn't even like look at him weirdly or differently. He's just like, yeah, this knife or whatever. It's like, aren't you gonna question this crazy looking black suit that Spider-Man's wearing right now? Like, that is one thing I would have liked to have seen a bit more of.
Nah, yeah, it's like and also because it would have added more to the like,
oh my god,
symbiote
we just murdered all these people. I'm sorry, but yeah,
like the symbiote just adding, like the symbiote amplifying Peter's feelings. So it's like, oh, you know something about this Kraven guy. It's like, I'm not gonna tell you anything. Like, tell me something, or otherwise I'm gonna, fucking, I don't know, break a bone or something. Like,
yeah.
I think
be thankful you can still walk. Like, okay, Peter, you need therapy, buddy. Like,
need therapy, my guy. Actually, I think that's probably going to be one of the first things Peter will do after he gets rid of the symbiote. It's like after the second game, he's probably going to go to like what, 5 therapists or something just to check on him, because it's like,
right.
I don't want to
we got to figure out the situation right now.
Because it's like, I don't even want to imagine like how Peter is mentally after the events of the second game. Like, he probably would have been like, yeah.
That's why he's taking a break. That's why he's like, I need some downtime. Wait, another Bully Lowenthal line. Let's see what he says.
Don't know why we expected anything else from Kraven. Good riddance.
Good riddance.
Drones are grounded.
Bully Lowenthal, meet Bully McGuire, baby. That's right.
Yeah,
Goat
I think you even
representing
did, like,
the goat.
I think you even did like a short on this one too on your channel.
I did, yeah. That one stood out to me the most. Like, good riddance.
Good
So you think like, oh, dude, I can't believe they just skipped over all this black suit stuff. Play the side missions as Black Suit Spider-Man. It's like I have to do the Invincible meme. Think, Mark. Think, guys. Use your brains. It's a game. Explore. Try different things.
It's not. This is not a TV show or a movie. This is
exactly.
a video game.
You have the control. You have the opportunity to give more depth to it. That's why video games are so freaking cool. That's why video games are so goddamn awesome. The fact that I, as a gamer, get to control how the story plays out with Black Suit Spider-Man and also remove the symbiote in a QTE is literally a dream come true. That's why I will never hate this game, because it does stuff like that to the player. Holy smokes, how high is Peter going right now?
No, but it's like even the people when it's not the Venom problem, it's like, oh, they kind of rushed the Venom storyline.
Lazy devs, it's like, do you want to try and make a video game, bucko? What are you talking about? Like, do you think you can make a better game than what they did here? Like, what are you on?
It's like, you rushed. Then let's see if you can make a game that can last like freaking 20 hours or something.
Let's see if you can try and sell over 10 million copies with your game. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, stuff like that. Like, I don't know. It's like, again, criticism is great. Constructive criticism is awesome. But just being, like negative for the sake of negativity or not being any, nothing of value being taken away from that is pointless.
It's like, bro, I feel like this game really does showcase like how like mentally like dumb people have been, both the Spider-Man fans and just like people in general. It's like, oh, the game is too long. Or like, oh, the game has a rushed story. It's like, bro, Jesus Christ, like. I'm sorry, it's like
would I want this game to be as long as Persona 5 Royal, for example? Like, 100-hour plus RPG length Spider-Man game? Like, ideally, of course, because it's like, that's my favorite storyline is Venom in the black suit. Like, would I want to play the game forever? Obviously, but that's not what that's not what any of these that's not what the Arkham games are, that's not what these Spider-Man's games are, that's not what any of those games are going to be. If you want something like that, play Midnight Suns. But, in terms of, like, just telling a solid story, they did it. And could it have been better? Yes. Could it have been worse? Yes. Did it set out what it set out to achieve? Yes. So, and because of that, I am satisfied. And there's just, like, more nitpick fan stuff that I have in the back of my mind. Like, maybe I would have changed that. Maybe I would have changed that. But that doesn't mean the game's bad. It just means maybe I, as a fan, would have done something a bit differently. But Insomniac's vision still ran true to what this was. And it delivered. In my opinion, in every way, in a lot of ways possible. But with all that said, everybody, I think this is a good stopping point. We have been streaming for, I feel like, 4 hours? Oh my god, 4.5 hours. Yeah, so I'm good. I'm set. So we're pretty good we did so far all the Bully Lowenthal side activities with the Hunter bases. We got our amazing guest star in here. I don't know if he's still here, but Aaron Espinoza, the senior community manager over at Insomniac Games, stopped by for a quick chat. That was awesome. He's the man. We got our boys Comic Blast Keenan, Jay Shock Blast. A lot of other awesome people came in and hung out, and I really appreciate all you guys for hanging out and chilling with us. You guys are the best, and I feel like we've covered a lot. Aaron's still here. Aaron's a legend. Well, thank you, Aaron, for being here. That means a lot to me, and I'm happy that not only thank you for being and I genuinely mean this, thank you for being the heart and soul of the entire Insomniac community, because every time I see you post online, it's always a treasure, and it's always so fun to see everyone else in the community interacting with you and just spreading so much positivity and joy, and I always try and do that too and pay it forward with the Spidey Squad, because you guys inspire me, and in turn, we try to inspire others, and hopefully we can do another charity live stream or something eventually with Ghosty and Franco and all the boys hanging out and chilling, but also for just, again, brightening up everyone's day, and also, Jordan for being the best and hanging out with you guys, Vigilante Spider. That was amazing, and seeing him with you guys was a blast. And yeah, everyone else who, again, tuned in, Keenan, J-Shock Blast. I think I even saw some other people like iVoltix and Sadat the Gamer. Shout out to them. Everybody, y'all are the best, and I'm glad that I've been able to stream the game for you guys, because I know I was busy on Mother's Day, and I've also been busy last week with doing videos about other Marvel games, but there's so much more to explore and see with the future of not only Insomniac Spider-Man franchise, hopefully to be shown sometime, maybe, fingers crossed, DLC reveal if we get the PlayStation Showcase next week, or an announcement of it next week, but also with all these other Marvel games and other superhero projects in the future. Marvel 1943, Marvel's Wolverine, Marvel Rivals, Marvel's Black Panther, Marvel's Iron Man, Marvel's Blade, Marvel Spider-Man 3 hopefully coming in the near future, probably 5 years in the future if we're being honest, but still eventually down the line, going to be amazing. But yeah, I love this game. I can't wait to see what Insomniac does next with Spider-Man and Peter and Miles and their adventures. And again, here's hoping that we get some PlayStation bits and pieces relatively soon. But with all that said, everybody, thank you again to my boy Ghosty, as always, being my right-hand man in the streams, and to everyone who
of course
was kind enough to donate. Again, you don't have to do that, but it's super kind that you do, and it genuinely means the world to me, and hopefully I can pay it back in the future with even more videos talking about these awesome games down the line, and of course, more streams. We did a lot this stream. I think we started with 48%. Now we're at 62%. So we're making some progress. We got the drone missions next, and then the lizard fight afterwards. So there's a lot left, and of course we haven't even got to Venom yet, but we're getting close.
We're getting there.
We're getting close. What are we at? Missions? We are 19 out of 31 missions done, so we only got 11 more main missions to go. So that's kind of crazy when you think about it, but we're getting there. We're getting to the good stuff soon.
We're gonna get to the juicy stuff
next week.
Next week.
Yes, next Sunday ideally, because we kind of made it now a tradition to do streams on Sundays. Because Saturdays we've just either been busy or doing other stuff, but Sundays is where it's at. And hopefully you guys enjoy. If there is an announcement this upcoming week, I will definitely cover it on the channel. And if not, then we'll keep talking about it no matter what, because we're here to spread the love, the joy, and the support that Insomniac gives to Spider-Man back to you guys, because that is what the Spidey Squad is all about. And, of course, just being excited for everything that our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man has going on. Even in the Marvel Rivals, he's gotten a lot of cool traction with the game and how that game seems to be playing out with the gameplay mechanics and everything. So pretty cool to see that play out. But now with the future of these, the big ones, with Spider-Man 3 and Wolverine coming out, in the future, I'll say, we'll see what we got going on next. But I can't wait, and it makes it even more exciting to see that you guys are equally as excited for it too.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. But with all that said, everybody, I think we're finally at the very end of the stream. I can't wait to do it again next week. This stream was super fun, and hopefully you all will tune in when that time arrives. But until then, thank you all so much for watching. Stay spectacular, Spidey fans. And without further ado, peace out.
Bye, everyone.